successful in game one. Maybe a game where you can't afford to give Nisqy that Orianna one more time.
Yeah, and like Ender said, SK choosing the red side, loser obviously chooses side, SK go for red, and it looks like the draft's running itself back. Thresh, Tam, Rel, Kalista, we saw TF banned from the side of Fnatic before. We'll have to see if they want to run back the draft. I mean, Fnatic's draft was good. I think what they picked was working. The early rotation of mid was working, but they are the ones that are going to ban away the Tristana. So now Twisted Fate is super high prio. Now SK have to decide, are we going to give them the TF?
I kind of love this from Fnatic, because I think SK, you would assume, you know, the same bans to come on through, maybe a first pick. Tristana and SK this entire break have likely been thinking about answers into these sorts of things. So now they are the ones to take the Twisted Fate off the board.
Yeah, have to see what Fnatic want to first pick. Hecarim, Alistar were the first rotation of SK before. Wouldn't be surprised to see them go again, but I really like what Fnatic done here. They've banned away their own champion to force SK to ban a champ, to pick away a champ that SK was finding some kind of success on. Hecarim, obviously one of the strongest junglers on the patch right now. We'll see if SK want to pick up the Udyr, which you didn't see picked up last series. You saw a Volibear response from Selfmade.
And I love that Fnatic aren't letting SK just run back the same draft. They're saying, you have to mix it up, you have to show us something different, not letting them get back into a comfort zone to just try replaying game one. Instead, something will change, but I can't imagine it'll be the Alistar first pick, as that is now locked in.
I wonder if they'll take away the Orianna. Early rotation Orianna could be good, denies it from Fnatic. TF's out, and then on 3 you can pick your jungler anyway. So, I mean, Fnatic can force them into the hand if they blind pick like a top and a mid, and then do you decide to pick the jungler on 3? But I think that SK can also throw a curveball back if they take something out of Fnatic's pocket. Because if Fnatic can take away the Orianna, then it could be dangerous for SK, but they take the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Kai'Sa plus Alistar can be very powerful in its own right here. Certainly has all-in threat, especially post-level 6 in that 2v2. And ultimately, when you look at it, it feels like this is kind of like a power play draft from Fnatic in the sense that they're changing things up even after a victory and just trying to throw SK off of their game. And if they are to go for the Orianna here, I do think it definitely would serve them well. But instead, they want the Zyra as a solid answer into what SK are throwing their way. And now SK don't really know what any of Fnatic's priorities are.
And again, I love what we're seeing out of these bot lanes. Explosive bot lanes on both sides. Now, my question is, how comfortable are Upset Hylissang on the Zyra duo? And more importantly, how is Jezu going to perform on the Kai'Sa? There are so many AD carries in our league who have 6, 7, 8 games on this champion. Jezu is not one of them. Again, it is the Kalista, it is the Jhin that he has been comfortable with. Can he perform on this champion in a high-pressure scenario?
And the reason we don't see Rakan too much in the meta is because he gets countered by the engaged supports. Things like Alistar, Leona, Nautilus, the things with Aftershock made it so difficult for Rakan to actually trade on them because he doesn't run it himself. And then obviously the biggest counter Rakan was obviously Lux, you know, hits the binding, gets the Aftershock. So hard for Rakan to find engages. But with Hecarim, he should be able to make it work in a team fight. The lane might be a bit difficult against things like the Alistar. They're going to have to respect it. But SK, banning away the Orianna from Fnatic, looks like mid lane is the focus because both teams have picked up their jungle and their bot lane.
Yeah, and it also feels like there's so many top lane champions that you can relatively easily blind pick away here. I mean, that Rakan for Hylissang, very signature pick for him. The flanks he's gotten off in the past, sitting in bushes for 60 seconds in enemy territory. You always know he's going to have a couple tricks up his sleeve.
Honestly ready for the stalemate game where it's just a battle of who can get deeper behind enemy lines. Hylissang, just like, what obscure angle can you find a Hex Flash out of a bush? Something we'll have to track, but the Seraphine being banned away, so the utility mid option for Nisqy taken off the board alongside that Orianna. Interesting to see that they're banning the more aggressive mid lane options away from Blue. A guy who didn't look 100% comfortable in that last game. A lot of setup plays where Charms went a little bit wide, so taking away some of those picks from him does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Blue opts into this game. I mean, when you pick things like the Lilia and AP jungle, you want to see AD solo lane. So that's why Fnatic have banned away the Lucian, and they banned away SK on the other side, they banned away Orianna Seraphine. Two champs that work so well with things like Hecarim and Udyr, these bruiserish / tanky junglers that get in your face, things with shields and heals come across. But looks like they're going to last pick top. They're going to go for the Victor blind pick. And they've gone for a double AP mid jungle, so that could be dangerous. It could hurt them in the early game, but we'll have to see what GenX picks up. Last pick, last time we saw Aatrox, and I think the key thing to note here is GP's open, right? Whippo, sure. GP was banned away earlier on, back on blue side, back blinding top lane. Does he want to run it back?
Yeah, I mean, because I think SK are looking at this match and it's like, okay, Nisqy maybe with less volatile champions in mid lane, you blind pick against Nisqy, and then it's just an Azir comes in. Whippo has all these sorts of crazy picks up his sleeve that he's ready to throw you, so SK obviously want to see what Whippo goes for. Whippo likely doesn't blind pick something out of this world, and then GenX will get the answer. So a Scion lock in now. I mean, Fnatic have insane engage, insane backline with self-peel. SK already don't have that great of dive threat of, you know, the ability to get onto the backline. Even if you do with an Alistar, you're never going to touch Azir or Xayah.
Yeah, Aatrox, Gnar are the best picks here for the side of SK. Looks like they're going to go for the Gnar. Makes sense, gives you more engage. We know Treats and GenX so good on the engage and the follow-up, but Fnatic's comp to me just looks like almost an Exodia draft in a sense. Yeah. You have the late game scaling scaling on both carries, you have engaged. The problem is you have somewhat losing lanes, right? Your bot lane's probably going to push in, your top lane as well. Mid lane obviously contested. We'll have to see how Tinks uses these early game winning lanes to actually start snowballing the game like Selfmade did last time around. But just looking at both compositions, keep your eyes on SK in the early game. They have a really good team fight with the Lilia Sleep, the Victor ult, the Alistar engaging with the Mega Gnar, whereas Fnatic have just a baseline scaling team fight comp. Frontline, engage, and hyper carries. That's all that Fnatic have. So when it comes to the mid to late game, it's going to be very difficult for SK to walk up into this much damage that Fnatic has.
Exactly, right? And you're going to have to rely probably on some pretty critical sleeps on critical targets against Fnatic to maybe reduce the DPS coming out from them. Give yourself some time to hit away at the Fnatic front line. But by all means, Fnatic have the straightforward drive-in at-you approach to the style of team fight here.
As we cut to Bwipo just chilling. Mad chilling on stage. We're going to have to see how SK want to adapt to this one, because I like that SK have set themselves a composition where Fnatic want to come into them. They have good reactive, good defensive tools. Fnatic, they've been going full steam ahead, so it does make a lot of sense. That said, if Fnatic play a little bit more reserved, SK really going to struggle to dictate the pace of the game mid to late.
Yeah, Fnatic definitely full steam ahead. And Bwipo, first Gragas and now Sion, he's on tank duty. This is something we saw from Bwipo when they made that World's Finals run. He was that kind of supportive player, and he's back to it on blue side. The blind pick top lane, it's a blind pick tanks are helping Fnatic, which we saw in game 1. It's more red side Bwipo that we see these crazy picks come out. So Bwipo is calm right now on these tanks. Like you said, he's chilling, but if they get red side, I want to see some spiciness. I want to see the Riven again.
Look, Bwipo's calm for now, but he's also the guy that presses R and says to go in. And I'm going to say, let's go into game 2 right now.
And here we go. I feel like Fnatic fished for a level 1 in the last game, and they might fish for a level 1 this time around. Remember, Hylissang was the notorious W start into leap over the wall and to invade the jungle early game.
I was going to say you can do the same thing as a Gragas, you know, by hopping over the wall with your CC ability and just run it back.
Yeah, and I think when you're playing Zyra Rakan, you have obviously the Rakan jump over the wall to try and look for the cheese, and especially the level 1 of these champs is so powerful. But Hylissang has no flash. He's running Exhaust Ignite with the cleanse on upset, so lots of combat summoners, but the problem is, if he uses his W and treats Flash Seaman and Engage with Tinks around, there's no escape other than the dash.
And I believe Hylissang did this at Worlds too, on the Rakan here, running without the flash there. Of course, everyone knows that you can't immediately follow up with a flash coming out of that ulti. But hey, if you're trying to make bot lane volatile, no flash is going to do it.
Well, and if anyone's going to try to make bot lane volatile, gentlemen, while we do talk about the mid lane matchup as good as Nisqy has been playing, Upset and Hylissang inevitably where we put our attentions back to, because they have been so explosive, for better or for worse sometimes. But you look at that 2v2 kill stat coming into this series, 11 for them overall. If anyone's going to pull off some kills in lane, it is going to be this duo.
Yeah, most definitely. And Zyra Rakan does have a lot of kill pressure in the early game, level 1, looking for the early cheeses. We saw him sweep the bushes early game to get some vision. Denies some vision from SK, maybe find the engages. Hylissang does find the engage, and what Hylissang actually did in the early stages of this game is he walked up to blue buff. Saw it on the minimap, he walked up, he got information, he knows Tinks didn't start bot side, so he knows the enemy jungle's pathing bot, so he's going to have to respect that, make sure they get the wave in a good state when they're not gankable, whereas Selfmade is pathing on the opposite side. He's going towards top, so both junglers kind of mirroring each other in a sense, going opposite directions. Looks like the crabs will be traded off, but like we said, top lane is going to have to push for SK, and Selfmade pathing up there could be dangerous, especially if Tinks decides to do something called the backtrack, which is go back towards the opposite side you started on and contest the crab that the enemy jungle's moving towards.
Yeah, and you know, in game 1, Selfmade was super active in the early game, you know, with the early, you know, gank towards the top side that got the kill on towards Janex. Very uncharacteristic of the guy that usually is just full clearing through his jungle, but now with an extra combat summoner spell on Hylissang, he's going to be making his way into the bot side jungle. Tinks on Wolfcamp may not be here in time for Selfmade to actually steal this one away.
Yeah, Selfmade took away Tinks' red last game. Looks like he's taking away his blue. Fnatic had the push because they got to the lane first. Looks like they knew that they were going for this, so they went for the push. Hylissang joins Selfmade here. Looks like they'll get the blue. Tinks already gone. I mean, Treats did put some question mark pings down. They know what's happening. SK know this is happening without the vision because they know Hylissang going out of lane at 2 minutes 30 seconds doesn't make much sense other than contesting a buff, and he still hasn't shown. So Tinks smartly decides, I'll go to the enemy top side. I have the top push, and he did take his wolves in the meantime. So Selfmade could be 1 camp down here if he decides to go for Tinks' wolves, and Tinks could take away Selfmade's whole top side.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question you have to ask, though, as Tinks. Like, is it worth it to risk continuing to go into that jungle a little bit deeper? Because now Nisqy walks up to place the ward to see if it will be a Scuttle Crab, and you'll notice Tinks is going to take the safe approach. He doesn't know how long Selfmade was in his bot side jungle. All he knows is that Selfmade was there, so now he actually leaves both camps up. Selfmade will get an EXP advantage off of this play, and I mean, Tinks has, of course, his topside camps that are respawning right about now to go towards, but I like the early pathing to isolate bot lane early on in the exhaust.
Aggression.
Oh, that's big damage. Are they going to finish the job? Jezu burning, ticking. Will he go down? The ignite, one more. Not going to do it. 6 health remaining. Oh, still positive for Fnatic, but not the kill that they were looking for, just barely holding on.
Look, I thought that was going to be 2v2 kill number 12 this season for Fnatic. That was just so insanely close.
And look at the summoner spells. Both sides have blown every single summoner, so no summoners in bot. Both junglers are
now
definitely
nobody has
towards.
flash.
Nobody has flash, yeah, nobody has flash. Nobody has any combat summoner spells. All TPs are up, and the junglers are definitely going to be looking towards the bot side now because both supports and both AD carries are quite vulnerable. You see Treats trying to freeze the waves.
I saw this gank last game.
We saw this last time. Whippo, does he have the Q to charge up Genex?
Double bounce. Selfmade now moving in. He should have enough time to find the knockback onto Genex. Genex forced to flash away. Selfmade being patient, though. He waits, he holds on, but now it's the TP being burnt. Genex goes down. Tank's now going to try to finish the job, but keep in mind, Whippo, that passive form, something that they are going to have to respect. Blue takes a bit of damage, but the gravity field will stop any follow-up. A 1-kill advantage over to Fnatic in that one.
I'm almost a little surprised not to see Fnatic continue that fight. Selfmade, of course, with Sion going into his passive there, gets so much damage he can punt off, but the TP came in from Blue a little bit faster. Now Whippo is actually TPing back to mid.
It's super important TP mid from Whippo. The wave was terrible for Niski. He has to make sure this gets pushed in, otherwise he's going to lose so many creeps. Niski is going to base, can come back to mid, but Whippo will go back topside. They won't lose too much, and I think we've seen this before. It's a run back, Selfmade, early game, level 4, ganking top, and he played it perfectly.
Yeah. I mean, all you have to do here on Selfmade is wait for the flash to come through from Genex, then get behind him, and there's a slight timing window where maybe Genex can actually get out of that situation with a slightly delayed flash on that. But then Selfmade says, no, we're not going to keep on fighting here, and that's where Niski picks up the top wave. They go for that swap, and now going to be back in standard lanes.
Yeah, and crucially, all TPs were blown. So now the spot lane, which was volatile level 3 because of the all-in, there's no teleports to join it. So now it's all about the junglers.
But the good news for the side of SK is that Blue gets the kill in the mid lane, which can help him out in that individual 1v1. Downside is Fnatic losing Sion. Trading 1-for-1 with Whippo, not too bad. Giving money to the Hecarim is a dangerous proposition. We've seen how impossible it is to deal with a fed Hecarim, but maybe Hylissang, the one that needs to be worried, will be able to dash out to safety. Battle Dance cooldown, more than short enough for him to make it out of that one.
Yeah, I mean, for a time there, it looked like the wave was in a really good position for Selfmade to get pressure down, or even by showing in the river, potentially set up to deny SK creeps. That wave, of course, continues to push towards Fnatic, but then Hylissang uses his W, doesn't really have the ability to influence the fight anymore, and they have to back out.
Yeah, and just as game 1, both junglers base, they pick up the Lucidity boots. Early boots makes it so easy to get around the back map, obviously, because you have more movement speed, and it's all about bot lane. So they went both straight bot after the fight on top side, and SK are looking to try and zone away Fnatic from the wave. Blue was moving down, but it looks like they won't get too much, and Selfmade on the other side, playing for camps, playing for himself, making sure this Hecarim gets strong, taking away the enemy Raptors, but he knows he's going to lose the crab. He's already getting deep vision. Looks like he goes towards his Krugs as well. Maybe Fnatic want to look for some kind of top dive. If Niski can get involved and go towards top side of the map, they have so much vision.
Yeah, I mean, even if there isn't a dive, it's still a net EXP gain. The 2 camps on the top side in trade for the Scuttle Crab while your camps aren't even up, and now you also have the threat to dive as well. Meganar is going to be timing out, and Fnatic are all here for the dive.
Yeah, the last time we saw this, Treats was around, but he's on the bot side of the map. He hasn't based yet.
Whippo's really early.
Yeah, Genex using the ult to clear the wave was crucial. Niski was on his way up. That could have been a dive.
Fantastic read from Genex. If that wave doesn't dive, he doesn't get that damage down on Whippo, that is an easy kill pickup because Mininar is just so squishy. So good heads-up play to stop the play from going in. That said, still the camp advantage that you talked about. Still that small incremental advantage to Selfmade.
Yeah, and I think just looking back to game 1, this is how both teams are playing. And again, Fnatic playing top side, have top side vision. SK playing bot side, have bot side vision. So trade-offs going well for Fnatic again. They do manage to get the ganks off. They do force the TPs, but it looks like it's even overall a lot different to last game where they had a big top lane advantage. They got the Herald, they used it top. So Fnatic, Drake still up. Hylissang was around mid. 8 minutes on the clock almost. Herald's up as well. We'll have to see how these two teams approach the neutral objectives.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we're going to learn a lot looking after the bot lane resets where the bot lanes are going to be going, where the supports are going. Hylissang pathing back onto the map with Selfmade, trying to contest some vision inside the river. There's 2 control wards there that SK can't realistically contest. And because you notice Tinks is on the top side of the map, it's actually really hard for Treats to walk into that bot side river. Hylissang is doing this by himself while Selfmade is clearing his jungle. But because there's no jungler around, Fnatic can kind of get everything they want in terms of their camps on their jungler and the vision in the river.
This could be dangerous.
Yeah, but Pole, Upset's not quite in range. There's a lot of damage to an isolated target. Hylissang now backing off, Ignite ticking, but just enough of a heal to come through to make it out alive.
But it's that false confidence that Hylissang is given because he walked all the way through the river. You'd expect, oh, SK, they're not fighting me in the river. Well, they probably just walked through lane. No, they walked through river into that brush. Would have been seen walking through lane had they tried to get there. And now he loses so much HP, but is still hanging around.
Yeah, you can see Hylissang clearing out wards, so SK had full information. But look at Tinks' health bar. He's doing the Gromp, but he's so low on HP, he won't be able to contest his bot side as well as Selfmade can on this full HP Hecarim. But Tinks,
man,
looks like it might go anyway. Both junglers recalling. Almost like a stare down, because Fnatic need to crash the wave, but SK want to stop it. Looks like Fnatic will crash the wave. SK going to back off, Fnatic going to back off. And Genax on his top side, he's getting himself a CS lead. He's got 2 plates in the top side. And last game, Genax on the Aatrox was crucial for the side of SK in the fights. And this top matchup's winning for them. They need to make sure that this Gnar can keep pushing, keep the pressure up, maybe get a Herald, and try to start snowballing the game through this winning top matchup that they've drafted on red side.
And in a best of 5, composure is the name of the game. Something that might be a little bit difficult when we look at the overall experience for both sides. Bwipo, Niski, Upset, Hylissang, everybody with so much experience. Genax just experience getting dove over and over again. So much pressure here top side. We'll hold that thought, we'll hold that story, because Genax going down is the more important factor right now.
I mean, that's the punishment when you're trying to press forward. Now Tinks is around mid lane, but even if you land an ability, Niski is going to be able to fly on out of there before the sleep ends up coming through. So now once again, Selfmade runs into top lane. It's just deja vu from game 1, then has the Herald he can pick up off the back of it. Now the rest of SK are running towards the top side river, but I feel like this isn't a winning move from SK. Maybe the best play is trade for the Scuttle Crab and the Drake on the bot side, because right now they're getting absolutely nothing and even losing massive waves in the top lane.
Yeah, looks like they might be too late to actually trade. Looks like they're going to get this Herald. Genax didn't have the TP, and SK committed all their members towards the top side. They are going to start up this Drake now, but it's just confusing how SK are playing. You know, they have the winning top, they have the early winning jungle, whereas Selfmade's the one getting to top first, getting the ganks. You know, there's even a pink in the top river brush in Bwipo's favor when Genax has the push, so just disrespecting, not playing for vision. You see many top laners, when they get the push, they ward the enemy jungle on the Gromp on red side, or they put a pink in river, but Genax didn't put any down, and he's paying the price for it. SK do pick up the Drake, but Genax has lost so many waves in top. The CS lead is almost even now on the top side. Bwipo a level up. Fnatic have the Herald. They've committed a full swap, so now when it comes to hitting the towers on either side, SK are just slower. They don't have the Herald, they don't have a wave crashing, and Fnatic can just hit this in Genax's face.
Yeah, I mean, Treats is trying to run to the top side to help him clear away these waves, and as Mega Gnar, you do have a little bit better wave clear when it comes to trying to remove those. You'll notice Selfmade also on a warpath towards top lane. Niski too. There aren't wards to see the approach from the mid laner, but Niski does end up going back towards the wave, and these lane swap situations always feel bad when you're playing against the Scion too, because you can't really attack the Scion in the bot lane. You know, even if you do kill him, he's going to clear away your entire wave. Lilia's on the wrong side of the map to help out the top side. Now a Herald goes down mid too, so it's all starting to pile up against SK.
Yeah, this all comes down to the gank in top. Genax dies, they get towards the Herald, and SK think they have to respond, but they go bot to get the Drake, and then when they get the Drake and push out bot, they're too late to catch top wave and match. So now, in the end, they are matching lanes. The Herald was used miss to get a chunk on that mid tower, gives Niski some gold. Selfmade has the chem tank at 11 minutes in the game, so he's definitely spiking, and Fnatic will have push in all 3 lanes now almost. Yes, Genax can start contesting the push, but like you said, Ender, this Sion's just going to farm out on the tower, and if you want to dive him, go ahead and dive him, but you're probably going to lose way more on the other side of the map.
Yep. And in the previous game, it was neck and neck for what felt like the first 15 minutes. But here, minute 12, Fnatic are steadily pulling ahead. 1,000, almost 2,000 gold now in their favor. Bwipo passed that awkward early game where he's going to struggle against the Gnar. He can walk up and clear that wave in Genax's face. And for SK, they need to find some opportunities. Because we said if Fnatic were the ones coming into them, playing aggressive, they have great tools to punish. But you see it here. You lay down a gravity field offensively, Niski just walks out of it. And this is a very difficult game state for SK to play out.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think it's a little alarming that SK don't have better footing after this early game, because again, Fnatic's comp, if they ever see numbers advantage, if they ever see a vulnerable target, they go in.
That, and that's the kickoff there. Gravity Field doing absolutely nothing. Blue's going to throw down the ultimate, but it just doesn't do anything. Niski grabbing the kill.
It's just so easy, man, you know, and now that Blue doesn't have a flash, well, Bwipo's got an ultimate, he's ready to get in there. Hylissang's got an ultimate, he's ready to get in there. So mid lane, if Fnatic dominate the vision around it as well, there's just almost no counterplay for Blue here other than to stay underneath his tower or call in reinforcements.
Yeah, Fnatic are just playing the game so smartly. They're playing with the enemy team's information. SK think that Fnatic are playing top side. Selfmade showed himself there a few times. They contested a few wards. So SK thought, okay, let's defend our top side so we can't get dove. What does Selfmade do? He puts a few pings down, bases, and goes bot side. Now SK think, well, I think think Hecarim's top side. I think he's trying to contest the vision, but no, he's ganking mid, does come from behind, does manage to pick up the kill. And Niski just executing the fights really well, just flashing preemptively, knowing that blue will have no escape.
See if they want to go for a play here on the top side for SK. Hylissang waiting in the darkness. Looks like both sides are going to back away. And it's good that you bring up Niski, because we look at this game, we look at these bot lanes, we assume it's going to be all about them. But in the previous match, it was all about the Fnatic top side. Selfmade struggling a bit? No. Super impactful on the map. Niski relatively quiet, just going to play Seraphine. Not today. The Orion is showing up. Now he's set up to do it again on this Azir.
Yeah, it's the glow up too, because you know, during the regular season, so much of it was either the Seraphine or the Twisted Fate roaming around, getting his lanes ahead. And that last game, he just took matters into his own hands. If you actually went back and watched the replay, the rest of Fnatic, it looked like they lagged a second behind his shockwave. They were all running away from the fight while he hits 4 people with the ability, completely destroys him. Now already has gone flying in mid, has the first kill in that matchup, and is going to be feeling very good about himself.
Yeah, Fnatic have these 3 pushing lanes. I think they've taken almost 8 plates before they've fallen now, so if you're SK, you have to try and find a number advantage play, but Selfmade.
Oh, fear knock back. There's just too much damage. Blue, he doesn't have any room to maneuver. Treats is there. Tinks maybe can go for the follow-up, but there's just no options for SK Gaming. They're just getting styled on in this mid lane.
What's the counterplay? There isn't any when he doesn't have the flash, if he doesn't have his Zhonya's, if he doesn't have 3 or 4 people ready to protect him there. And oh, Treats.
Fishing for a play here. It's going to land the stun. Jezu now with the follow-up. Maybe this is the kill that they can get back. 150 gold shutdown. The bounty on Selfmade's head, but they're not fast enough. The flash, it goes wide. Tinks misses everything.
Oh, Niski, he has sliding glide.
Does have the ult though.
Treats just getting burned down. It's slow, it's sure. Good bit of damage here. Niski not going to overstay on the play, but SK trying so hard to force that play. Treats seeing an opportunity, seeing a window where he thinks he can find a kill, he can find a pick, he can find a shutdown, but it's just not there. The fumbles from his teammates mean the kill does not come through.
But that's what SK need to do. The concept is good, the execution just isn't there. Treats tries to find the engage, and when you have these 3 losing lanes, you're losing plates, you're losing farm, and the enemy team has full vision, the only thing you can do is just sacrifice a lane, in this case top lane and losing the tower, and try to use a number advantage in mid to try and find a pick. They don't find the pick, they end up losing the fight, they all back off, Niski chunks them out, they lose mid tower now, so disaster for SK. They're so far behind this early game against such a good scaling team fight combo Fnatic, and now Dragon spawning. SK, they are around, blue has TP. Do they want to take this fight? It could be risky because Fnatic, they're spiking all over the board on every single member.
I mean, they've got mythic items on every single player apart from Hylissang, so there's no chance SK can even try to contest around this Drake. Cloud Drake, well, let's start ulting even more frequently if we are Fnatic, and now that they've removed the outer turrets, bot lane, you know, they're going to get to in just a moment. It opens up Hylissang to get active, because for the time being, in this early game, Fnatic haven't really had great flank options, right? With all the turrets on the map, it's a little bit more difficult, so Sion Hecarim sort of run straight at you. Now, as we get into the later stages of the game, once the turrets are removed, once Fnatic can start slicing away at SK's vision, that's where Hylissang is going to find a brush, find a flank, find a moment to come in from the side, and that's where SK have no chance.
And on top of that mid lane tower falling, on top of Hylissang suddenly able to find so many more avenues into the SK back line or into vulnerable members to find picks, there's also the 4K gold lead. Fnatic very far ahead. Hexflash comes over, but Hylissang immediately out. This is a difficult game. Again, SK in draft maybe had a pretty difficult comp to execute compared to, you called it, Cato, the Exodia draft coming in from the side of Fnatic. So the fact that Fnatic have also gotten a strong early to mid game feels like just about a death sentence for SK in this game too.
Yeah, Fnatic's comp just ticks all the easy boxes, right? Teamfight, frontline, and super hyper carries for the late game just in case it goes to that point. But they win the early game anyway, and I think the problem is SK's cross map has just been poor this game. They haven't found top tier 1 when they go for the Drakes or they go for the bot tower. They haven't found anything on the other side of the map when the enemy team's starting Herald or they're looking for these dives top. Their only cross map was a pick in mid and the Dragon earlier on, so SK, they're paying the price for it. They haven't taken any towers yet. Fnatic, the last tower is up in bot side. Treats has been trying to find engages. He might find one here. Genex has Mega Knot and TP, but it's wearing off. They're spotted on a wall and looks like they're going to have to back off again.
I mean, the vision is just too good there from SK, and then you also look at, from Fnatic, and then you look at what SK can actually do to force a fight, and it's like, what is the effective range of the initiation of SK? Well, it's Flash plus All-Star W. That's about the range they have going for them, and that's not a whole lot unless you're landing some kind of miracle sleep. Fnatic, they can come at you from so far away, so you have to be so precise in your play. If you are SK, you have to be so cautious of that ability, whereas Fnatic are allowed to step completely forward in that bot lane. Upset knows he has an ultimate, he has a flash, he has a cleanse, he has all these things, and even then, he's just going to see an All-Star heading towards him who doesn't have a flash. What's that guy going to do? Absolutely nothing. nothing.
And the thing is, when you fall behind the clock against two tanky frontliners in Whippo and Selfmade, especially someone like Hecarim, who's not only tanky but does a ton of damage, it is so hard for SK to play out these fights. And for Jezu, a guy who alongside Treats has always been kind of that clutch carry in these mid to late game fights, he's just not going to do any damage up against the likes of a Hecarim, against the Scion on the top side of the map, until he gets a few more items under his belt.
Yeah, and now without the mid lane turret, you see Niski pushes the wave all the way up, can now cut straight through the jungle. It's Infernal Rift, so the rotations are going to be oh so easy for Fnatic. The second herald of the game will remove this bot lane tower. SK going to back away from that. I almost wanted them not to use it there, because you could potentially deny some minions away from SK, but now they're just playing off the fog of war, looking for play.
Yeah, Jax has TP though. He has TP, there's a ward behind him, but Selfmade.
Gage coming in, Selfmade is going to knock Treats back. Treats with a lot of damage reduction, but here comes Genex. It's just a mini Gnar, however, no rage stacked up. And that's
rough.
That is
very rough.
Yeah, there was a ward behind them in the river, there was a ward behind them in the bot lane brush. So I thought SK was going to try and double TP behind them and try and find and engage when Fnatic stepped forward with his Herald, but in the end, they didn't. Whippo still has the TP as well. He rotated down from top to mid, whereas Janex TP'd, so he still has the TP advantage.
Exactly.
And they can always have a number advantage on these fights. We talked about the only way SK can get back to this game.
Jezu. What?
Wait.
We're teleporting. It's like everyone gets to play Kai'Sa. Hylissang had flash all along.
They do manage to go for Jezu. Jezu used the ult and the flash to escape, whereas Hylissang only used the exhaust. So the next team fight, that's gonna hurt against the Hecarim.
I love that you're the voice of the reason. The three of us, I thought for sure you'd go in there. I love that you're the voice of reason. All right, again, resetting, taking a deep breath. It's 20 minutes. It's a 5K gold lead for Fnatic on a composition that we've called out multiple times as easy to execute. Things are going in Fnatic's favor right now. And when we look back at the regular season, this was one of the most volatile seasons we've seen from Fnatic ever. I mean, like, you look back, yes, they finished 9-9 in the previous season, a much closer race. That got them 4th place. They finished 9-9 this time. The first time they've been out of the top 4 in the regular season since 2016 summer. Yeah. No one wants to talk about that lineup. Trust me, I don't. That lineup was rough. That was the spirit in the jungle. That was a difficult season. So the fact that they were in that position had a lot of people, myself included, doubting, but we are seeing from Fnatic. I don't know how they do it. I don't know what they feed these boys, but every time playoffs comes around,
we gotta play.
Fnatic always shows up. That said, Whippo might need to get out as an option.
I mean, he's got friends on the way, and this is one tanky boy.
Oh, all Treats. That's going to be a big flash, though. They're going to follow up, but Selfmade's just going to one-shot Jezu.
No flash.
He has a mark to go to, but there's no room for him to maneuver. The flash in, the big Q.
Oh, no.
Not quite a solo bolo, but it's damn close. The boss would be proud. Treats now on the retreat. Blue maybe trying to get something done, but that's Hylissang. There's the follow-up, and Fnatic, it is SK who overstay their welcome, and Fnatic the ones who turn and punish.
Yeah, we talked about SK trying to find a pick, but Whippo, he has the ult. Treats does flash in to try and deny it, but Whippo's just too tanky. If you're going to pick someone off, pick someone on one of the carries, but Whippo ends up paying the price. He dies, but for 3 members on SK. Tinks has flash and he has smite, but there's 4 members of Fnatic alive for this Baron. Selfmade had smite as well. SK need to steal this, or I think they're just pretty much out of the game looking at Fnatic's comp.
They had a sleep for a moment they could have cast on Selfmade. Tinks does have that flash, like you said, it's down to 5,000 HP, but do they have any wards to get into the pit? Not really. They have a blue trinket soon to try and spot something out, but Hylissang's trying to zone Tinks.
3K getting lower. Niski the only one in the pit. Selfmade no room to maneuver. Now
he's low HP too.
4K, the Baron's resetting. A bit of a fumble here. Selfmade not comfortable enough to sit in the pit. SK are going to hold on. They're going to live to see another day.
Who are these people and what have you done with Fnatic? They're backing away from the Baron. They're playing so calm and so measured, and that's the huge difference, I feel like, from Fnatic's regular Season 2 now. Even the start of Game 1 was all over the place, but then after that Baron call, the way they closed Game 1, calm and measured, the way they played this one too, knowing they have the scaling advantage, so calm, and SK know they have to do something because the game is falling apart.
Yeah, but look at all Fnatic, they just collapse in time. Yes, SK do make the play happen, but Jezu has no ult, no flash from earlier on, Hylissang play, and he just gets punished for it, right? Selfmade jumps on him, Whippo jumps on him, too much tankiness, too much frontline, and then Hylissang an upset. Niski's there as well. The engage is clean, they managed to pick up a few kills, and now I think when they started the Baron, I think Upset was trying to zone away Tinks from stealing it, and he didn't actually do damage to the Baron. He wasn't actually doing DPS to it, which meant that Fnatic were getting quite low. Selfmade was already chunked out from the fight. Whippo did TP in, yes, but Selfmade couldn't tank it enough. It did reset in the end, but like you said, Fnatic respecting, backing off, playing it slow. The game is essentially in their hands. They just need to execute it properly.
And this kind of control, we saw it. If you remember the story of week 1 for Fnatic, it was 2 completely bloody games. Just insanity. Making plays that no one would make, trying to force fights left and right to win games. But it was the 3rd game that everyone was excited about. It was calm, it was controlled, and it was collected. And we're seeing that same form for Fnatic here today. and it's a good look. SK, though, they see their opportunity. They know what they have to do to turn this game back in their favor.
This Baron's getting low.
But they don't have vision in the pit. It's important to note.
And it's self-made just with the bluff. He runs underneath the mid lane inner tower, then dances around inside the jungle. Only comes to Baron when it's at 2k HP. SK have no way to get into the pit. And again, the critical weakness of a composition like this. How do you step forward into Fnatic if you are SK, especially at a deficit like this one? You are always going to get run down. So if Fnatic plays strongly around their vision setup, if they play around objectives, if they play around sieges, and don't give SK windows to come back in, SK are just going to slowly die out.
Yeah, Fnatic just grouped up, started the Baron with the Sion and the Azir, and SK didn't have flashes to contest. Yes, Tinks and Blue have the flash, but if Selfmade's running in your face, Hylissang's hovering into Fog of War, it's so hard to walk up because they're just playing a guessing game at that point with no vision. In the end, Fnatic do sneak away the Baron, and now SK, the only way that you win against a team with Baron is find a pick, find an engage before they can get the setup. Niski's not there yet. Selfmade's kind of far,
Bloom sees it.
but they get spotted out, and their engage is too one-dimensional. It's basically an Alistar and a Meganar, so if you can just spot it out, respect the Meganar that's coming up for Gen X, time treats his flash, that's their essential engage, unless Tinks wants to flash in and try to find a sleep.
And this is just an insanely difficult game state. And again, we are waiting for the big playmakers on the side of SK. Tinks is added to that list this time around, treats Gen X to be the turn factor. That said, you mentioned it already, so telegraphed. Meganar is the most obvious engage ability in the game, and when you are the team with total vision control along the bottom side here, there are no avenues, there are no angles for Gen X to find a way into the Fnatic backline.
Yeah, look at Fnatic going for the 1-4 again. The pressure point is the 4 members, whereas Bwipo's just catching waves, buffing up waves, and pushing it in their face. So you can see how game 1, game 2, how Fnatic want to play out this Baron, and the first Baron is always tier 2s. Like we said, bot tier 2 falls, Fnatic move mid where Bwipo's been pushing, they're going to take mid tower, now Bwipo's going to move top. So the shifts are so clean from Fnatic, and SK can't really find a room to engage. They don't have TP wards behind to try and find flanks, they don't have numbers advantage because Fnatic are staying grouped, and they're always ready to join a fight, especially with the Infernal Rift, right? It's so easy to just rotate across, so SK, they just have to give it up, farm, scale, try to find some itemization, and wait for Fnatic to make a mistake.
And there's some small moves that SK made there that I think are pretty smart, you know, seeing that Fnatic are playing mid-bot split, so, you know, they take their topside camps. You know, when traditionally a lot of teams would maybe sprint over to protect their bot lane towers, see how long they can hold on. SK know that more than anything, they need gold, they need items to try and contest against the Fnatic carries, so getting a red buff onto Jezu, these kinds of things are virtually all they can find for themselves at this moment.
Treats actual flash up and available, is going to go for it, but somehow Bwipo manages to make it out unstoppable. It looks like perfect timing on the startup there, the Sion ultimate, but Tink's still going to chase here.
You're just... Now he doesn't have ulti, so he can't cleanse this off.
Flash away, though. Treats now coming in off to the side. Blue with the follow-up. It's a lot of good damage. They're burning everything just to take down Bwipo. This is a good start, but keep your eyes on Fnatic in the mid lane. What do Fnatic get back in exchange? Massive shutdown to the Kai'Sa is good news for SK, but at what cost?
We said this 15 minutes ago. Go ahead, kill a Sion, see how long it takes you. You're going to lose more elsewhere on the map. In this case, it will be the mid lane inhibitor and the tower and the bot lane tower as well. SK having numbers advantage temporarily for 30 seconds, but they used a couple of critical ultimates just to try and burst through Sion's HP bar.
Yeah, Fnatic smartly back off. They don't want to take a fight. Even though SK used quite a lot of ultimates in that fight, there's no reason to take a 4v5, right? Just back off, respect it. And that's the thing with the 4-1. Yes, you can catch out the one member on side, but the 4 will always be pushing. Fnatic have to push in mid, they have to push in bottom. When Bwipo eventually dies on this tank Sion, SK have to retreat. They can't push out top, they can't get anything on the map for it. All it is just a shutdown. Yes, a shutdown's nice, but what did you lose for it, right? You lost waves in mid, you lost waves in bot, you lost your mid tower. So all in all, it's almost like a winning trade for Fnatic regardless of Bwipo dying. So that's why it's so good to get this setup going, because SK, their only pick-off member is a tank. It takes too long and they lose too much.
It's why nearly all the best top lane champions at the moment are either insanely tanky, have insane sustain to duel it out like an Aatrox or an Ekton, or insane ways to escape from these fights. It's all about delaying the enemy team, buying time for your team to get major work done on the other map.
Yeah, Niski soloing up the Drake, the 4-1 coming back out from Fnatic, and this is the problem. If you play on 2 lanes with a 4-1, you're always going to get an advantage. Yes, SK can send members top side, but they're playing on 1 lane, so they do end up getting top tier 1, but they're going to have to base because they're going to lose that tier 3.
Oh no.
Caught out just, so much damage now coming in. Upset pulls the feathers back a little bit early, not anticipating the stopwatch. Jezu can now try to go in, but Upset goes up into the air, comes back. Feather reset is there soon. The knockback from Gen X keeps Jezu alive. The rest of the team, though, they're still ready to go. Fnatic feeling a little bloodthirsty. The sleep can come through onto 2. The Azir now locked up. Maybe, just maybe, SK can turn this fight. Treats now trying to get it back. Niski stunned up off to the side, punched into the middle of the team, but Niski gets out. He still has the ultimate. He pushes SK away, and Fnatic are holding on for now. Upset, most of his defensive options gone, but he still has
Watch Jezu, look at the damage.
He still has flash. Upset, healthy, Or SK going to overextend, overstay their welcome. Fnatic a little bit too greedy on that one. Upset setting up the feathers, ready to make his way out. No major ultimates left for the side of SK, and Fnatic will be able to back off.
Oh, it's so hard to call off that chase. SK have been losing this entire game, and they got 2 kills. So many teams will just keep charging forward there, see what they can get, but they made the right call. Diving into an Azir, into a Xayah, even after using their ultimates on those low HP bars, would have been absolute disaster for SK. So they get a couple of kills, they're able to kite around, buy some space for Jezu and Blue to deal a lot of damage, and that's critical leading into this fight.
Yeah, the key thing here is the Rakan used their engage on Blue, and Blue stopwatch and managed to get base, and they can't take down the tower in time before Gen X TP's in, so Upset's already used all his spells in the fight. The Gen X push away saves Jezu, and I think Selfmade just overcommits here. Hylissang can't really follow, and Treats was the one who clutched the fight for SK. Watch Treats Q flash onto the Azir, knocks him into his team after the stun. Yes, Nisqy gets out, but the whole point is he can't do damage, and neither can Upset. That's a problem of diving too far forwards with the tanky frontline. Whippo goes in, Selfmade goes in, but Hylissang and the carries, they can't follow.
And credit to SK, because I feel like all season long, SK's team fighting has been exceptional, even when playing at a deficit, because there you can look at so many different players. Blue surviving the initial engage, Tinks landing the sleep on Nisqy, the man that single-handedly won the huge team fights for Fnatic in game 1, shutting him down and helping Treats get that CC there. It's absolutely critical to coming away with that one.
Yeah, SK need to find a way to dissect themselves into this Baron Nashor pit, because last time this happened, they just started up, Whippo tanked it, and they lost the Baron, but SK need to get themselves in there. They don't have enough vision to work with right now, and if you overextend in a phase check, the amount of engage on Fnatic will punish you. Jezu, no flash. Blue can step up quite far. He is level 16. Gen X has a Mega Gnar soon.
Hylissang.
They see Selfmade on that ward too. That's pretty big, knowing that that flank can't come on through. So SK fight over the mid wave, now hitting Whippo.
Guidebreaker, wall up to kick things off. Gen X can use the ultimate as well. They just want to take the tank down, but Selfmade into the back line. It's going to be big, massive ultimate on 4. Nisqy's not there for the follow-up though. They can see him over the wall. They know that they're free to keep fighting. SK playing this one nice and slow. Hylissang debating with his ultimate, but he's not sure where he wants to go. He's going to find one. That's the rest of the team now stepping in. Whippo is unkillable, and Nisqy is here. Blue gonna flash out to safety. SK holding their ground, but still things slightly shifting in favor of Fnatic as Treats goes down.
Fnatic have so many forms of engage. You saw it there, the Rakan, the Hecarim, the Sion, even Nisqy wanted to get in there. Does stop Selfmade's base. Nisqy
does good damage.
Oh man, he has ulti!
Target. Gen X now in the Guidebreaker forward. Can they finish the job? Can they get it done? Jezu is massive! Oh, Jezu is invisible. Tinks buying a bit more space, buying a bit more time, doing good damage onto Whippo. They're going to take him down. They're going to stop the Baron. SK, how do you find that window?
Unbelievable. Jezu, the rookie ADC, stepping up in a critical moment, staring down 5 Fnatic members, and he comes away with 3 for his team. Complete carry out of the AD carry from SK Gaming, and they're making this game stay close.
Yeah, punishes Nisqy, and this is what SK need to do. Punish the mistakes from Fnatic, the overextensions on the bot tier 3 dive, on this fight in the river. And Fnatic have such a big goldie and such an easy to execute comp, but SK are dodging the engages so well and finding the damage. Jezu absolutely clutched this fight for his team.
And of course, when we look at the start of the fight, SK burning a lot of resources on the Whippo. Initially a little bit concerned. That's most of their CC. Selfmade going to the back line. It looks like a death sentence for SK, but they hold on.
It's a very small fear duration going point blank like that, even onto 4 members, and there's no follow-up. Nisqy's over the wall, Upset, can't really auto-attack in this position either, and it's a good engage attempt. But again, Azonia slows things down. Fnatic now very low HP, walking towards SK, and this is where Jezu notices he has ultimate. He's looking for the W onto Selfmade, thinking he can fly in, and then just has insane damage. Fully stacked passive, by the way, just has to wait for the Zonias to go down, almost gets the kill off just 1 auto, and then follows it up for 2 kills, and SK can finish off a 3rd.
He gets Hylissang in the back as well. Beautiful. That was so well played from Jezu. So, Fnatic don't get the Baron. They are still 6,000 gold up. SK have found some kind of control. You can see them contesting mid waves now. So SK, they've scaled. They're quite strong. TP from Gen X. He has Mega Gnar. Drake spawning in 10 seconds. It's only the 3rd Drake, but it is quite important because it means you have to fight the 4th. Both teams sitting on 2 Drakes. Nisqy poking out Treats. Treats has flash though, so he can find an engage at the click of a finger. Nisqy's flash is coming up soon though. We'll have to see how Fnatic want to approach this fight. They have control of the Dragon. What do SK want to do? Do they want to turn and burn the Baron when Fnatic started up? But Upset looks like he's going to solo it out, and Fnatic are showing themselves in the mid wave.
Fnatic winning out on that small exchange. SK, do they double down? Do they try to contest this major objective? The Scuttle Crab in favor of Fnatic means it will be spotted out as Gen X for now will focus on clearing out the vision. But this game went from a 10K gold lead to Fnatic, just about unwinnable to SK, and now we're seeing much closer fights. SK feeling like they could be back in this one.
Yeah, you know, you still favor Fnatic coming into these fights. 6K gold advantage for them, but if SK are going to win, it's going to come through immaculate individual play. Now you have to look at the map. 2 exposed inhibitors for SK, so if they ever commit over towards the Baron, there's always the threat that Fnatic say, have the Baron, we can potentially take your base. You notice 2 waves building up in the bottom lane for Fnatic. A TP on blue, but not on Gen X. So SK don't want to send a primary damage dealer to the bot lane to pick that up. They need to keep them around the Baron, but the clock is ticking. Time is running out.
Yeah, Gen X will have the Mega Gnar again. There's no side waves that SK need to catch. Yes, they could push out bot. For now, they're fine, but Fnatic can push it
down mid.
Yeah, SK need to get back to mid, make sure they push out this wave, and that gives Fnatic the window to go back into this Baron area and clear out the walls that SK have. I mean, there's 4 blue orbs in the Baron pit and a pink, so they need to clear all those out and make sure SK don't have the vision, because once you have the vision control, you're the ones who can find the engage.
And remember, there's no TP on Gen X, so this bot wave they can't do anything with for the time being. Fnatic just look for some massive poke on Tinks. Niski doing huge damage there.
And you can see Niski and Upset both very far into this game. 3 items for Niski, 4 items for Upset. The big issue is they haven't found the space to work in these team fights. Blue zoning them out, Gen X, Tinks, even Treats now zoning them out, but the fight ready to get started here. Ultimate just to buy a little space to create a little bit of room. It's Tink off to the side. Eyes on the Swirl Seed is going to connect on to Upset. That's going to be big. Sleep now going in. That's the follow-up. The cleanse comes in, but it's a little bit too late. Ulti comes in. The flashback to safety. Treats not taking much damage whatsoever.
Jezu goes in!
And now the follow-up. Jezu knocked back, though. Niski hits him with just the edge of the ultimate. Gen X now on a rampage. In comes the Mega. Gen X, the flash forward. Gen X, this is his moment. He finds it. That's the double kill. SK have turned the fight.
Gen X does it again, showing up in these fights. He's charging down, looking for Bwipo, lands the slow, keeps on going. He's CC'd. Blue is here for the damage, a huge shield on Bwipo, but Tinks and crew, Gen X finishes him off. 3 kills in the fight, and it's going to be a Baron.
Gen X is carrying SK to victory here. They can get the Baron. They're back in this game, and this whole fight was underneath a tower. Azir's tower was up there, and SK were fighting 5v5 down in gold under the Azir turret. They managed to find the kills. 3 for 0 on the side of SK, and Treats is engaged with Tinks asleep was crucial. That was so well played.
It was beautiful, and it is so rare that you see a team with so many fresh faces on the LEC stage. 4 out of 5 players brand new here this split, and to fight from a deficit, to have a beautiful fight like this, not just once, twice, 3 times in a row, and you have to look at Gen X in it.
Yeah, Treats finds the engage initially, and I thought the fight was lost here when Jezu dived in, because he got instantly knocked back after he flashed. Watch Jezu jumps in with the killer instinct, but then he flashes away and then gets pushed back in, and this is all underneath a tower. But Treats so tanky on this Alistar, tanks up the whole tower for his team. SK find the damage, and there it is. Gen X is playing out of his mind in this playoffs game.
And gentlemen, you talked about thinking the fight was over. I thought the game was over when Fnatic had a 10K gold lead. I thought there's no way that they'd lose this one. I thought SK would be thinking about game 3.
Look at the Gnar damage! As much as a victor in a 35-minute team fight? That's ridiculous!
And the crucial thing here is, Fnatic have 8 towers, SK have 2. There's so much gold on the map for SK to get. There's mid tower, bot tower still up. There's no Baron, Tink's already pushing it in, so there's so much free gold for SK on the map for them to pick up. So this gold lead should start to shrink, it should start to go even, but the next big fight is this Infernal Dragon. 1 minute 30 seconds, SK have control around the bot side, Niski's pushed out top. Fnatic, they have so many forms of engage, they just need to find the right one.
And we have to remember, the base is still exposed. Overcommitting, overextending for SK in the early game, and maybe it costs them a bit of gold, maybe it costs them a tower here and there. It could cost them the game if they overcommit to a major objective. How many LEC games have we seen end with base races, with small overcommits to major objectives like this Infernal Soul? But Fnatic still in control for now, but SK are fishing for the flanks. They've got a lot more control over the map, and Gen X continues to be on the front lines, threatening, teasing Fnatic, baiting them, asking them to come in for this fight, knowing that Blue is there for the backup. Jezu as well, and Treats off to the side, fishing for these angles, but Fnatic pushing into enemy territory.
That's a sleep on Niski.
Does dash away though. Bwipo uses the chem tank, trying to zone them away. Upset on the side as well. Fnatic are in SK's base.
What can he do?
Dash forward, he's gonna find one. Niski still alive. The push back onto Treats. Niski now free to do as much damage as he wants. Treats getting cut down there, but Tinks now dashing, running into the backside, prancing as fast as he can, but he goes golden. He gets very little damage down, and Hylissang now with the follow-up, peeling away. Niski's still alive. Hylissang, has he saved the day? But no, Jezu shuts him down. The rest of Fnatic now now retreating. They are getting routed into
Gen X
the
is
base of
TPing in.
SK.
Gen X is looking for the flank using the move speed. Blippo tries to turn it back on towards blue here, but Jezu goes flying in there with Killer Instinct.
What can he do? Nothing left. Jezu finds it. That is massive. The confidence from Jezu. The balls on this player in the playoff series are outstanding.
SK can end the game. There's 50 seconds on Fnatic. They have the Baron buff. Gen X is pushing in. Blue's going to TP in as well, I think. Jezu's right behind them. SK have mounted the biggest comeback I've ever seen in my life.
It's absolutely unreal. Self-made versus the world. 1 versus 4, but it's a Meganar ready to pop. Blue, Jezu, and Tinks. SK from the brinks of game point are turning it back and looking for the win.
We thought that there was no way. We thought with this composition they could not turn it back. Selfmade tries to buy time, but he cannot kill the creep wave. But SK, they find it. They turn it back in a miraculous comeback in game 2. SK will tie up the score 1-1.
Thank you all for tuning in, and let us know if you enjoyed the game or have a specific match that you want to see by tweeting at LEC. Match History, we'll see you next time.
There's still no friends, huh?
Why can't you do something normal?
How did you get past the loading screen? You beat her!
You haven't got what it takes.
Come on! The systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Helm. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up!
Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
But you know FC Barcelona players eat veggies.
No, they don't.
Hey guys.
That's a sponsor, Dad.
I think it will be a tough one, but we are ready.
What? Come on.
Do you still have those carrots? Of course I do.
Getting them to eat healthy takes a long time. Beko Harvest Fresh preserves vitamins for longer by simulating the natural 24-hour sun cycle. Beko, eat like a pro.
Hop up in my truck and I whip like this. And now they know I'm up cause my wrist like this. No, I can't get enough cause I'm sick like this, yeah. I've been through too much just to live like this. I've been through too much just to live like this. I fill my pockets till they stuff so they fit like this. I've been through too much just to live like this. Like this. I've been through too much just to live like this. Double on my cup, you can't sip like this. I fill my pockets till they stuff so they fit like this. Now she know I'm up cause I drip like this. Now I won't give a let it rip like this. Hop up in my truck and I whip like this. And now they know I'm up cause my wrist like this. No, I can't get enough cause I'm sick like this, yeah. I've been through too much just to live like this. I've been through too much just to live like this. I fill my pockets till they stuff so they fit like this. I've been through too much just to live like this. Copped another rollie, but it ain't a plain Jane. Call the police, but be screaming gang, gang. Boy, stop acting like you know me when you know you can't hang. That's my brother, not my homie, now that ain't the same thing. And for Busta, I'm gon' ride, cause we feel the same pain. Like no other, do or die, even when the days rain. From the gutter, that's no lie, we on the same page. From the bottom, now we ballin' like the Wayne Wade. I've been through too much just to live like this. Double on my cup, you can't sip like this. I fill my pockets till they stuff so they fit like this. Now she know I'm up cause I drip like this. I've been through too much just to live like this. I've been through too much just to live like this. I fill my pockets till they stuff so they fit like this. I've been through too much just to live like this. Like this. Phone ring, got to decline it. I don't know what they whining. I ain't asked them to chime in. Real moving silence. Amiri jeans and Balenciagas. Always believed in our dreams, now we got them dollars. If you ain't pleased, baby, please tell me what's the problem. Yeah, I'm a fiend for the cream, like a Baskin Robin. Now just don't leave me in the street, cause I go back to robbing. This for the team, ain't have a thing, and now we got it poppin'. I've been through too much just to live like this. Double on my cup, you can't sip like this. I fill my pockets till they stuff so they fit like this. Now she know I'm up cause I drip like this. Now I won't give a let it rip like this. Hop up in my truck and I whip like this. And now they know I'm up cause my wrist like this. No, I can't get enough cause I'm sick like this, yeah. I've been through too much just to live like this. I've been through too much just to live like this. I fill my pockets till they stuff so they fit like this.
And we are on to the Rift for the most important battle, the race for playoffs.
Only 6 teams will come out of this challenge. Looks like it is a good start for some of the underdog teams.
You can run, guys, but this is our time. I can feel it.
You have no idea. I feel good about this season.
Yes, this will be fun, right?
No, that's not nice.
Let me help you.
Come on.
Ouch, ouch.
Executed.
Oh, that is rough for Vitality. Seems like they're out of playoffs contention already.
Wait, is that Torre?
What are you doing here?
I'm scaling. We'll be ready in no time.
Oh! What are you doing here?
Ow! Oh!
The competition's so tight you could walk across it.
We are so untouchable. We had such a great start. We're taking down the best teams. So fierce.
Looks like someone forgot to pay the tax.
Let me go.
Astralis showing some good plays at the end of the split, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough for playoffs.
Looks like G2 are in the area.
Show yourself. Come on, where are you? Are you hiding? Caps, what new trick is this? Show yourself.
I can't really do that now. Not feeling so well.
Oh, it's okay, buddy. We'll settle this in the playoffs.
Wow, impressive performance from Hansam.
Oh, come on. I'm really excited with these festivities.
It looks like Rogue qualified to playoffs, and we have our 6 playoff contenders. Rogue, SK Gaming, Fnatic, Schalke, Mad Lions, and G2.
A summoner has reconnected.
Oh, hi guys. Well, it looks like we have a very promising playoffs ahead of us where each of these teams really stand a chance to take the title. They are really not patient.
I know.
Any minute now.
Welcome back to Berlin, Germany, stage for the LEC Spring Playoffs. We kicked things off with a dramatic series yesterday, and now it is G2 Esports and Schalke 04's turn to step onto the stage as the Kingslayer Schalke look to shock the reigning champions once again. It will not grow old this weekend, and definitely not for the rest of the playoffs to see the players back in studio. Welcome to the Analyst Desk. I am Quickshot, joined once again by Crownshot, dialing in today a very special guest. Treats, thank you so much for joining us throughout the day.
Thank you. It's exciting to be here. Disappointing series yesterday, but it will be fun today at least.
Well, look, yesterday it was an explosive start to playoffs. Fnatic did manage to take down SK, and we're going to take a look and relive some of what I imagine are painful moments, Treats. But you spoke to Law at the end of the show, and we've been talking a lot. What was the mood like for the rest of the team once you got home, and now there's a little bit more time between yesterday and today?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're super disappointed to lose. The series felt super winnable, and the series came down to a lot of small moments that Fnatic just won out by. So we're disappointed, but I think we can also look forward to a really good summer season and a better summer playoffs.
Yeah, definitely looking ahead. I really like the positive outlook. It's part of the reason that I thoroughly enjoy listening to everything that you're saying, and I'm really thankful you're going to be joining us today. While we're still looking at some of the clips on screen, Crownshot, first of all, hello, welcome back. You kicked ass yesterday, thank you. And secondly, talk to me about Upset. He ended up winning Player of the Series. How did you rate his performance?
Yeah, I mean, he played very well, right? Like, he had the big leads every game, pretty much, no matter the matchup, and he was playing very well in team fights, so you could see he's a very good caliber of player, yeah.
Treats, how did it feel to play against Upset? Is it fair to say he dumpstered you?
I think game 3 and 4, definitely they dumpstered us. It was also our fault. But I think game 1 and 2, we were confident, and I think we also had some good games. But yeah, he's a good player, and I think he really showed up yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think I need to flame Truth in the first minute or two. But we saw some trends, Xayah, Tristana, Kai'Sa. These were picks in the bottom lane that we were expecting. I know Crownshot was talking about it before the show, but did the draft in that lane and then every other lane play out as you expected?
I mean, yeah, honestly, the draft went really expectedly, both for us and Fnatic, I would say. I think we had very similar bot lane meta reads, so there was a lot of Kai'Sa, Xayah trades, a lot of Tristana as well until they started banning it. And I think that trend will also continue for today's games.
Crownshot, what did you make of this bottom lane specifically? We can see the win-loss. I felt like Upset's Kai'Sa was hugely influential yesterday, but as we've talked a little bit more, we've seen some games. Are you expecting things like that to change?
I think today might be pretty similar. I think when Tristana is banned, Kai'Sa has an easier time playing as well in lane and stuff. But G2 does play a bit of different champs, like they play some Jhin, and there was a Neon tweet about some spicy picks. So maybe we'll see some other AD carries today, but I imagine it will be pretty similar, yeah.
Yeah, there's the tweet on your screen. Got some spice prepared for Martin. Martin Reckless, by the way. I don't know if he's Martin 1 or Martin 5. I've lost track, but they're talking about Reckless. Crownshot, do you believe that? Because as a shoutcaster, I'm sick of you players baiting us with these horrible tweets. I'm sick of you trolling lore and being like, I've got something fun. But like, it so rarely comes to pass. So, like, do you actually think this one's real today?
Well, like, maybe there's an answer they have. Like, maybe they could play something like a Jinx or maybe something like this. But I imagine it will be kind of standard, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. You see, you baiting me again. You brought that tweet up.
That's true, but I think it's like a mind game tweet, you know? It's like a good tweet before the game to get some likes, you know, and some exposure.
Do you agree with that, Treats? That's you nodding and laughing away.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely farm some likes on that tweet, I think.
Okay, fair enough. Social clout is important. All right, let's quickly move along. Fnatic will be moving on to the next round, and that means that they will be facing off against the lowest seeded loser from today and tomorrow. When you see the playoff bracket on your screen, G2, Schalke, Rogue, and Mad, whoever loses and has the lowest seed from the regular season will then go into match 4 to face Fnatic. Whoever loses and has the highest seed from today and tomorrow will then be sitting in match number 6. We will be breaking down the playoff bracket throughout the course of the weekend, but just before we move on, as SK have now been eliminated, and we do have Treats here, for the rest of today, you're now on my team, right? So you'll be analyzing today, helping us understand G2 and Schalke. But I did want to just expand on something you talked about. You know, it was a fairly positive review from SK saying you're looking forward. But, you know, what is the game plan here and what is the goal for you and SK when we look towards summer?
I think in general, we just want to up our individual game a lot. We feel like a lot of games are just decided on these small mechanical factors, and we all feel like we have a really high ceiling. So for summer, we just want to increase the ceiling for every individual, and I think it will just make us a better team overall.
It was definitely a surprise hit. I mean, coming into spring, I wasn't expecting the performance and the teamwork that we've seen from you. I'm going to make something a little uncomfortable for you right now. This camera right here, number 21, I'm going to ask you to look into that camera and just say something to the fans, as there's a lot of people who've really enjoyed and supported your journey through spring.
Yeah, I mean, I would just want to say shortly, thank you very much for the support. There was a lot of fans when I came from NA, and I appreciate all of you and my team as well for all the support and the organization. And there will be a better summer for SK for sure.
That's setting expectations high. I like that. Confidence as well. So I know it's a little awkward, but thank you for that. Thank you, Treats. I appreciate it.
All good.
The LEC playoffs are well underway. Next week, you can also watch the best ERL teams battle it out in EU Masters. Laura's here to preview the action.
Thank you, Trevor. EU Masters just around the corner, and all of our ERLs at their respective finals this week, including the LFL, where France has crowned a band of new players as our spring champions. If you're not familiar with Karmine Corp yet, you'll discover during the main event that they're one of the most explosive teams we have ever seen in the LFL. This team entered the league this year, and we had no idea what to expect from them. And week after week after week, this mix of experienced and rookie players, supported by the very loud KC Ultras, crushed everyone in the league with an organized, chaotic playstyle that was often compared to G2, in the sense that they are not afraid to take fights, they navigate through the chaos they create, and their top laner is absolutely crazy. Oui, oui, Adam, c'est un gros malade. Now, coming to finals earlier this week, we didn't know what to expect from them. They had never played a best-of-5 series together, and they've been playing from their respective homes during the whole splits, and that is not something you often see with pro teams in 2021. For many, there were no match against the experienced players of Misfits Premier. K-Corp defied all expectations, offering us a very one-sided series while they stayed strong under pressure and committed to every fight they could take to grab an advantage, dismembering Misfits with a crushing and convincing 3-0. These players trust each other, and that translates to creative draft choices and in-game calls. Adam, the rookie prodigy, even flexed with his famous Darius. The LFL is sending a very strong first seed to the EU Masters, and I cannot wait to see what they can do there. But don't get too cocky, Karmine, because you're going to have a lot of serious competition at the EU Masters. Ultraliga will be sending the talent factory Ego Rogue, who after a super close series and painful Game 5 against Kick, grabbed their first seed ticket to the EU Masters and third title in the league. Pookie's style was not strong enough this time. Led by Cress, formerly known as Senkox, Ego Rogue came back from a 5k gold deficit and found a good opening that led them to victory. Over in Spain, Superliga with UCAM Esports, where they absolutely dominated their opponents in finals, led by their ADC Rafita, who is the player to watch in this lineup. And finally, Germany with the Prime League and the rise of Berlin International Gaming. This revamped lineup didn't drop a lot of games during the regular season, and they came off really strong in the playoffs. I have my eyes set on their mid laner Riku here. He is one of the players, if not the player, you should follow during the EU Masters. He has a very complete champion pool and fits his dominant style in lane with the needs of his team. EU Masters kick off Tuesday with the playing stage, and we have a lot of hungry and a massive batch of hungry players actually, and teams you don't want to miss. After all, you'll get to see them in the LEC shortly. So find the match schedule and follow all the action at lolesports.com. Now, Trevor, we have Treats here, Crown Child on the wall. They used to play each other in EU Masters, right?
They did, and if I remember correctly, Treats won. Oh, Crown Shot! How did that series play out?
Well, it was pretty close. I think it was a 2-1, but I think every game was very close. I remember we were sweating till the end. There was like one team fight. I think I was playing Kaisa and Tris was playing Trash. That's what I remember.
I absolutely love it. And the thing that's amazing is that you see Crown Shot, you see Treats coming from EU Masters and the ERLs making their way to the LEC. The talented EU Masters, they continue to join the likes at Larson, Inspired, Humanoid, Kazi, Kaiser. They've already taken steps to the LEC, and I trust Laws Reed. Rika, maybe another one. Find out soon. Now, a team that has found huge success by promoting their ERL players to the LEC is Rogue. Tomorrow, they're going to be facing off against Mad Lions. It'll be the final matchup of round number 1. And unfortunately, we're not going to have Crowny or Treats with us tomorrow. So I wanted to take this opportunity to ask about the second and third best teams from the regular season. Treats, what's your expectation for this? Who do you favor when we look ahead to tomorrow's game?
I mean, I think both teams are really strong right now. I would give the edge to Rogue just from the way they draft and the way they consistently play. I think Mad Lions definitely have some good moments, but I think Rogue is just a way more consistent team, and I think they will take the tier series pretty easily, honestly.
Wow, okay. So you started quite soft and fair, then you ended up being like, nah, Rogue are gonna smash it. Crownshot, you kind of agree with what Treats was saying, and then let's focus in on the mid lane matchup. I'm very interested to see what happens with Larson and Humanoid.
I mean, my prediction would be 3-1, but I also think jungle will be super important. I think Inspired, Elioya, they both, Medlines like to play for Elioya's advantage a lot, and Inspired is, I think, doing a lot of things for Rogue, right? Dictating a lot of games, so I think mid jungle will be very important. Maybe combos like Lucian, Lilia will be very contested, but I think Rogue will come out on top, yeah.
And as I've got the bot laners here, Crownshot, talk to me about this bot lane matchup, Kazi and into Hunt Summer, obviously with their supports as well. Like, you know, how heavily favored is this in Rogue's side?
I mean, I can't say exactly how heavily, but I would say there is for sure, it is for sure skewed towards Rogue. I would say Rogue is favored.
Treat, same question.
Yeah, I mean, I think Rogue's bot lane is more consistent than Mad's bot lane. They definitely showed against us that they had some really bad games, but they also showed against...
I love the grid. You're really proud of that, aren't you?
I mean, you should remember the good games, right? But they've also had some insane games where they pop off, so I think Rogue's consistency in a best of 5 will bring them across the finish line.
All right, well, listen, Crownshot cheated a little bit because normally I was going to ask for predictions. He's already given me his before I could even ask. One day on broadcast, he's already like, I got this. So, Treats, what is your official prediction for tomorrow's series?
I mean, I want to make it spicier. Crownshot said 3-1, I'm going to say 3-0.
Yeah, there we go. I like this. There we go. 3-1, 3-0 in favor of Rogue. The team that everyone, however, is looking to beat in this playoffs is G2. And today, it's Schalke's turn to challenge the reigning champions.
Undertow, no tower stands here. Whipper going in. Spirit Cleave coming out. There's the Ragnarok. Niski shuffles forward. And the trade comes in. Yankos! 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 That is disgusting! That is not allowed!
Snaps back, but not where he needs to go. Big fight for G2. Curtain call coming in to leap out to safety. Rogue. Oh! Now with a snipe!
Neon takes a gigantic...
Oh, there it is again!
It's again!
Schalke, we picked them because we believe they were the weakest link.
Magnet Storm doing a huge amount of work as Larson and Hunsummer try and get away from broken plates on the chase. Then Storm, Flash, Hextech over to Mason, Gilliam still diving onto the back line as Killer Instinct comes out as well, and Neon is on the chase here as broken plate dives in once again. And Anoya Cannon flying! The Requiem, Praetor, whatever gods you do, Excel, because immediately they are just deleted off the map.
I know that I will do well against them. I have the drive, I have the motivation to just beat them. I just want to be the best performing player in this series.
G2 have won 4 LEC titles in a row. And now with Reckless in the bottom lane, they have looked even stronger. This is their second best regular season performance ever. And I have been saying for a while, and I think I can say more confidently now, that G2 Esports are the most winningest team in European history. I think they look even more consistent with Reckless, and I think they've overtaken Fnatic. They're a younger org, they've won more in less time, and I think they are the team to beat.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I think the past years has just been G2 dominance. I don't see it ending this year either, honestly. They're insanely strong. I mean, maybe we can take them in summer, you know, but I think spring is going to be hard.
I love that. I really think that's the best attitude to have. And I'm going to go to Crownshot. And I'm going to ask Crowny, I felt like G2 looked more dominant and more scary without even trying as hard. Do you think that's a fair thing to say?
Yeah, I mean, you could say that like the last week they didn't maybe put so much stock into the games because it didn't really matter for their standings. But when they're playing seriously and drafting optimally, they're a very scary team. Yeah.
Now, of course, today, Schalke, they have beaten G2 before. And before today's series, it is going to be a completely new challenge. Because I think picking up wins in the regular season, I think for a team like Schalke that actually has one of the higher win-loss ratios against G2 is amazing. The Miracle team, they've dealt with a lot. Crownshot, what do you think about Schalke's chances today when they face up against G2?
Yeah, I think it's a bit harder to say based on previous games because it's different lineups and different metas and best of 1, while best of 5 is a bit different. So I think they'll have to play with confidence and not be scared to try and fail, but I would still say G2 is heavily favored.
Crowny, do you think the stage is going to help Schalke today? Coming back and being able to look at G2, I think like Gilius in particular, somebody who kind of thrives under that pressure.
I think it's going to help G2 more. I think they have more experience, and just
Yeah, I agree with you, Crownshot. I think G2 on stage is a different beast. I think G2 in a playoff series is a different beast. And I think Schalke is going to have a long road ahead if they want to beat them in a best of 5. Okay,
let's start to theorize it, right? I think when we looked at Schalke, they had a very clear identity at the beginning of spring that helped them pick up a number of wins. Then they went on a number of, a long losing streak and needed to go back to the drawing board in the final week of the regular season. So what were some of the things they did in draft to help them get out of that funk?
I think in general, they just started drafting confidently again. I think their confidence dropped a lot after the early season. So as you can see on screen, like they played the Cartus Nocturne GP, right? They also have a lot of strong teamfight comps with Seraphine and stuff like that. And I think that's what they will try to do against G2 as well.
Crownshot, what do you think when you look at this picks and bans and you think about Schalke's spring? And then also when you think about the fact they're facing G2 today, what will they find success with?
I think maybe flexing Seraphine and going for maybe more heavy teamfight comps. Maybe G2 gets a bit overeager some games and throws their leads. I think that's probably their best bet to steal some games today.
Some games, so not a series, right? It's one of those things like, I hate the word cheese. Yeah. This is something you guys may not know, but I hate the word cheese. I think if you pick a surprise draft like the Nocturne, the GP, the Carthus, I think this is great. This is bold, it's brave, right? Yeah. But the word cheese, it implies negative. It implies like a cheap tactic.
Yeah.
But to do that 3 times against a team like G2 is very difficult, isn't it, Treats?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I agree with Crownshot. I think they can take some games, maybe even 2 if they play really well today. But winning 3 games with this, in parentheses, cheese, is definitely going to be hard for them. I think they will pull out some new stuff, not just the stuff that they've played so far. I think it will be a really exciting series from that perspective.
Okay, so look, let's take a little bit of a closer look at Schalke's preparations. You can take a look at a very special segment that we've done in Euphoria. We follow them throughout an entire day of scrims. Head over to lec.gg/Euphoria. And with a lot of time spent on Schalke, and I think fairly so, as a team that is the underdog, as a team that has to stand up to the 4-time defending champion, let's turn our focus back to G2. And Crownshot, I'm going to ask you to talk to me a little bit about how G2 play around Caps. I feel like this is a player that can do absolutely everything. And he's one of the danger men for G2.
Okay, I guess you had to show this clip, but yeah, I mean, he's very good at setting up his wave in ways where Jankos and Miki can influence it well. If you actually look at his early game wave stats, it's always in a position where the enemy mid can get pressured, and Reckless a lot of times just plays for himself, like very self-sufficiently with like Jhin first picks, right? So Miki can just roam on Blitzcrank, Nautilus, and champions like this, and then they just kind of accelerate Caps so he can start pressuring the map. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think Caps doesn't really put a lot of emphasis on lane, I would say. I think the way he calls for resources and the way the G2 plays around him is just really insane. And when Caps goes to mid game, you know that he will be really powerful, and I think that's something that G2 always plays around. Like Caps' mid lane strength, he will always find advantages on side lane, he will always find picks, and that's how they pick up wins.
So you said this during rehearsal, and it inspired me. I'm going to teach you a quick shoutcaster tip, right? I like some of my numbers. So say to me, quick shot, how good is Caps in lane?
All right, quick shot. How good is Caps in lane?
I'm really glad you asked, Treats, because he's actually not that great statistically speaking. He's only got the 4th highest CSD, the 2nd highest goal difference, the 3rd highest forward percentage, and the 4th highest jungle proximity. Now, the context is what matters. While statistically he's not the best, it's what he's doing for his team. See, look at this teamwork, right? These players, they know how to pass. Last time Schalke beat G2 was off the back of a huge Aatrox game from Broken Blade. Law is checking in with him before today's series. That was awesome. Nice one.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Trevor, and thank you, the top father, Bibi, for joining me today. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Glad to have you back in the studio. You're going to face G2 today, you know that? I mean, you beat them before in the regular season, but I think that best of 5 is a different scenario, especially when facing up against G2. People often say that they look stronger in this format. Would you agree with that? And yeah, what's your take on Schalke's ability to take them down today?
I think that in playoffs, anything can happen, actually. no matter how good you are and how bad you are. I've talked from experience because I have reverse sweep people back in NA. I got reverse sweep as well, and today it could just be such a day, you know. But I'm feeling actually I woke up feeling very, very good. I feel like I'm gonna win today. You know, if I wouldn't feel like that, that would actually be a very bad sign. But we have beaten them before, and I think we can do it again, and we can do it 3 times today. And I'm just confident in my team, and yeah.
Love hearing all this confidence, honestly, because when you think about G2, people often say that to beat them, you have to surprise them. There's this double approach, actually. Either surprise them or just fully play your game. Don't focus on what they're throwing at you. What's your take on that when you think about G2 as a team?
I think we came in here very, very prepared. We have some good drafts. I think Dylan has made his research, made his preparations. We have all been playing really well in practice, and I'm confident. And also, I think G2 has a lot of surprises as well. They have so many talented players on their roster, and I think the coaching staff is doing good work too. Yeah. So it's going to be. I think it's all about momentum in the series. That's usually how playoff games go, and hopefully we'll pick up the momentum fast.
Yeah, I heard Neon saying earlier on Twitter that he has some tricks up his sleeves prepared for Martin on the bot lane. But I mean, you have to have some tricks prepared as well against Wanderer, because this guy played 12 unique champions during the regular season. He didn't even focus on Aatrox, who was one of the top picks. I think it's going to be an interesting matchup against you. What's your take on Wanderer as a player and his style, how he plays in lane?
Actually, I think Wanderer is definitely one of the best in the league, coming to his role. But that also goes for me. I'm one of the best, and I've also played a lot of unique champs as Wanderer, and I think I can perform on each and every one of those champs. And especially against G2, actually, I have performed very well on Aatrox, but there was only one champ that I played on those two games. And today I might, take out some more champs. I have some champs actually that I haven't played in my pocket still that I might show today. We'll see how the drafts are going to go. And yeah, I'm just very excited to play.
I like this. Looking forward to seeing you guys on the Rift. Off-topic question, but I mean, we have you in the LEC. We have Treats on the broadcast today. Niski played yesterday with Fnatic. That's a lot of successful imports from NA in the LEC. Yeah, I mean, we've all just been very, very good for a long time, and it's good that we are kind of back in the EU, and we still show that we're here and we're good, So it's definitely a great feeling. It's a fulfilling feeling, and I just want to perform, Great to have you in Europe, Broken Blade. Thank you so much for the interview. Good luck today against G2. And back to you, Trevor.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Thank you, Broken Blade. That was a fantastic interview. We've only got 2.5 minutes left. I do want to break down this NA import discussion a little later because some of the NA names, they are really popping off. But I want to push us along to quickly talk about a few other players, and I'm going to start with Limit. Now, Crownshot, you might be asking, why is Trevor talking about Limit? Well, he's done a great job of killing you, like many times, right? And we're going to see this in a moment or two. But, Crownshot, why is Limit so important to Schalke?
Well, since I played with him for a year, right, and I noticed he's not afraid to engage, and he's always very creative with flanks and looking for opportunities. He's also, he's a guy you can talk to about the game and criticize, and he won't take it very personally, so... But yeah, moving on, cut the clip. I think it's just the meta right now as well. Like, support has a lot of engage, so you kind of need your supports to be always looking for creative engages, and he is a type of player to do that. So he will be key today for sure if they want to beat G2.
I mean, Treats, when we're watching that Alistair clip onto Crownie's Tristana, you just lit up with a gigantic grin, right? As somebody who's very well respected for his engages, and knowing that, Limit is going to have to look down Mickey and Reckless today, what advice would you give that duo lane?
I mean, in general, I think Limit has showed a lot of promise. He plays like me, where he plays not scared at all to go in, and he always looks for engages. So I think, in general, they should just keep doing what they're doing so far in the split and just look for a lot of aggressive fights on bot side. I think in general, Reckless and Mickey don't really play a lot for the fights in bot side. So I think if Schalke is really aggressive there, they can actually get some good advantages.
Going to be very difficult to do. The man on your screen now wearing the G2 jersey. Just before we head off, I am going to ask for predictions. We may have enough time for the graphic. I'm not quite sure. We'll find out in a moment. Yes, we do. So who is first up? I have to wait for the graphic. Sorry, Treats. Who will win and what score?
I think G2 is going to take the series, and I think it's going to be a 3-1.
3-1. Crown shot, same question.
Yep, 3-1 G2.
Wow, I'm surprised. I was expecting 3-0. Discord, the reveal is 3-0. So fans at home are predicting the 3-0. Crownie and Treats believe the picks and bans, the quote-unquote cheese, is where Schalke can do it. Let's see if they can, because for the past 2 years, Reckless has watched G2 dominate in the playoffs. Today, he's wearing their jersey on stage as they take on Schalke 04.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. I'm Medic, joined by the Vedicade duo.
It's Medi Mark.
Medi Mark, or Vedi Mac, if you use his actual name.
My name's Mark.
Yeah, his name's Mac.
Oh.
It's Mac Lemons. Heard about Mac Lemons?
You can see we're integrating him into Vedi quite comfortably. We're in for a banger of a series today. We're happy to be back in the studio. We have the players here. We can guarantee Jankos is already screaming his head off. So you know you're in for a banger day. A lot of excitement here on the desk and in the studio.
Yeah. Definitely, and we'll have to see how the games progress, because we saw yesterday lots of Hecarim prio. I think the analyst test talked about as well. Tristana Zaya, really high prio as well, kind of trading it off with the Kai'Sa in between as well. So we'll see what these two teams have been practicing. So obviously they've been practicing against perhaps the same teams, because SK Fnatic in the lower bracket, so probably good rim problems for them. So I think that the priorities might be the same.
And we've already heard Broken Blade saying he has some pocket picks. He has something spicy for Schalke here in this draft. We'll have to see if they can bring out a god card like they did versus Exile. As you say, Mark, the lights have dimmed, and we are going to go and get on into this best of 5.
Whew, we're excited. The players are excited. We know you're excited at home. So without further ado, let's get into draft for the first game of the day. So, yeah.
That just happened.
That just happened.
I couldn't hear anything, so I just went with you guys.
There wasn't any music.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there wasn't any music.
Oh, we're the music. Oh, wow.
We were the music.
There's League says his casters, and then there's us.
Right, we're in the draft. Thresh already going to be taken off the board. We saw a lot of support priority yesterday. We saw Alistair taken off the board, Rel taken off the board. We'll see if G2 and Schalke look to emulate that today.
Yeah, there was a lot of bot lane bans, right? Yeah, the Tamkench, the Thresh, the Kalista, all these kind of things were banned out in the first rotations of the draft, but the Senna being taken out takes away the Tam, so that in turn means that that's out. TF being banned away, Lucian being banned away. We're looking at things like Rel and Hecarim, which I think Hecarim was the highest priority champion in the series yesterday.
Yes, it certainly was. I'm also looking at this volley bear. We saw a fair amount of it from Selfmade yesterday, and back when G2 was super strong last year, it was Jankos on these ganking junglers, constantly setting up his laners for success. But they are going to stick with the Hecarim. It's very much what we expected, and then it's going to be a fast lock.
Now you expect the Kai'Sa, right? I think Neon, something like Kai'Sa Leona, Kai'Sa Rel could be a really good 1-2 for Schalke. Neon, I think, has the most Kai'Sa games in the league. If not, he played like 8 in a row. I remember this split. So they are going to go for the Udyr, which matches jungle, and they're going to pick up the Alistar instead. So Alistar into Rel makes a lot of sense. So not going for the Rel means that you would get counted by the Alistar anyway if you decide to pick it up, so they can go for AD carry on 3. And we know the Zaya Kai'Sa trade-off is always there,
but
if needed.
As much as the Alistar does counter the Rel Hecarim is still a very deadly duo.
Yeah.
Hecarim can still get into the backline. Rel's there for the follow-up Magnet Storm, and then Alistar has this quandary of like, who do I peel? Am I getting the horse off, or am I getting the other horse away from my team?
Yeah, and yesterday this happened as well. If they pick up the Rel, it's having Hecarim, Kai'Sa, Rel on the 1-2-3 as blue side. I saw this yesterday as well. It just feels so overpoweringly strong in the early stages of the game. We'll have to see what Mickey wants to go for support, because obviously Alistar into Rel is a good matchup. You could go for something like a Gragas into Alistar, which makes a lot of sense because Kai'Sa Gragas is in turn a good lane because you do get the engage, and Gragas can cancel the Alistar combo with his body slam, so it stops limits engage.
Gragas can also be acted as a flex pick. We've seen it a lot between top and support throughout the regular season. We may very well see it come out today, depending on what Schalke go for. But given that Schalke's on red side, we expect Broken Blade to have, I was going to say the counter pick, but it seems that Schalke's read is that this Gragas will be going into the top lane, but perhaps this was a little okay, they are going to pivot away from it, yeah, because, of course, the risk of that flex pick is very real, and we know that Mickey loves playing Gragas, so I'm sure he would be happy to take that bot so that Wonder can have a better match.
And I think the bigger problem there Schalke was running into was the AD carries open, right? If they decide to go with a top laner there and they banned away things like Xayah, things like Sivir perhaps, then you'd be in a really, really difficult spot, especially if you wanted a hyper carry. Yes, you could go for something like Jhin, but that would really struggle into this already quite beefy front line that G2 has. So now both teams have bot and jungle. You would expect, yes, the Gragas is a flex. So now we're looking at mid and we're looking at last pick top. So Schalke banning away the blind pick tops for G2 on blue side, and I expect G2 to either ban away mages or counter pick tops for what they want to blind pick on blue side.
Schalke, as you say, have opted into that Xayah pick. Went 0-4 yesterday. Does give yourself some good peel against the Hecarim, against the Gragas, but didn't have the best of performances, whereas Kai'Sa, on the other hand, went 3-1 in her games yesterday.
Well, that's pretty surprising considering from what I've heard from the pro players, Xayah is extremely strong right now. But we'll have to see how things shake out today. So far, no, I'm excited to see what the mid lane focus is because we've actually seen a lot of mid lane bans. Yesterday I talked about high priority picks. Notice that Lucian, Tristana and Twisted Fate, the three most popular and high priority mid laners, all taken off the board. Now Orianna has joined the ban table as well. How deep into these mid lane pools do we go? Will we get to see something like a Caps Sylas? Will we get to see something like an Azir pop up again? We saw that from Niski yesterday. Maybe even the Seraphine with the Syndra now taken off the board too.
Yeah, looking at these bans, both teams have sort of like an AD-ish jungle. You probably want a mage mid for both these teams, but most of the mages being taken off. Yesterday we saw things like the Victor, the Ahri. These are champions that you could pick up if you're Schalke on 4 because I am expecting them to last pick top for BB. But Caps is definitely going to have a counter for things like the Ahri. So it's very dangerous here. I think just a safe control mage is the best option for them. Something like the Victor.
I mean, that would make a lot of sense. Caps, of course, has basically every champion in the game in his arsenal. We have seen his rise a few times this season as well. Zoe, an opportunity as well. Schalke here trying to save the last pick for Broken Blade in the top lane. He has consistently been the carry for this team.
The Sylas ban from G2 does suggest that they could be thinking still of a Gnar top lane, because the risk is, of course, if you then go for the Gnar blind and then the enemy locks in Sylas, well, then you're playing into the Gnar, Gragas, Hecarim that a Sylas can just steal all those ultimates from. So an element of respect coming out from G2. The question is, what will they now use to answer into the Azir? Sometimes we see Caps' Echo being brought into it, but the question is that the direction that they want to go?
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a Gnar blind pick, so Schalke will have the counter for that. Good thing for G2 is that Jace already banned out, which is one of the good picks into Gnar. The other one being something like a Cannon, but I don't think that would fit Schalke's comp very well. I think Schalke looking at a bit of frontline here as a last pick, so maybe not too much value, but BB could go for something like the Camille as well. But like looking at their comp, it doesn't feel like it synergizes really well. But Azir picked up for Schalke, kind of went under the radar for me, completely forgot about Azir. He is very powerful, but is it going to be Azir, Corki, Resident Sleeper?
It is. Sorry, is this Worlds 2020, Worlds 2019, Worlds 2018, or Worlds 2017? That's the question. Azir, Corki always make their way back into the meta in the end. Schalke here still with the final pick for Broken Blade. I was going to mention Urgot as an opportunity. We did see him bring that out at the end of the regular season, and of course saw it from Janax yesterday, but instead, Wukong, some good engage potential. Very strong team fight here from Schalke.
Yeah, I think Wukong will do fine in the lane phase. I don't think he's going to win. Perhaps at level 6, if he catches the Gnar, he can look for that kill. But just looking at team comps in general, you have G2's comp, which has winning lanes and is pretty strong in the early game. And you have got the Corki, which level minute 8 will get the package, and then you can start contesting the Herald. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them go for something like that. But Schalke's comp, both of their carries scale super well. You have an even farming jungle matchup, somewhat of a losing top, but you have really good engage support. Limit on the Alistar has been flawless this split, so if he can find some roams to mid, that'll be really crucial for the game. I think whoever gets from bot lane to mid this game can impact the map the most.
Yeah, I find both comps very similar in my eyes, and both have like very similar scaling. The biggest thing for me is Schalke's range. Just because they have a Zia, I always wonder if when playing against something like a Corki, you're going to be able to threaten the backline, or do you just play that front-to-back style? And I think that's going to be a big influence. This mid lane, I think, is going to impact a lot in these late game fights. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Like, very standard front-to-back comps, a lot of team fighting, a lot of action. Nothing too crazy in our first game of the series, but somewhat as you would expect as these teams and players return to the stage.
Last time these two teams met was all the way back in 2018. It was 3-1 to G2 on that day. We'll see if G2 can fight once again and make their way to the top of the standings. 4 titles in a row for them, back to back to back to back. Schalke trying to upset the apple cart at the first hurdle. Let's get on into the action. and we get on into Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, I think Schalke's composition to me looks like the composition we've seen out of Schalke throughout the whole split, right? They've got the check marks that I think are very fundamental in a team that need to have a team comp that's very easy to execute to the point where it has good scaling and a good early game. So I made a little bit of a checklist. And I think these are the three key things I wanted. I wanted engage support, engage jungle. Yes, they don't really have too much of an engaged jungle. I think the Hecarim would have been great for them. Obviously, G2 picked it away. A scaling split push top, which I think Wukong is not the best split pusher, but it gets you that side lane prio and you can collapse and engage with flanks and a wave clear mage mid that scales really well. I mean, Azir is top of the class of that S+ tier kind of scaling. Attack speed and ability power scale infinitely into the game, I think. The two biggest scaling stats that you can get. So I really like Schalke's comp. Looks quite standard. Looks like Schalke are sticking to their guns.
Yeah, it feels to me that Schalke are pretty happy with what they've got for themselves. And I think one of the most comforting things when playing against G2 is that they haven't brought anything too crazy out either. One of the scariest things about playing against this team is they are very creative when it comes to best of fives. And sometimes early on in a series, they'll just try something new to see how well it works. And maybe that's a potential pocket pick that now also has to be banned away. But so far, a lot of meta drafts, perhaps the Corki not as common, but something that we did see a lot from Magifelix during the regular season with things like the Immortal Shield Bow. And you know how much damage that champion can do in the late game.
Yeah, Corki kind of fell off in a way because the Trinity Force nerfs, no more Sheen procs, it made it quite difficult to make this champion work. But with the Immortal Shield Bow, with the crit chance, things like this, it was working pretty well for Magifelix. So I have to see how Caps uses this Corki pick, because Azir Corki, there's not going to be much explosion in this mid lane as much as I'd love to see Caps go for 1v2s or try to go for solo kills, or Abadage even going for solo kills. This will be a bit of a scaling matchup. Both have TP, one bad trade, you can always TP back. But I think looking at the early game, the important thing I want to look at here is Schalke actually leashed in bot side. So G2 have full information where Gilius started, he's pathing towards the top side, whereas Schalke don't really have any information on Jankos, who's pathing towards bot. So I'll have to see how this progresses, because Wunder could be quite vulnerable if Gilius decides to look for an early gank in top, where Wunder will be pushing quite heavily.
Of course, what it does mean is that Gilius is just that little bit quicker through his jungle. You can see he's about a camp ahead right now. He'll be able to get that topside Scuttle Crab pretty easily himself, and we'll see if he's able to utilize that advantage. Is the Flash Udyr instead of a Ghost Udyr that we've been seeing a little bit in the league so far this season, as we see Mickey and Reckless getting the push here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, the Flash Bear Slap. Now G2 stacking the third wave, and they will crash it because of the leash, which also means that you can start looking for plates, but it's quite dangerous against level 2 Alistar, who could Q-flash and then knock you into tower. So you can start pushing in the next wave and then look to get some deep vision in enemy jungle, or look for a cheater recall. In turn, you base, then you come back out to the lane before the enemy team can push out and base themselves.
Yeah, I think the part in the early game that we really need to keep our eyes on is this top side, because you can see the Wunder does have the push, but his jungler was pathing towards bot.
Here comes
Gilius now top side, but Jankos also heading up towards the top side of the map.
Does Wunder have the jump? Nowhere really for him to go so far. Tries to leap back towards the Tribush and should just be able to walk his way out of this one. As you said, Jankos on the top side of the map is actually going to be able to get the scuttle here for himself.
I really like Jankos' pathing. What he did was he full cleared towards bot side. He knew Gilius was pathing top, and he timed it perfectly to go back towards top side to contest this top crab, to deny it from Gilius, knowing that Gilius perhaps might look for a gank on Wunder. But now there's a fight in mid.
Jankos uses the Ghost. Abadage is just going to shuffle across the wall here. Importantly, Jankos did not smite that top side scuttle, so he still has smite for this bottom side if he decides to fight Gilius for it.
The thing is, G2's bot lane decided to reset. Notice that they've gone back to base, they've spent some of their money, and they won't be there to be able to contest this bot scuttle crab. So Jankos has just guaranteed himself a scuttle at the very least, and he's also given his bot lane the opportunity to get back to base, and now they'll have an advantage returning into lane.
Exactly, so the third wave crashes, push in the fourth, let's get a cheater recall and go back. What does this give G2? Well, Mickey could roam towards mid and get some vision to make Abadage's life a bit harder, or he can come back here and try to freeze the lane. But it looks like G2 aren't going to try and contest it, going to try and contest this wave. That is going to catch underneath the tower, and Mickey will roam towards mid and maybe help out Caps a little bit, who is trading quite aggressively onto Abadage now. But all of these early game trades are quite even, I'd say.
But have a look at this. So I was just about to point out that what Schalke's bot lane now wants to do is reset. So Mickey, recognizing this, just trying to play spoiler. He's trying to get in their face. This was a ward that he'd already placed earlier, and Limit does a good job of protecting his AD carry, but now his base will be delayed. That means that G2 is going to have this much of an advantage in the bot side of the map, and with Jankos pathing from top side down towards bot, they could even start stacking up those waves and threaten a potential dive.
Yeah, it looks like that bot lane wave would freeze because they have a minion advantage on the side of Schalke, but it won't. It'll bounce. The next minion wave will come and start hitting the wave before the enemy minion wave comes. So you can see now this wave will start to bounce and it'll start to stack. Maybe G2 can try to do something on the stacking wave.
Well, 5 minutes into the game, we are dead even in terms of gold across the board. No real CS advantages being built up for either team. And this is kind of how Schalke like to play their early game. They take it slow, they take it steady, they don't try and get any big advantages, and then they play towards those team fights. And from their composition here, that looks to be what they're trying to do once again.
Yeah. Julius and Abbedagge going base. I would expect Abbedagge to TP back because Caps has. Now the next wave comes and they'll start hitting the wave first. So G2 have a little bit of a nice wave here. Jankos is bot side, like you said, Vedius. Abbedagge does TP back. And Jankos playing around mid is something I've seen so much throughout the season. He goes around mid, pushes in with Caps so they can move to sides, or he hovers around so Caps can push out and they can move together. But Jankos is on the bot side of the map. Maybe he wants to start a Drake with the stacking wave or look for an invade, but he's hovering around the bot side of the map now.
Well, he does know that the enemy blue should be spawning relatively soon, and that means that Gilius is going to be pathing that way. The ping does come down. You can see the question mark ping. Not sure if Jankos actually got information on Gilius there or not, but they're aware that the jungler should be on bot side. So Mickey and Reckless aware of that. Caps has no teleport, same for Abbedagge. Wonder does have TP though. He has a wave pushing in, so Schalke have to respect it if they try and force something right now. The ability for top laners to join will definitely be in G2's advantage.
Yeah, looks like G2 will just contest the 2v2. Jankos coming back down towards here, but Gilius is starting up the dragon. Abbedagge did push in and is hovering around, but Schalke's bot lane can't move. And G2 fine, and there's an engage though.
Neon knocked up, heals immediately. Limit trying to body block here. Jankos going underneath the tower with the rampage, and he's rooted, and Jankos is just down. And here comes Gilius. Both flashes still available for Mickey and Reckless. Gilius looking for that stun. Just about gets in range. Mickey yet to burn his flash to try and get away. There it is. And manages to flash body slam himself to safety.
Yeah, I think Jankos went way too deep there. I think the engage initially from Mickey was good, but the follow-up was just too poor from Jankos. Does end up losing his life, and Neon picks up first blood in a lane which Schalke were losing in a sense, because G2 had a natural advantage from just getting the waves pushed in from the leash initially, but now they're behind. Neon gets the first kill of the game, they can push out the wave and they expect them to base, so Schalke starting to control the bot side of the map.
It's a little bit like Medivedi bot lane, we're in a really good position, and then Kadril says, hey, I can come gank this lane. He tries to dive the tower, everything starts to fall apart, you know? And obviously this does mean that Schalke's bot lane do have a slight advantage now. They're going to use this opportunity to reset after pushing out the wave, and then after coming back to base, let's see if they can use it. But as we were saying, Schalke very comfortable in this early game, and kind of the best setup that they could have when going up against a team like
I think
G2.
your analogy is poor, Vedius, because you're hard stuck Diamond 4. But anyway, let's keep looking at the game. Neon is going to go towards base. Broken Blade has been getting pushed in this top side. Not much action around the top side. Both junglers have been focusing towards the bot side of the map, but because of this ranged top laner into a melee top laner, obviously you can control the waves more, so Broken Blade is getting pushed in. He won't lose too much, he can start catching the waves on the tower, but not much is actually happening in this top side of the map.
Wonder has consistently been a key performer for G2, up in the top of most people's all-pro lists, alongside people like Odoamne. And the thing about Wonder is he hasn't always stuck to the same guns. He hasn't been playing the same champions the entire time, but here we see him on one of his favorites, the Gnar, as he continually pushes Broken Blade back under the tower.
I believe this is his first Gnar game of the split, isn't that right, Medic?
Yep.
Which is kind of insane when you think about it, because when you think about how the meta has been playing out and how like Gnar, Renekton has been like the go-to pretty much throughout the split, the fact that he's had these impressive laning stats without ever having to blind pick this Gnar, like, just goes to show the caliber of a top laner that Wonder is and his consistency throughout the split.
Yeah, so consistent on so many different picks, even things like the Iron. But yeah, like you said, hasn't been playing too much Gnar. This is his first Gnar game of the split, which is surprising in a sort of Renekton Gnar meta. But what actually happened on the map there was Mickey gave up a bot wave with Reckless. Mickey moved towards the top side, secured the Herald. So now G2, they do own the Herald, but looks like Schalke on a cross map. Looks like they're starting up the Drake, but Caps has pushed in mid, and he has the package. 8 minutes on the clock. The package has been picked up for Caps, and he's going to stop them from being able to trade off unusual objectives. G2 lose a little bit of XP and gold and perhaps a plating in the bot side, but for the Herald, it's obviously worth it.
Well, it's only worth it if you use the Herald correctly, right, Kadril? Because they need to be able to get those plates down themselves. Of course, they have 5 minutes before plates fall off. As Limit goes in, Gilius looking for the stun here. Mickey has nowhere to go, no flash available, and Schalke in the bottom lane are finding advantages.
That was just a misplay from Mickey. His body slam was poor. He tried to stop Limit from being able to not get the knockup, but Mickey's body slam was just cancelled by Limit. You don't see that often. Normally the Gragas is the one cancelling the Alistar, but in this case, just such a good play by Limit, cancelling Mickey, knocking him back. This early game is definitely Schalke favored.
It certainly is. The question is, what will they be able to do with it? They should convert this into a Cloud Drake, and I think this is kind of going as we expected. When we looked at the drafts, we saw them being very similar. We think they both have pretty good scaling. They're both going to look to fight around these major objectives in the mid to late game. But the fact that Schalke are finding these advantages largely off of mistakes from G2, the over-aggressive, I would say, dive effectively from Jankos, the misposition here from Mickey. Like, Schalke off to a great start in this best of 5.
Oh, 100%. And I think as much as the drafts are playing out the way we would have expected the drafts to, I would never have said at 10 minutes Schalke would be 1,000 gold ahead in this game. G2 have overextended a couple of of times made those mistakes, and Schalke have been willing to pounce, and now they're in a really good position coming into the 15, the 20-minute mark, because they're already stacking up those Drakes, they already have a gold lead, and that gold is sitting on Neon, one of their key carries when it comes to late game.
Yeah, Schalke are going to have to find more ways to get ahead, though. They're only around 400 gold up. Top lane has been losing for them because of the matchup, isolated 1v1, but just good identifications from Schalke themselves. I think the mistake from Jankos was capitalized on well. Yep. Yes, they lost the Herald, but they did end up picking the Drake, and limits proactivity, gets them another kill. So Schalke sitting pretty nicely in this early game.
Now, we can see that Jankos is hovering around the top side. As we've already mentioned, he does, of course, have the Herald. And given that Neon and Limit are pushing in this wave, I would have thought that G2 could consider swapping up towards the top side, trying to make that cross-map happen and opening up plates. But instead, they're going to continue to match in the 2 versus 2. They're not going to drop the Herald just yet. And it looks like instead, G2's got their eyes on mid.
Abadage does just have the shuffle away here. Jankos unable to find a connection. Wonder coming in as well as he lands the boomerang. Abadage will shuffle underneath the tower. Wonder going to try and put some more damage down as here comes the Rift Herald. G2 going to open up those plates in the mid lane. Shouldn't be able to take the entire tower here. That bulwark passive on the tower after plates falls makes it so much more tanky. And it means the gold will go to G2, but they are still at a deficit.
Yeah, G2 smartly using their top lane priority to get into mid so they can use the Herald, get a numbers advantage. But going back to what Vedi has said, it feels like G2's bleeding gold on this bot side of the map. I mean, look at Schalke's vision. Observers, if you can look inside the bot side jungle of G2, you can see it's all lit up like a Christmas tree. Schalke have full vision to work with, and they can spot out Jankos on every single camp that he starts. So Schalke have full information to push these bot waves in, and that's why they've got themselves 3 plates.
G2 do know that Limit is here, so they've got that ward in the Tribush. Only a plate and a half remains there on the G2 bottom lane turret. And Neon level 8 with the Noon Quiver and the Berserker's Greaves, and in a very strong position on this Xayah as Gideus looks towards the mid lane.
Yeah, Caps has the flash and the Valkyrie.
There is the stun. Abadage shuffling in, and Caps doesn't even get time to move. Caps is just deleted off Summoner's Rift.
I feel like Caps was hesitant to either use the flash or the W purely because he was aware of Abadage's ultimate knocking him back. But I think he hesitated too much, and he just kind of said, okay, I don't think I can get out of this, so ends up going down. Good ult.
Neon knocked back, does have the Feather Storm, isn't going to use it as of yet. Ignite ticking on Neon. He's walking his way away, doesn't burn the flash. Gideus on his way down as well. The Feathers get pulled back, but don't really connect on G2.
Yeah, good play from Mickey there. Forces Neon to use a heal, even trade-off overall. Looks like Neon will have to base, but I think you're completely right. I wonder if Caps' Valkyrie was up in that play. He didn't decide to flash away. Broken Blade using the ultimate onto Wunder.
There's no one really up here to trade with them. That Cyclone doing quite a lot of work. Broken Blade at a level disadvantage, but Wunder is the one who has to flash away. Remember, it was Wunder who went in and gnarred Broken Blade to start off that fight.
Well, we can see that at a certain point, this matchup starts to swing in favor of the Wukong, and Broken Blade having the Sheen completed plus the Phage. Looks like he's starting to get the better of Wunder in those extended trades, especially in the Mega Gnar form when you are very reliant on those cooldowns as well. So good stuff there from Broken Blade. And all, good stuff from Schalke. You know, we saw from the analyst desk a couple 3-1 predictions. I think many people expected G2 to just come in and dominate. And of course, there's still a lot of the game left to go. We still have 2 scaling compositions, but I think Schalke have showed that with the 2 weeks of prep and good planning, they're here to tango with G2.
Yeah, I'll say, Vedi, coming into this game, if you looked at it right now, you'd say the red team perhaps has more experience on the playoff stage. Well, that's just not the case. G2, 320 LEC games for Wunder, 450 for Jankos. You look at the side of Schalke, and some of them are struggling even to get up to 60 games here in the LEC. But right now, Schalke are really betraying the amount of experience they have.
I mean, I think it's just interesting, right? And obviously, we can't say that G2's performance is due to like, oh, they're choking on stage,
no,
right? That's not what we're trying to say, of
14 minutes in.
But I think that it just goes to show that when you return to the stage, like Kadril, you can probably comment more on like playing on the stage is such a different environment, right? And when you don't have that same level of experience, you kind of just assume that those with experience would just be in the advantage. But it feels like Schalke is extremely comfortable in their current position.
Yeah, when it comes to stage, it's all about comfort, not so much experience, but actually feeling comfortable in your environment and being able to play at full potential, whether it's a bit too cold in the room or you're not sitting properly or it just feels like your setup's off. All these small things can distract you. But it looks like Schalke definitely on point this game. Almost a 2,000 gold lead. Looking at the game itself, we've got both neutral objectives coming up, videos. We've got the Dragon and the Herald. I think the Dragon definitely beneficial for Schalke now that they've already got one, get towards those Dragon Soul points. And the Herald is very, very useful in the mid game to get the mid towers. And Limit is flashing on Mickey.
Flashing in, looking to try and get Gideus around the corner. Jankos on his way as well. TP's coming in from Schalke as they look to join the fight. It's Abadage who will come down here. Limit was the one who flashed in, and here comes Caps. Unstoppable Onslaught used. Limit's already down before the fight even really begins. A great explosive cast from Mickey. They look for Neon. They can't quite get there. The Featherstorm coming out, but Caps with the Phosphorus Bomb, with the Valkyrie. G2 are going to clean this one up. It should be an easy enough 3-0 for G2 in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Schalke overreached there. Limit tried to outplay Mickey and push him in, but there was no one there to respond. Caps had the mid push. Abadage was forced to TP in, and Caps also had the package. So that teamfight went so in favor of G2. They pick up 3 kills, and now they're definitely back in this game.
And just like that, G2 flipped the game on its head. Just one overextension from Schalke ends up costing them a lot. And Abadage, he used his CP because he did not have priority in mid. There was a wave underneath his tower, so he's like, I've got a TP so that I can actually be involved here. I can't allow Caps to get here first. Limit engages onto Mickey. They see the position of Reckless, and they think, hey, we're actually in a better position, and we're stronger right now, especially with the TP coming through. But now Schalke is split, and this is G2's opportunity to engage.
Yeah, and they have no re-engage, right? The engage from Mickey was flawless. Gets onto Gilius and Neon, knocks them both back, like you said, spreads them all out, whereas G2 can just run at them. They have the package, uses the package to cancel the ultimate from Abadage, doesn't get knocked back, picks up the kill. Gilius has to flash away in 3 kills, and not only that did they get 3 kills, but Wunder actually pushed in top, moved mid, and if you look at your minimap, Schalke's tier 1 mid's down as well, so not only did they get 3 kills, they cracked open the mid lane tower in the early game, which is absolutely crucial.
Yeah, in the matter of 30 seconds, we went from Schalke having 1,000 gold lead to now G2 being 1,000 gold ahead, having stopped that dragon stacking. Caps sitting 1-1-0 with 180 farm at the 16-minute mark is in such a good position. You can see a roller coaster of a gold difference between the two teams over the last couple of moments.
That's important to note that while G2 have flipped the game to be an advantage, it doesn't mean that things are all over doom and gloom for Schalke. They still have a good scaling comp. You still look at Abadage on this Azir. You know that Broken Blade is on a champion that he knows he can carry with and have impact on. And while he's at a bit of a deficit right now, I look at Schalke's comp and still think that they have avenues and ways to get back into the game. It's a bad execution though, and that's something that G2 will consistently check you on. If you make that misstep, if you overextend, if you try to make a play, you've got to make sure that you pull it off, because if you don't, G2 will look to punish you.
Yeah, look at Broken Blade. This is exactly what we want to see. Pushing the sides and move mid, but G2 definitely punished Schalke in that play, but Schalke got the Herald for themselves because of the tempo. When they're at the base after taking the mid tower, they all went topside, and using this Herald to get mid tier 1 as well. So the gold does come down a little bit. This game is quite even, but Caps on the side lane pushing top. Abadage is really struggling to match the side lane against Caps, because Caps naturally wins in this 1v1 with the items he's got right now. Azir needs a bit more time. Not only that, but G2 are moving from mid after pushing in waves, going on towards the top side, so Abadage has to respect more, meaning Caps can push in the wave first, which makes it very difficult for him to last hit because he's under tower and he's scared of getting dove.
You can see already Abadage and Gilius. They're trying to shadow each other, but they have to back away. Mickey coming in from the side as well, has that explosive cast. And look at the damage from Jankos. Turbo Chemtank with Kai'Sa jumping in as well. Reckless looking for the killer instinct. Abadage had to flash away.
Yeah, exactly like I was talking about. G2 are playing so well over waves. They're pushing together, making sure they have numbers advantages. It looked like Jankos was going a bit deep there, but he knew his team was around. Reckless comes in with the killer instinct. Really good play from G2 there to push in his top side, get deep vision, and make Schalke back off.
Limit did try to interrupt Wunder there because they have Broken Blade pushing in a bot. If he can get this wave underneath the tower, maybe get a bit of damage down onto this tower, Schalke can at least get something back, but it seems that G2 are going to walk away the victors when it comes to objectives right now. But all across the board, still 2 for 2 in towers. Drake still very even. Next Drake spawning in about 2 minutes time. There's no heralds available anymore, and so we're moving into the mid to late game. First itemization is starting to come through, and this is where we should expect to start to see these big fights starting to happen. Things like the 3rd, the 4th Drake is really where these teams are going to start to get involved and try to build those bigger gold leads.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The game's pretty much even in terms of resources, barring the 1,000 gold lead that G2 have. 2 towers, 1 Drake apart, and we'll have to see. These carries in more items. If Azir and Xayah can get an item advantage or half an item advantage going into this Drake fight, the next Drake fight perhaps, then obviously you're more favored in the fights, but it's also about how well you play it, right? So if Limit can find great flanks and knock Reckless into his team, or if Broken Blade can get these 5-man cyclones, then the team fights will be definitely skewed. So Schalke have a lot of ways and avenues to find these fights because they have so many people who can flank.
And I think that's it, Kadril. When I look at these fights, I always like to look at specific players. Who am I looking at to make that montage moment? Who am I looking at? I'm looking at Limit. I think that he as a player has been huge when it comes to a lot of Schalke's engages throughout the splits, especially when he gets his hands on this Alistar. What about you? Who are you paying attention to when we come into these fights?
Definitely Broken Blade. He's pushing out the sides and he keeps collapsing mid again. He pushed out bot. He's moving towards mid. I'd like to see him go behind the whole comp of G2. But G2's comp's a lot easier to execute, right? Jankos can go in, Mickey can go in. Limit's just flashing in.
He flashes in straight onto Mickey. They get the stun onto him as well. Mickey puts the explosive cast down. Neon coming in for the chase as well. And another stun lands onto Mickey and Neon gets the kill. You said it just 30 seconds ago, Vedius. You're looking to Limit, and Limit was looking for the pick onto Mickey.
But it was the whole setup from Schalke, as Caps has found Abadage, but he's going to glide out of that one. It was a great engage from Limit, but also the fact that the team worked together. Broken Blade pushed in bot, he grouped up with the team. Now Schalke looks to collapse on to Caps, but he's going to have to TP away to safety.
Yeah, Caps TPing away. It's a bit risky to go for a 20-minute Baron, but you have Azir and Xayah, but I would not go for that kind of risk because G2 can collapse quite quickly, Wunder can TP in, and you could lose the game from it. So 30 seconds on this Dragon. I think G2 were just quite split up when this fight started, and the thing I want to highlight here is Mickey. I think this was just a small misplay. Limit's engage was great, and he does knock him into his team. Limit's Alistar has been absolutely flawless, but Mickey's ultimate actually knocked Limit in so that he could stun Mickey. I think if he didn't get the stun on Mickey, Mickey perhaps could have lived. So small misplay there. Broken Blade using the ult to disrupt the fight in case anyone tried to turn. But in general, Schalke just get a kill. Looks like they don't get the Drake though. They all had to base and they're moving out towards the top side. So I think G2 will push in these waves. Jankos pushing mid. They have to push in top as well so they can get this Drake.
This is one of those situations where it may have even been a tactical death from Mickey, because when you think about it, that's Limit's flash gone, which he now doesn't have for the upcoming Drake fight. And when we talk about Limit being one of the primary engage tools for Schalke, notice now that they've reset, G2 have set up on the objective, and they're going to be the first ones to be able to set up and actually secure this Inferno.
Yeah, getting picks like that means you have full control of the map, right? The second Limit got the kill onto Mickey, and they got the kill as Schalke. Schalke controlled the whole river, and what they did, they invested their time that Mickey was dead to run top and force Caps TP. But they hadn't based since the kill, so they all went back to base, and by the time they based, Mickey was already out on the map towards bot side. Caps had based with TP, and now he's running towards the bot side as well, so Schalke had to give up the Drake. If you look at the vision on the bot side of the map, G2 have it lit up as well. There was no way Schalke could walk in there. And Schalke kind of traded that for the top push, a little bit of topside vision, and Abadage is hitting the top tower. So you can see how one kill can actually backfire if you don't use the time that you have when that person's dead effectively.
Well, it feels like both teams just trading around vision. Cap's going to get stunned up here, uses the Valkyrie to get away. TP coming in from Wunder. There's the unstoppable onslaught, and there is no way out of it. Reckless gets the kill onto Gilius, now the chase is on. Wunder trying to double bounce his way in. Jankos on a rampage looking for the flank here. Featherstorm flash is not enough. Jankos goes on a killing spree, and Limit pops the Unbreakable Will to try and get himself away as the top lane tower slowly gets chipped away. Limit will fall, and you said a 20-minute Baron might be a little bit risky here, Cajal. But if 3 of the enemy team are dead, it's pretty darn easy.
That was quite an overreach from Gilius. He tried to find the pick onto Caps with his flash, but G2 again just collapsed in time. They punished them for this engage, and G2 just blew this whole game wide open with just Schalke's mistake. They capitalized on it. You said it, Vedius. G2 will punish you for these mistakes, and that's a Baron gone at 21, 22 minutes into the game. So Schalke definitely, the game was kind of slow and kind of even up until this point where Gilius, I think he's trying to find a pick here with the double TP on his tide. He knows Caps has no TP, but he's the one going on to Caps. So G2 are just all collapsing. Wunder TPing in, and Mickey's coming from base.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where Abadage has TP, so he should be able to collapse. But the problem is, Broken Blade's not in a position where he can. The wave was being pushed against him. Wunder could collapse first, and G2 bought enough time to be able to turn the play in their favor. They had more numbers, which meant that Schalke just basically got caught with their pants down. They tried to force an engage that they could not execute upon properly.
Yeah, I think that's just miscommunication there. Gilius going in, but both his solo laners not even ready to TP in for the fight. So no matter what you do there, it's a 3v4 when Wunder's ready to react. So poor play there from Schalke, I must say. Now 4,000 gold down, 3 minutes on the next Dragon. First Baron's always good for cracking out tier 2s, and Schalke's all tier 2s are up, so I'm expecting G2 to play a 1-4, push in mid and move to the side where Wunder is and try to get these towers.
And now we get towards those, third, fourth Dragon fights that you were talking about just a few moments ago. You have to start looking at the items. And because of these kills, because of these fights, G2 have started to develop an item lead. Collector already complete on Reckless. He's already got a recurve bow. Essence Reaver, Immortal Shield Bow complete on Caps. Jankos has the most damage you can get on Hecarim, apparently, which is Turbo, Chem Tank, and a Dead Man's Plate, because all you've got to do is go fast, and somehow the enemies go pop. Now with Baron, Wunder can push in the bot lane. G2 can group up 4 players in the mid lane here with the 1-4 split. They should be able to chip away at these towers, and Gilius really doesn't have a way to step forward. Apart from Limit, Schalke don't have an engage tool.
Yeah, I think all you see here is Wunder will push in the next bot wave and move towards mid after its wave. But Schalke need to find a fight, they need to find a pick. So that's why Broken Blade's looking for the ultimate, but Wunder uses the hop, gets away, and now all of G2 can collapse and start hitting his mid tower when the wave comes in. And to me, Jankos has been playing fantastically so far. Ever since that early game death he had under the tower, he's just stepped it up, and in all these team fights, he's collapsing first and playing them very well.
And notice that something Kadra was talking a lot about in draft was he wants to see the Wukong getting these flank behind and engage. That is another way Schalke can start fights, but because of the amount of pressure that Wunder is generating and with the good vision setup from G2, Broken Blade has never had this opportunity to find a good flank off, which means that all your engage is relying on Limit having his flash up, and G2 is respecting that. They're taking their time, they've secured 2 tier 2 towers, and now after getting a decent amount of gold, they can look to reset, spend a little bit more, and then set up for the next Drake.
Yeah, set up perfectly for the next Dragon in 90 seconds time. It's an Infernal, will only be their third, but of course, if they can continue to stack those up, Infernal Soul can rip through enemy teams.
I like what Reckless is doing here. Top wave was actually pushing into Schalke, so he's going to go fix that wave, push it in, maybe push in the next one, or just base, because Dragon's spawning soon, which in turn means Schalke are eventually going to lose creeps in the top side if no one pushes it out. But one mid till Drake Medic, that's where the next team fight will be. Schalke could afford to give this up because it's not Dragon Soul, it's only Dragon Soul point for G2, but losing these objectives means you have to fight the next one no matter what.
Interesting to see Reckless decide Nash's third here on the Kai'Sa. Of course, hybrid builds were all the rage for Kai'Sa when she first came out. We haven't seen it that much recently, but it does still work very well on the champ. And with Caps building up his 2 items as well, he's going to be in a very strong position. Looks like he's almost at the Infinity Edge here on the Cork. He has just pinged level 16, so those rockets are going to hurt a whole bunch.
Yeah, Broken Blade still has a TP. I feel like he's had it for a very long time, but he's never actually been able to use it effectively. Schalke, they tried to get into this bot side river before the Drake spawns to get some wards, perhaps for the TPs, but that's all been swept out. Can we see Schalke's vision observers? I think they see absolutely nothing on the map. It's dark, not even a ward in their own jungle on either side, so Schalke need to establish some control. Maybe push out the mid wave together and then walk around the map to try and get some vision. You would expect top side because G2 are all around the bot side.
Look, they've even brought Broken Blade down. They're not relying on his TP because they need numbers to be able to gain mid-prio and face check. Now, as you already said, Limit looking for a flank.
Did you see the damage on that rocket? He has the package as well. Limit has to try and find engage, but Caps can cancel it.
Like, how do you engage? 7,000 gold behind. G2 can start up the Infernal Soul here. Sorelia's from Limit, but there is the package to try and get away. Broken Blade stepping forward, Limit eats all of his HP. Dragon goes down. Wonder building up the Mega. Jankos going in. Onslaught Shadows is available. And he just rampages over the cow. Onslaught Shadow comes out. Abadage forced away. He flashes. Broken Blade now on the front line trying to get away from Reckless, Mickey, and Wonder. Wonder nars him into the wall, and Broken Blade is going nowhere today. Jankos chasing off the rest of Schalke all on his lonesome. But here comes Wonder and here comes Mickey. G2 not satisfied with 2. They're looking for every kill they can get. Another one goes into the back pocket. Wallop lands on Abadage. Gilius forced away as Reckless takes the kill. Abadage gets one, but that's an ace, and G2 have won this game at the 27-minute mark.
Give them an inch and they will take a mile. Schalke looked promising in the early game, but a couple of mistakes when it comes to execution of some of their fights and some of their plays, and G2 immediately punished them. Flawless execution in the mid to late game from G2, and they're going to end this game in a confident fashion.
Yeah, the early game looks shaky, but never doubt G2, right? A couple thousand gold behind is nothing to them. They just punished the mistakes from Schalke, overreaching in the mid lane a couple of times. First with a couple kills and a Drake, and then with the Baron, which I think was the nail in the coffin. G2's macro, obviously, probably the best macro we've got in Europe, if not in the West right now. And then when you give them these small inches, you get the Baron, you get the setup, it's hard to break.
It was an impressive game, man. Very impressive from G2.
We'll give credit to Schalke. Those first 10 minutes, they were ahead. They got 3 kills. They had a gold lead, and then a couple of misplays, especially that bot lane play, where we saw G2 picking up 3 kills for naught, really started to turn the game around.
What I think was really interesting was we had a situation where both comps were similar, right? And if Schalke come into the mid game with a lead, they're obviously in a great position to succeed. But something we said was you have to execute, because if you make that small mistake, G2 is a team that will immediately take advantage of, and that's exactly how they did it. They turned this game around, and they very quickly ran away with the game.
They really did. After the break, Treeks and Crown Shot will break down the opening game as G2 kick things off with a win.
They are out there, waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
And welcome back to the Analyst Desk. The reigning champion punished Schalke's mistakes and then just ran away with game number one. I'm Quickshot, joined by Treats as well as Crownshot, dialing in from home. And we're going to break down game number one. The way I would categorize it is the most typical G2 win ever. I would like to ask people who are significantly smarter than I am, though, if that's fair or not. And let's talk about the picks and bans. Let's talk a little bit about the draft order. And I want to come to Treats first. When I saw the 3 AD bans, specifically Lucian, Senna, Tristana on red side, very clear respect ban for the Senna, and obviously getting rid of the power of flex for both that Trist and Lucian.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Senna ban against Reckless is definitely a given. I think we'll keep seeing it throughout the series. Lucian and Tristana, especially Tristana, is a really good flex for both Caps and Reckless. So I think that makes a lot of sense as well. And then the Lucian is probably for the Lucian Lilia, which I think, like Crownshot said before, the mid jungle will be a big part of the series, and Lucian Lilia is just a really strong mid jungle. So I think, honestly, the Schalke bans made a lot of sense.
Now, when you zoom out and you look at the comps and how it played out, what were some of the other takeaways that you had after seeing the picks and bans?
I think G2 had a lot of strong lanes in general. They picked the Gragas into Alistar, they had Gnar, which is a really solid laner, and then Corki into Azir. So I think they went for more of a unique playstyle in that sense, where they just had a lot of strong individual power, but not as much as a 5-man. So I think they just played to outplay Schalke individually, and I think this game they did, even though Schalke got some kills early game.
Crownshot, what do you make of the draft yourself and what you thought was important?
Yeah, I mean, I think one key thing is that they got Corki into Azir, right, which for sure outscales, but he actually wasn't even pressured in lane, and he just got one item. He got Essence River, and he made a package play where they got 3 kills, and after that the game was pretty much completely in their control. So maybe next game Schalke might 4th pick top lane and look to last pick mid, because I think mid is going to be key in this series. They need to get mid under control, because if Caps is on a pick that outscales and he doesn't even get pressured, then they're going to have huge issues.
Well, listen, we'll find out exactly what side selection Schalke have in a moment or two, but those plays you just talked about, Crowning, we do actually have some replays of them. Just before we get to them, before we go to them, too late. No, my bad. It's not my bad. What I was going to say was, leading up to this point, Schalke had picked up 3 kills that we were not stressing about, we were nervous about. Crownshot, here's this play where Caps is going to roam. Explain to me why this is so important for G2.
I mean, so here Gnar is also pushing top, and he shifts into mid, and this play is like, Schalke is way too deep here, right? They should never be contesting this Tribush vision. It's just, they should just wait package out. And here they managed to get 3 kills. Gnar is moving mid, pushing mid wave, taking mid tower. They take full bot wave, push it, they take Drake, and then the map is just theirs. It's pretty much over after this, because the Corki is accelerated, and their comp is horrible into Corki. Azir, Udyr cannot do anything to him on side. They have like 3 melee champs that get ruined by package. Xayah is short range, gets ruined by poke, so the pick was actually great, and if it gets accelerated, it's just very hard for Schalke.
Yeah, I think in general it's just Schalke kind of felt desperate even at this point in the game, which I don't think is a good sign. I think Schalke plays the best when they have really clear engage windows, but I think they struggled after this play specifically to really find good engage windows. So I think for the next game, maybe they will have some easier options. Alistar into Gragas is not very easy to play for engage, and I think Gillis doesn't have an easy game this game either. So I think in general, they should look for more clear win solutions for themselves and just have an easier time playing.
Yeah, I think Kedra was saying something similar in game. He was talking about how Gilius and Schalke would have so much loved to get their hands on the Hecarim, how it kind of would fit those things you were talking about, right? Crownshot, we were talking a lot when we were prepping for this around those 3 kills that Schalke picked up. I mean, Jankos just donated one. He just ran in and just kind of ended it, right, for first blood. Yeah. But while we were watching, you know, the 3 of us were chatting, we're like, well, this doesn't really matter. It's not enough of a lead. I think Schalke picked up like 1,000 gold advantage. Did Schalke need a lot more to make their team composition work and put them in a more favorable position?
Yeah, I think always if you play stuff like Comet Azir into Corki and you're even, or the Corki was actually even ahead around 120 CS, and then they used Herald for him, they gave him plates, and then he just got his 1 item, and then he just took over the map. So if you play that matchup, either you need to play more to pressure the Corki. They actually did try, because Limit with the early kills he got, he bought Mobis, didn't do anything. couldn't pressure mid lane. So they need to either pick champions that can pressure Corki more or pressure mid lane more, or just pick different matchups.
Yeah, it's actually crazy when you think about it, because Gilius did gank mid. He picked up Chem Tank. After picking up Chem Tank, immediately just ran Caps down.
Yep.
It didn't work out. Now, the second replay Treats, I'm going to throw this one to you. This was, of course, an engage attempt from Gilius. That gets turned around by G2.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the desperation I talked about. I think Gilius just doesn't see a clear window on how to win this game anymore. And he wants to go for a play that he thinks might work, even though it's obvious that it wouldn't be a good play, right? So I think, especially for Gilius and Limit, having engaged comfort will be the key for Schalke. And I think at this point they just thought the game was over and that they're getting outscaled, so they just had to go for something before the Nexus exploded.
Was it Crownshot who said a moment ago maybe feeling a bit desperate? I don't know if he said or maybe I said that. But like that was the fight to me. That was just like, oh my god, if you know Schalke don't get something now, it's done.
Yeah.
You know, is that a sentiment that you would agree with there, Crowny?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Like, that's why I'm stressing, maybe if you want to, like, Schalke need to find engage windows, and to do that, they need to maybe ban Corki or maybe put caps on more immobile champions, right? Because if he is playing such a safe champion that outscales, and you don't find windows to punish him, then the game will be very, very tough.
Well, we're looking at the picks and bans on screen, and this is hugely important. Really good job, production, because Schalke and Nulfia have side selection as they lost game 1, and they've picked red side again for game number 2. Treats, I'm going to turn to you and ask you, what would you change? You can see the draft on your screen. We've talked a lot. There are so many things you have to do to beat G2, right?
Yep.
So it's like, it's a nearly impossible question to answer. But knowing we want to see engage, knowing that the Lilia was banned, it was a first pick Hecarim, like, what are some of the other options that Schalke could look at to get a draft that will allow them to have those engaged tools you want?
Yeah, it's very hard to outdraft G2, I think. They just have a lot of strong laners in general that has insane champion pools, right? But I think their first 3 was not too bad. I think the problem, like Crownshot said, comes from the 4-5 where they pick up the Azir.
Yep.
I think the mid lane is just the key in this series, in this sense, and I think they just can't let Caps have an outscaling pick that is fine in lane and just can't get engaged on. So I think they need to swap up mid and pick a top on 4, maybe like an Aatrox, something like that, a strong team fighter, and to go from there.
I really like that. Crownshot, I'm going to give you one last closing thought as we move on, because you baited me with the Neon tweet, and you promised me spicy picks, and you told me that all tweets from pros about spicy picks are true. I have it on record. You did this. So we didn't see anything spicy. Do you think we'll see some spicy stuff in game 2?
No, my prediction is just going to be Kai'Sa Xayah trading the whole series.
Oh, you're just so anti-fun. You're anti-fun, Crownshot. Listen, Crownshot, as well as Treats and I, will actually bring you the picks and bans for game number 2 right here from the analyst desk. Stick around and see what Schalke can do against G2. You're a liar, Crownshot. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. We are gearing up for Game 2 between G2 Esports and Schalke 04, and I am once again joined by Treats and Crownshot. As you can see, Reckless, the first man back on stage. For all the years that I've been watching Reckless, he has always been one of the players, the last to leave stage, the first to arrive to stage, and it is still strange seeing him in person in a G2 jersey. But it is a terrifying prospect for anyone looking down the barrel of G2, even before Reckless was on the squad. Now, we're just gearing up for picks and bans, and before we went to the break, Treats was talking about some options he wanted to see Schalke exercise. Number one, move that mid lane option to potentially last pick, and number two, look for some easier engage. Crownshot, before we get the draft on the board, what do you want to see from Schalke? You have 10 seconds.
I want to ban the safe mid lane picks and look for a counter pick that they can pressure.
7,
capture.
6, 5. You nailed it. Let's see if they can find those counter picks as it's G2 taking on Schalke. We're into draft, and that was the quickest analysis Crownshot's done all weekend long. I love it. Thank you so much. Now, Schalke picked red side. I think in terms of the counter picks, I think in terms of the preferred side to achieve the goals, red side's going to be easier to do that. That's my opinion. Treats, straight out the gate, the Thresh and the Lucian already banned away. What do you want to see change from game number one?
I think honestly the first 3 bans are not going to change at all for either team. I think it's going to be very similar in that sense. As we can see already, it's very similar.
Yep.
I think even maybe the first 3 picks will be the same. What do you think, Crownshot? We see Lilia ban.
I mean, maybe they might actually do what they hovered last game, where they hovered top lane, but then they switched it to Xayah, you know? They might actually pick top lane on free and ban 2 top laners. Maybe they feel like the Xayah wasn't that useful. Yep.
Ooh.
Okay, so, yeah. I mean, they just feel like Kai'Sa, Alistar. I mean, I think this is not blindable in my opinion. I think there's a lot of answers G2 can do here. They can do another Gragas with a Xayah, or they can just pick Gragas Flex and pick a solo lane as well. They could also just pick Jhin. They could also, yeah, okay.
I think Gragas Xayah would be a really good answer myself.
They can also just go Gragas Xayah, right? Okay. They can do Orianna Gragas, they can do Orianna Xayah, they can do Orianna Jhin.
What you're saying here, Crownshot, is that G2 have a lot of options.
Yeah.
Treat something you may not know. Crownshot is just super hype on Jhin at the moment. He wanted to see you guys playing Jhin a lot yesterday as well. I'm hearing Jhin predictions every pick and ban, and I'm hoping it comes true. But what duo do you want to see here? There's going to be an Orianna and currently a hover on the Sion, so that's a pivot.
Yeah, I think locking in the entire top set early is not bad for G2. They have so many answers to the Kai'Sa Alistar, I think, and they're just confident in dropping 4 or 5. I think honestly they will still have a really good matchup bot, and it's going to be hard for Schalke to outdraft this.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's always better to either pick full solo lanes on 2-3 or full bot lane. I think it's bad to fracture your bot lane, right? Like,
I agree, yeah.
Because it allows enemy to ban, and I think they'll probably ban Gragas here.
Yeah, I think they're probably looking for a
Mickey.
Gragas ban and maybe even a Rel ban. I mean, there's so many bot lanes up. There's like
Rel is
Xayah,
open,
Rakan,
actually.
there's Rel, there's Gragas. Like, this is going to be hard for
So
Schalke.
excuse the dumb person in the room asking a question now, but this Sion, what are the odds of it being a flex? Because we have seen Mickey run that support. Does it only work with Senna?
I think it only works with Senna, yeah.
I'm so upset you couldn't see Treats' eyes. Treats' eyes died inside as I asked that question. But we haven't seen the Gragas ban yet. It's going to be the Xayah there, Crownshot.
Yeah, I mean, it might be a Gragas ban, or they might just focus on banning out ADCs, like maybe a Jhin. But then they need to care, because if they pick another fighter on 4, then Reckless can even just pick Vayne or something, right? He has a lot of... Oh, okay, they banned Vayne. They're probably gonna just pick like a Bruiser on 4 for Broken Blade and look to counter pick mid, as we said before, right? I mean, counter pick mid, just look to see like last pick to the side, to give Abedaga the most freedom possible. I'm imagining this will be Jhin from Reckless.
Yeah, I think they might look
for what else.
I think they might look for Jhin Gragas. That's something that they're really confident in. And I think, yeah, I agree with you also that Broken Blade is probably going to pick something like Aatrox here or just another fighter into Sion. But yeah, bot lane for G2, I think it's always going to be fine here. I think they can just choose which direction they want to go in. Like if they want to go like Rel, if they want to go Gragas. I think Jhin is an obvious answer here for Reckless, and it's his biggest comfort pick.
Last second swap to the Zoe. So it's not going to be the last pick mid, which is something we were hoping to see. Crownshot, I heard the little snicker there as Nasus was hovered for a very brief moment. But are you disappointed to see the Zoe already? But we've got Orianna on the other side.
Yeah, I am disappointed because I think the way Schalke beat G2 is not playing Zoe comps. I think they have to play more teamfight focused outscaling comps. I think if G2 have a comp like this, then they're very solid. Like this is a very scary comp to play against.
Oh, the Darius insta-lock.
Okay, but I don't think Darius likes playing against Ash Brom, to be fair, but we'll see, right?
Yeah, I think that's very hard for sure.
Well, we just saw Darius played in the LFL finals. Law told us about this earlier, and as the time is running down, Crownshot, what do these team compositions want to do?
I mean, Schalke's comp doesn't make too much sense together, but they just want to like pressure early, I guess. I think G2's comp is the most controlled you can possibly get, the most classic team fight, like front to back. So I am heavily favoring G2 here, unless the Darius really pops off.
Yeah, I think unless Broken Blade is cosplaying K-Corp Adam here, it's gonna be a hard game. I think as long as Jankos doesn't go topside and just pass around bot side and just plays a stable game, that G2 will take it easily.
I love the fact that you mentioned K-Corp Adam because it was Darius into Sion. It was a series that was a surprise 3-0 for the LFL. Now, there was some spice. It wasn't from the bottom lane like Crownshot promised me would happen, but Broken Blade delivered. He told Law earlier today he's locked in instantly the Darius into the Sion. And it is up to Schalke to prove that they can contest the back-to-back-to-back-to-back LEC champions. G2 take on Schalke in Game 2 right now.
And into the game we go. Quick question, guys. Darius, all-time LEC, what's his scoreline?
I'm going to say 1 and 3.
Nope.
I'm going to say 4 and 5.
1 and 5.
All right, I got one number right.
I was close.
That's good on the lottery, right?
Yeah, last time we saw it was 2018 from Cabochard. He went 5-5-3 against... he was playing for Vitality versus Schalke, actually, and he lost.
Oh. Wow. Yeah, well, Treats brought it up on the desk. Adam in the LFL for K-Corp was playing the Darius. It's good into tanks. I remember he was one-shotting everyone with his implement. It was disgusting. So this champ seems to have risen to priority with the tank top / tank support meta.
Okay.
And Adam is an innovator.
Sure. However, so I'm not a top lane main, right?
Okay.
But
you're not on anything
in
main.
solo queue, hang on, I'm a really good Nocturne player.
Where's this flame coming from? Benny and I have lived in symbiosis for a long time, and you come in here and you upset the apple.
Hang on, he's fine, because I need his professional former pro experience, you know what I mean? Because he's also a top lane main, apparently.
Yeah.
But Darius, in solo queue, most of them run Ghost. The main reason they run Ghost is because they have an issue with kiting, right? But against a Braum Ashe, I feel like that is just a nightmare for a Darius to play against.
I hope he's got tenacity in his runes. I hope he builds Merc Treads. And then I hope Reckless has no flash. And then he should be able to get them. But we'll have to wait and see what happens first, because they have got the Alistar for first engage. Then maybe he can be the follow-up. Yeah, the reason Darius has run Ghost in solo queue is for the gap close. It's very, it catches you off guard a lot, the Darius. With the Ghost level 1, he can actually get a solo kill with the amount of damage he has from his passive.
Limit just flashed in there.
He likes to flash in, it seems.
Yeah, but he didn't get anything for it. In fact, they're even going to get the stun back here onto Neon, who's used the cleanse to try and get away. Limit now stunned up with concussive blows. There's no heal for him. And Limit is just dead in the bottom lane. He flashed double knock. Neon might go down. He has to flash away. Oh my
There's
goodness,
the happy
it's an awful
bee.
start. It's an awful start for Schalke.
So Limit flashes in, but he has Phase Rush and uses it to get out. But he takes a lot of damage because he doesn't have the Aftershock. I think Ashe Braum is actually a good response to the Alistar in particular.
I agree.
Because when he combos in, you can always turn the fight. You saw it there. He gets a double knock-up. Yes, that's great, but Braum level 1 is insanely strong. So turns that fight. I think that was just a mistake going in there for the level 1 trade against something like a Braum. When you're playing Alistar without the headbutt, you only have the Pulverize. So they are going to lose all their summoners in the bot side.
So I think that Kai'Sa, early levels with Hail of Blades and her passive is also very strong. But was the Guardian? Yeah, the Guardian, I think, also just makes it so much harder for you to just commit to this all in. Yes, it's a very nice double knockup, but Neon can't actually close the gap between him and Reckless, which means that they can't get onto Reckless, they can't one-shot him, they don't feel confident enough to dive onto Mickey, which means that now Limit with no flash ends up just getting run down by the combined utility of Ashe Braum.
Yeah, too many slows coming out of the Braum and the Ashe and the stuns and the exhaust. There is no real escape there for Limit once he flashed in. Does end up falling. Reckless gets the first blood. They push in the second wave. They base. Reckless is coming back to bot lane with double longsword. Jankos is here though. Abbedagge has Ghost, he pops it, he has the bubble as well. There's a top wave stacking, maybe look for a dive here.
Now look, try and kill off Wonder, decimate down, Wonder down to about 100 HP and he's ticking. Paddle Star put in the face as Abbedagge picks up Schalke's first kill of the game.
And if you saw Jankos' player cam there, he was laughing, he knew Wonder was dead, he was not having any of that. That was so funny to see. So Schalke do pick up a kill and they're playing towards the Darius, which is important. Limit though.
Trying to get the knockback here onto Caps, but Caps isn't going to tank. Here's the TP. I think Abbedagge and Broken Blade are going to join this fight.
Another TP.
Has to try and flash away, but Caps is already dead. Broken Blade will join the fray at the end. Schalke with a good TP play there to pick up the mid laner from G2.
Yeah, very good early game from Abbedagge. Gets the early prow, goes top, TP's mid and gets another kill.
Yeah, I think that what Schalke is doing in this early game is good. A little over-aggressive, I would say, from Limit, but something that we often see from him is that when he's unlocked on this Alistar specifically, we know he likes to make plays. I like the roam up to mid. They saw that Caps wanted to push in mid so that he could reset, but instead they end up getting that kill onto him. So very well played by Schalke. Now they find themselves back in the gold lead.
Yeah, it was really good for Abbedagge as well because he was able to base before TPing in. That's crucial. He could pick up his item before TPing back to the play. So now he has these lucidity boots. He can move around the map really quickly. So when these waves stack on side lanes like this big G2 bot wave, he should be able to collapse first with Caps. No TP, but for now G2 have full control of this bot side of the map. I think Schalke's win condition is the top side anyway, right? You need to get the Darius ahead.
I very much agree, and you can already see Jankos hovering around the bot side of the map. He does have jungle camps spawning like his Raptors and Wolves, so he wants to be pathing top, but for now he's covering because he recognizes that mid does not have priority.
Yeah.
He realizes that Caps can't offer any support, he doesn't have the teleport either, so Jankos is kind of taking the sacrifice for the sake of his bot lane.
Yeah, and covering these lanes is all good and dandy because it helps them out, but look at the XP difference. Jankos are leveled down, he's down around 3 camps right now. And Gilius is coming out of base. Surprised to see Gilius' items. Normally, the Odious Rush, Lucidity Boots, or some kind of boots item first. He has got the tier 1 boots, but not as much move speed as Jankos with the tier 2 boots. So he will clear faster, but he will be too later to plays, which could be important later on. We'll have to see how the game progresses. But I think Schalke's win condition is this top side of the map. And Abbedagge with the boots early and with these 2 kills should be able to push in the wave and cover both of his side lanes.
What's really interesting is you talked about that experience difference between the junglers. This was something that when the whole debate around G2 at Worlds last year was that they can't play carry junglers, it had nothing really to do with Jankos' ability to play the champions. It very much has how a team, Jankos often covers for his laners. His Caps is getting very aggressive.
Abbedagge hits the shockwave. Abbedagge has the flash away, but Caps with the flash follow-up. Control ward in the bush will stop Caps from getting the final autos down, but Caps had some fancy feet there as Abbedagge has to flash away.
Oh, look, the whole family's here. Schalke, Limit and Gilius both covering for mid, flashing for Mickey.
Yeah, immediately Mickey knows that he can go in here for Neon, but Neon does have the cleanse, will get himself back underneath the tower, and even through the exhaust should be able to survive. Abbedagge gets heal, now has the flash back up, and Caps is going to fall. Flashes away, Abbedagge! Channeling his inner faker right there.
Yeah, Limit roaming to mid and is here first, even though he's getting pushed in bot. You saw Neon almost got punished for it, but he respected it enough with the cleanse, and now Limit should get back down here to cover Neon on this stacking wave with Gilius next to him, a level up. And Limit's just been so impressive on these mid roams. He's there first before Mickey, even if Mickey has the push.
You have to give credit to Neon as well, surviving in the 2v2. We saw how much G2 were trying to invest onto it. Gilius just trying to get the wave away from this frozen state as Reckless and Mickey now push in. Jankos doesn't have the onslaught of shadows yet, as we said. That early disadvantage costing him those levels. Mickey looking for the stun here. Limit, though, will be the first to fall in the fight. Just about taken out by Reckless. Gilius running forward. Doesn't have the mana to land that bear stance. And Reckless still on the chase here with the volley. Abbedagge working his way down from the mid lane. Neon tries to turn it back around, but he can't quite get the Neon! Neon with the redemption! Abbedagge just in range. Now Reckless has to flash away. The paddle star will find its mark. Abbedagge can't quite get the damage down. But in the end, Schalke win out on the bottom bot lane play.
So much action, such a flip from what we had in game one. Schalke definitely coming to play. And a lot of this coming off the back of Limit and Neon, answering with some of the plays that G2 is trying to make. Limit ready to flash in, ready to turn this play around. And when we watch the replay, we can get more into how everything broke down, because like, I would argue that G2 was in a good position. I think that they could have frozen the wave and they could have just left it at that, but instead they tried to go for more kills, and Limit ends up getting the punish.
Yeah, look at Limit again. He's moved towards the top side. He has these Lucidity boots. Bot wave's good because Abadaga is pushing it in. And like you said, the replay, let's have a look at it. The bot wave is frozen. The whole fight here for Schalke is to crash the wave. Gilius goes aggressively. He knows he can't get a kill here. He just wants to push in the wave, but the problem is, once it's pushed in, G2 hold it. They hold it in their face, and Limit knows he has to turn.
And now we're looking for a fight in the mid lane as Limit's trying to get that stun onto Mickey. Abadage coming in from the side as well. And looks like the fight won't continue much longer, but it's been such an explosive early game, and it's really counterintuitive to how Schalke have played the rest of their season. Usually they are a little bit slower as Jankos is going to step forward here, but yeah, usually it's G2 who are the faster team. G2 who are the team getting those gold leads, where Schalke are trying to weather the storm and then get towards these late game team fights.
A lot of it is just off the back of Limit. I think that he's taking advantage of the fact that it's much easier for him to roam and impact the map as Jankos now goes in.
Onslaught of Shadows used. Gideus does not have the flash. It's just off cooldown. He can't get away. Reckless now 4-0 on this Ash. And Jankos is on the chase. The arrow available for Reckless, as you say. Shockwave, stopwatch. Abadage still underneath the tower is going to try and jump his way around with a portal jump, but the ball is there. Straight in the face of Abadage, and now G2 find 2 quick kills in that bot side jungle.
Maybe Schalke can collapse. Neon has a killer instinct, but Broken Blade doesn't have something like the Ghost to catch up. Doesn't even have boots, so Mickey just hits a Q on him, and he has to back off. It looks like Wunder will be nice and sitting down in his top side, a level up. 20 CS up as well, getting plating.
2
Broken Blade
too, yeah.
Broken Blade trying to collapse on his play, doesn't get there in time, and you would think that Broken Blade would be more ahead after the level 3 dive, can get TP advantage, but Abadage does get up here in time to fix the wave. They don't lose too much, and G2 so playing so fantastically, just punishing the face check from Gilius.
So, 10 minutes in, we're at 10 kills, right? This is very much what we expected coming into this series, and Game 2 is definitely delivering. But again, I really want to emphasize what Limit has been doing. The thing is, in terms of the straight-up 2v2, Braum into Ashe, I definitely give them the advantage. But I think that Alistar has so much more impact when you end up roaming around the map because of how you can set up plays. And Limit a few times now has gone into Raptors, and then Hex Flash over the wall onto a flashless Orianna, and any mid-lane mage will tell you that it's impossible to play against that.
Support diff.
Exactly. Support diff is resulting in jungle. He's like a second jungler just permanently in mid lane, which is where Schalke have gotten a lot of their advantage. But G2 did not want to give up. They answer with some kills of their own, and now we're in a relatively even state.
Yeah, and Limit to me, he's giving me almost like Hylissang vibes in the way that he's playing. He's been playing so impressively, maybe not so much in the lane phase, but just roaming, like you said. So Limit just hit level 6 and the waves keep pushing in. It feels like Limit leaves the lane when the wave's in a good state for Neon. Either it's a bounce so he can either last hit, or it's pushing into him so he can freeze it.
Importantly though, looking across some of these lanes, you have to look at where the gold has gone. Abadage picked up those couple of early kills, however he's at a CS disadvantage, 2 caps, so gold in that mid lane is actually in favor of the G2 man. Reckless 4-0-0 as we see a fight happening in the top lane. Wonder tried to trade against Broken Blade and Gilius. Wonder doesn't really have anywhere to go here. Flashes over the wall with the decimating smash, got a bit of alcove gaming, and Broken Blade will bring down the guillotine. The arrow goes wide. Wonder in the zombie form comes back from the death as he got his head chopped off, but won't be able to do too much more.
Yeah, G2 pushed in bot, and they went for a full lane swap. It seems 11 minutes on the clock, plating's falling off in 3, and the Herald is up. So G2 want to make sure that they can secure that before they do fall, as Dragon's dead, right? Yeah, bot lane power, you want to move, and Gillis is going in.
Why is this Schalke just continually going on the front foot? This is actually not how they play it at all during the regular season. They are forcing G2 away. However, G2 are willing to answer. They have that Scion ultimate. They can engage if they want. It's a 5v5 brawl here in the top side river. Limit trying to step forward. Decimating smash doesn't quite land. Gilius there with a stun. The paddle star goes wide. Patience on Shirley very low as that Rift-Held might reset, but here we go. The knock-up, Mickey already dead. Rift-Held secured for G2, and Schalke will not be willing to run away from this one. They're trying to chase Wonder down. He uses the Unstoppable Onslaught to get himself away. Heal out Gilius. Flash, stun, straight onto Wonder, and now even the Decimating Smash won't save him. Wonder dies once again. Jankos stunned up. There's a sleepy trouble bubble there for them as well as Wonder tries to use the zombie to do as much as he can. Reckless snipes him across the wall. Schalke managed to pick up a couple of kills, but they did lose the Herald.
Ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of Schalke, and Caps will get some plates off in the mid lane, but wow, what a brawl. I think the G2 wanted to play for the Herald because the sooner they can break open these towers, the sooner they can remove the laning phase from Darius and hurt his impact in the 1v1. But Schalke, of course, answer. Limit does not get the optimal engage off, and then you have this dance of mid laners as the rest of the team start to regroup around the objective.
Yeah, Limit misplaying the engage there, and Schalke play this smartly. They know they want to reset the Herald, but Wunder and Mickey go way too deep. I think they're trying to stop Gilius from being able to steal it because he's right next to the Herald, so they walk forwards, but the rest of the G2 walks backwards. Reckless on the Herald.
Limit with a knocker.
Yeah, the double knockup was clutch. Wunder just tries to run with the ultimate with the flash, but Schalke's chase was good. I just think they over-chased.
I think Caps also had to appreciate that if he tried to come in from the flank, he'd get collapsed on, and now it's G2 on the collapse.
Arrow lands onto Gilius, nowhere for him to go. Reckless has 6 kills so far this game, and he's looking for more as Neon is forced to flash away across the wall. And as much as Schalke have been taking it to G2, they've been getting these kills, they've been getting these fights. G2 got all 5 plates on the mid lane tower with that Herald charge during that replay. Reckless is now going to get another couple of plates here in the top lane. G2 are getting gold leads. They are 2,500 gold ahead right now. And look at Reckless. He's 1,200 gold ahead of Neon.
Yeah, Neon has the most kills on Schalke. Reckless has double his kills. G2 only have 7. Reckless has 6. No assists. He's been last hitting everything. They got 1 plate in bot. Looks like they're going to get 5 plates in top.
Wow, and like I really want to go back to what Caps did in that last fight, because by making the choice to get the 2 plates in mid, he then set up for the Herald play, which then allowed him to get all this gold and open up the map even more. So huge props to the decision making from G2, because even after some of these brawls have not been going in their favor, you've got Captain Consistent in the bot lane that just seems to not be able to die. The question is, will they end up dying in this game?
Neon
diving in onto Mickey. Reckless kind of abandoned his support here. Mickey's going to flash away. And Neon did burn the killer instinct for that. Mickey able to get himself out towards the safety of the tower.
Look at the mid lane as well, though. Abadage roaming around the map so much. He's down 30 CS to Caps, even though he was getting ganks and they were winning the 2v2s, the 3v3s with Limits moving up. He's actually lost a lot of creeps in all these fights, so that's going to hurt him the later the game goes. Limit going in. Wunder has the ult to escape, though.
Importantly, Broken Blade picked up a couple of kills in those last 2 fights, and with the guillotine, tries to chop down Wunder. Broken Blade tanks up the tower for a long time. Wunder actually might be able to take out Gilius here, who will just about be able to get away with that bear stance. Broken Blade now 2-0-3 on this Darius.
Yeah, that dive looked a little bit dodgy. Looked like they might trade 1 for 1. I think Schalke could have just made the Alistar tank and use the ultimate. But committing 3 members to shut down a Sion is not what you want. You want to get something out of these kills. Wunder doesn't mind dying. No matter what, he's going to buy Ruby Crystals, and he's going to be a frontliner. He's a walking health bar this whole game with a little bit of CC. So shutting him down doesn't do too much. All they got was a kill. They didn't even get the tower.
Wunder has watched a lot of BAO streams. I'm very confident he knows how to play. If anything, he's in his comfort zone right now, sitting at 0-4. And that's the obnoxious thing about a Sion. You can always have pressure even when utilizing your passives. As we set up now for the second Drake of the game.
Yeah, second Drake of the game. We'll have to see what soul it is after this one falls. Schalke has the first, G2 have one for themselves now. It's going to be an Ocean Soul, but still 3 dragons away for either team. So at least 30 minutes on the clock before we will see an Ocean Soul come out, but G2 controlling the spots out of the map. Arrow goes out.
Arrow connects once again, and you can see Abadage really doesn't have anywhere to go. Reckless goes godlike. The reverse bond here, 7-0 on that Ashe.
Yeah, G2 are playing so well around the vision. They've punished Schalke for so many face checks. Abadage is face checking his own jungle on the first bush at 15 minutes into the game, and he's getting punished for it, so he gets taken down. And now G2 look like they want to collapse towards the top side. Schalke have enough pinks and vision to actually spot them out, and they're smartly going to decide to back off.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a great demonstration of how you play around numbers, right? Like, G2 are just constantly leaving Wunder on the weak side and then collecting as a 4, and then using their pick power to just punish whenever Schalke try and walk into an area of the map that just does not belong to them. They now know that Caps has teleport. They've sent him off into the bot lane, and now look, you can see that Jankos is hovering around top, going to clear out his top side Caps. They can look to play through top if they want to, because I believe that there is still another Herald that should be spawning, unless I've missed the second Herald.
No, spawns in... Yeah, it
soon.
should spawn soon, yeah. I was looking at the...
I was looking at the timer and I was like, am I the one that's wrong?
No, that's bad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it spawns in soon.
But yeah, they can then set up for the... Or they can just look for more fights in the bot lane.
Lim's going to pop the Unbreakable Will to start us off. Caps is here, has the Shockwave. It's a 4v3 in favor of Schalke right now. But what are they playing for? Like, what are you fighting for at the moment down here? There's no dragon. You're not getting prio in mid or in top lane while all of this is happening. And G2, after pushing out those side waves, the side wave and the mid wave, now can all group up down here and look for their 4th tower of the game.
I love what G2 are doing here. They're playing into the Darius. Darius was on the side lane. Let's send members into that lane so we push him out. And the only thing Schalke can do is respond by putting numbers themselves, but they lose the team fight. If they start a team fight, this Ashe is 7-0-0, 2 items, 17 minutes.
Over steps, Limit goes in, the apprehend, shut down on the cow is not really the target you want it to go to, but Schalke will take whatever they can get right now. G2 able to walk away with the rest of their players.
Yeah, really good pick from Schalke. They managed to catch out Caps. G2 looking for more here, but the problem is, the thing I want to look at here is Schalke are losing so many waves with these fights. Abadag is down 40 CS, Neil's down 10.
Here we go.
They know they're hit, they know they're in this push.
Here we go, Limit going in, look for the knock-up, and the dive is in. Killer Instinct goes out from Neon, there's the shutdown. A Reckless has died alongside him. Mickey pays for that play with his life.
Baron.
Schalke find 2 kills, as you say. Baron Cagel, I wonder why you haven't made playoffs before. We're only 18 minutes into the game. Rifteld is up, but we're a little bit apprehensive for Baron there, mate.
Okay. I'm going to be honest, every time you get an ace like that, it feels like you always want to question Baron. Yes, it's down. My bad. It's not up.
We've all been there.
Swiftly moving on, though, from the Keijo playoffs meme joke. Good one, guys. I haven't heard that one before. This ward was crucial.
Wards save lives. It's just
Wards
fact. Yeah, and there was no sweeper to come through from G2. This is a play that they've been doing a lot this game, either grouping up as either a 3 or 4 man unit and looking for picks. And Schalke, really good punish on the bot side of the map, and this gave a lot of gold. Unfortunately, the shutdown did go onto the Udyr, which would have been nicer onto the Darius, of course, but still, the stride breaking completed. That Darius continuing to get strong.
That's the thing that hurts, right? Although that fight was great by Schalke, Broken Blade TP'd in and got nothing. Not even an assist. He got absolutely nothing. He just based and lost his top wave on his tier 2. So Broken Blade is the win condition in a sense for this team. Yes, the Kai'Sa and Zoing being ahead is always going to make it nicer for wave clear, contesting 3v3s, but Darius split push, the pressure point on the map, and threatening the backline is what you need. But Schalke do end up picking some kills, only around 2,000 gold down now, 1,500 gold down, and they're contesting some vision. So I wouldn't be surprised to see another fight around this dragon in 1 minute 20, or the Herald that just spawned, Vedius.
Looking at this Herald right now, and Limit has his eyes set on the AD carry. Reckless does have his flash up, didn't use it in the last little skirmish, same for Caps. A lot of items have now been completed. Orianna going to go back to base, spend that money. I imagine going to upgrade into the Seraphs. Oh, not quite actually, has enough money yet, but will TP and join the fray. And I think Schalke have to respect that they are weaker right now. They do not have the same itemization, but it looks like that's not going to stop them.
Well, Reckless has 2 items right now. The Phantom Dancer already complete. Here goes Limit going back. Yanko's trying to get in, and Limit's knocked up straight away. The apprehend only lands onto Mickey. Limit stunned, down to about 1/3 of his HP, and Reckless just opens up with the Ranger's focus. There's the shockwave. Broken Blade knockback gets the kill onto Mickey, but now the chase is really on. Gilius has nowhere to go. G2 pick up 3 quick kills.
Yeah, super well played from G2, punishing Schalke, overextending again. Gilius tries to find the engage, but doesn't have the flash. Limit, it felt like he was CC'd for an absolute eternity there. He couldn't even get his combo off, so there was no re-engage for the side of Schalke. They were forced to run away. Yes, Broken Blade picks up a kill, but G2 definitely winning out that fight. I think they'll get the Drake for that as well.
I think the Braum Ashe combo is just, it's so devastating in these extended fights and how easy it is for G2 to be able to apply them. And G2 now, they're in a great position. They sit with a 2.5k gold lead. Reckless is completing his 2nd item, working towards the 3rd. Let's have a look back at how this fight played out.
Yeah, Gilius trying to find the engage. He doesn't have the flash to make the engage happen though, but look at Limit. He's on the front line, knock up, stunned, has the ultimate up, then he gets stunned again, and then he gets stunned again. And he can't actually engage or re-engage, so that leaves Broken Blade as your front line. Yes, he picks up Mickey. Look at Mickey's health bar. He just gets dunked straight away. So the Darius pick is very strong against these tanks, but in the end, Schalke just lose the fight.
And Neon, he can't approach the fight because he doesn't have a front line to play around. And like they had a similar issue in game 1 where they relied on Limit to act as that front line. And while Udyr is like a strong champion, he doesn't act as the same sort of tanky frontline utility thing that something like a Scion or a Hecarim can do because of the amount of utility that they just inherently bring in their kit, which means that it's harder for Neon to play the fights, which means that it's harder for Schalke to play these fights, which means that unless the Darius gets very strong, like their win condition just needs to be either finding picks onto G2 or getting a fight where they're out of position and maybe they can split G2 apart and maybe they can try and shut down Reckless before he can really be unleashed on the fight.
Yeah, it's all about these team fights. Limit has been playing fantastically on engages in the 3v3s and the skirmishes. He just needs to find the engages in team fights. And if you look at Schalke, I think the last 5 games they played, barring the Karthus game, they've had Hecarim on their team. Gilius has always been picking up Hecarim, and that just solidifies a lot of engage next to your support. But now the Hecarim's being taken away from them both games, it feels like Schalke don't really have that last piece of the puzzle to get the fight started. It's all on Limit, it's all on this Alistar.
And it's so difficult for Limit to find those engages. Has the Turbo Chem Tank complete now, though? Is it waiting for the flank? Here comes Broken Blade. Shockwave's gonna land. Limit down to half HP already. Neon dives onto Cabs on the backline. TP coming in from G2. And now Neon is in the total wrong position. Wonder charges in with the unstoppable onslaught. Cabs stepping forward and Reckless can open up. He's untouched. Look at that Ash as he just rips through Schalke. Nothing that they can do because the Ash is untouched for the entirety of the fight. And now Neon, I'm sorry, my man, but in a 5v1, I know which odds I'm gonna take. G2 every day of the week. Neon will delay for as long as he can, but with no flash, no ult, no hope of surviving. He's gonna waste a ton of time, as you say, Eddie, but in the end, he will be shut down by Caps.
Wow, a huge team fight once again for G2. It looked good for Schalke. It seemed that they had caught Jankos out. G2 did not have the best setup in the moment that Neon dived onto Caps. I thought that he was just going to get that solo kill, but the flash came through from Caps. He was able to disengage, regroup with his team, and then when G2 could play the front to back, that means the Schalke have no answer.
Yeah, to me, Wonder just clutched that fight with his ultimate. I think he hit 4 people and delayed them for so long, but Broken Blade's found Mickey.
Broken Blade on the chase. Looking for more damage, already used the Stride Breaker. Wonder once again. He's a beefcake. He's a tank. Not really much you can do against this Scion. He can whittle away at him, but he doesn't take too much damage either. Decimating Smash, it's flashed away there by Abadage. It was a flash on his passive rather than his own flash, because that's still on cooldown.
Yeah, but look at the items. Abadage doesn't even have his second item yet. He's building towards the Void Staff, but Caps has 2. But looking back on this replay, I want to keep your eyes on Wunder. I mean, Gilius and Limit, they're baiting here because Broken Blade's around. They know that they can start the fight. Abadage has TP. Yes, they catch Jankos. Yes, Caps gets caught out by Neon. But here comes the bounce with the TP and then with the ultimate.
Really nice engage from Wonder. Just knocks up 2. Limit flashes in once again, but there's no follow-up. He's just soaking up damage. Tanks are OP. Oh, his shield from the Orianna as well completely mitigates the ultimate from Broken Blade. If Broken Blade gets that execute, there's a world where I could see the Darius 1v9 the fight, but unfortunately for him, too much utility, too much support, and G2 end up coming out on top once again.
Yeah, and look at Reckless's items as well. 23 minutes in, picked up the Infinity Edge, 3 item Ash. 9, 1, and 3, and now G2 want to play towards the top side. Dragon in 1 minute 40, but getting some top side vision around the Baron, making sure the Schalke has to contest. They have to face check, and then you can look for these things with the arrows, with the Hecarim. Try to kind of catch them out, but Schalke are playing very aggressive here. They're very far up in the river. If G2 want to collapse, they can decide to do so, and I think they might look for an engage here.
Limit doesn't have a way to get away from this. Pops the Unbreakable Will. The arrows already connected. There's the Decimating Smash.
Oh, he can't play the game!
He just can't move! Oh, that's so unlucky for Limit. Really nothing he can do. Not tanky enough. Doesn't have the Aftershock. Doesn't have a flash. Doesn't have Merc Treads. No tenacity and no life for the cow. G2 immediately turn over their eyes towards the Baron. Reckless sitting with 10 kills in his back pocket as the Baron has been begun. Gilius doesn't have flash here. Mickey's going to be the front man, the bouncer, trying to keep Gilius out of the after parties. Schalke try and step forward, but that Baron's already down to 2,000 HP. And it is Dunzo, almost stolen away by Abadage, but couldn't quite get taken out of G2's pocket.
Yeah, the second Limit dies. There's really no one that can walk up and contest this Baron. You get hit by 1 Braum Q as Udyr or Darius, you already have to run away. There's way too much zone control, way too much CC on this G2 composition, and they have the front line to start the Baron and tank it up as long as they need to. So Baron for G2, and now they're probably going to look towards the Dragon. Schalke are trying to make a pick again. They did this before in the top side of the map. Broken Blade hovering behind his carry, and if G2 decide to go too far deep into catching out Neon, then maybe Caps could get caught out.
Caps has been caught out a few times this game, once in the bot lane from the Fnatic Brush, and perhaps once again here in top lane. But Lotus, Caps is respecting. He's playing very deep into his own lane. He realizes that his team is nowhere near him, and his priority is making sure that he's in a position where he can TP. And he realizes, I think that ward may have even spotted him out with the blue trinket, that Broken Blade is in fact hovering on top. And he realizes that there's the real risk of Limit looking for a dive here as well.
Yeah, Schalke need to base soon though. It's all good and dandy to look for a pick on the side lane when they have Baron, because you need to stop the siege, but the siege is about to begin. So Neon's probably going to take this tower and base. Maybe Caps can try to cancel him and play around with him a bit, but he doesn't have the vision to do so. So 2 towers for Schalke in the end. So that's pretty good, but they have to stop the siege of the Baron.
Inhibitor tower, the target here for G2. Neon backing away. Caps looking for the stop. Neon actually looking in for the killer instinct. The shockwave available for Caps, but he misses! Neon sidesteps it, and in the 1v1, Neon almost comes out clutch. But Caps is having none of it. Caps takes the kill. G2 take the inhibitor, and Wonder goes unstoppable. He's charging in for the win. He wants this game to be over with.
Where's he going?
And he's charging
Diesel.
Look, the question mark face coming out from
Apple Maps these days instead of Google Maps, putting the wrong coordinates on his GPS. Mickey gets guillotined, and now G2 may just have to back away. Wonder's rejoined the fight, rejoined his team. Gonna get apprehended, and he was in the middle of a decimating smash there. Decimate comes out from Broken Blade as well. The paddle start. Broken Blade will have the ult reset. Clean. The dodge with the stride breaker, but the gargoyle stone
another one
is just too enough.
Yeah, too many shields for Broken Blade to break through. They almost got another kill onto Wonder, but the kill onto Mickey stops the siege. And Neon's playing top, you have to respect it. If he was able to outplay Caps there and get a kill, that could have been huge for Schalke.
Oh my words. Wonder. All right, he was trolling. Let's just be honest. He was trolling his team. You could see the emotes from Jankos. I'm sure even the player cams Jankos turned. Look, he's stretching. Look at him. He just
takes his hand off the keyboard and says, "Alexa, take me to top tower."
Yeah.
And then Sionald just drips him up there.
Guys, he thinks he's driving a Tesla over here. He's just
I'm looking for Azeroth. Can anyone find Azeroth for me?
Oh man, yeah, G2, they know that they have this game in the bag. The gold lead is about 5k, but it just feels like from a comp perspective, how does Schalke really win? Like, we've already talked so much about how they're limited in terms of their engage, but then even when they do get the engage, G2 just play this front-to-back comp, so you have to get through the front line of G2. We've already seen how unkillable Wonder is, and then you have to get onto this back line of Reckless, who then has all this peel from
here comes Vin Diesel again.
Too fast,
too
furious, and he finds the connection onto Broken Blade, but the rest of the team aren't really there to follow up. Wonder looking for the slows here as Mickey will join the fight. Apprehend coming out. Wonder might just have to flash the wall. He does before Limit can land that headbutt pulverized combo. Super minions in the mid lane will keep Schalke penned back in their own base for the moment as G2 group up as 5 in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I'm going back to Vedas' point. You're absolutely right. The Schalke comp has pure single target damage and only one form of engage, so getting past the front line's hard enough, but against spells like the Scion, the Hecarim, the Orianna, it's even harder to step up to start contesting the front line, let alone kill them.
Oh, TP. Here we go. Broken Blade.
Reckless is in base.
Reckless is in base. He can't join the fray, but only 2 players from Schalke are here, and Broken Blade already under half HP. There's the kind of instant game from Neon. The sleep's going to land only onto Mickey. Jankos stunned up. The shockwave hits 1. G2 able to back away. The arrow still connects onto Limit as here comes another apprehend.
Oh,
the
what?
Sleep, the gargoyles, the shields, not enough, shut down. And now Broken Blade can really open up with those successive guillotines. Limit is down. Wonder able to help kill Broken Blade, and Reckless has joined the fray, but a little bit too late. He's shut down. Abadage and Neon can push forward. It's 2v2. Mid laner and AD carry versus mid laner and jungler. Abadage goes it alone. Neon's going to join the fight. Abadage flashes away, and the Acathian rains hell upon Jankos. Schalke find a fight in the bot side.
And what's crazy is this whole fight started because of this single ward. This one right here, sitting by the blue buff, because G2 had no idea that Schalke had this much information and they saw Reckless resetting. The fact that he wasn't around meant that they could actually get this engaged. And look, he's going back to base here, right? They're going to spot him out. Meanwhile, Caps gets interrupted because he's sitting on top of this vision ward, and Schalke's like, oh wait, we have all the information we need. We have a deep TP flank. Then the engage begins.
Yeah, and Reckless is in base. That's crucial. So they go for the engage, and like we said, it's hard to kill the front line because they can kite back, and they have a lot of AoE spells. The shockwave, it's so hard to walk into these chokes. They have to respect it. The Ash Hour from downtown is really huge, but Wonder gets caught out in the end, eventually falls. But look, his passive does the job as well. Not only does he tank up all the damage, but he goes into his passive form, and Broken Blade gets the reset. He wants to do the fight, but Wonder just bullies him and takes him out of the fight. You have to imagine if Broken Blade could get onto the backline, it would be over. But Schalke still win the fight. It's a 3-for-3 and a 2v2.
The second that Schalke get rid of the front line, that's when Neon and Abadage really get unlocked and can start dishing out this damage. And I think G2, they were having a bit of fun earlier. They felt like that the game was won.
Abadage shockwave. Caps just looking for the auto attacks. The Everfrost comes out. Neon dives in. Caps able to flash away and get the kill. And now Neon is on his lonesome. The arrow connects here, but the sleep was walked through there by Reckless. He does have the flash. Turbo Chemton coming out from Gilius, looking for the chase here. That's a very speedy bear. Flash, bear, slap, TP coming out from G2, and Gilius is already down. Reckless with his 500th playoff kill. Wonder coming in the pain train is not stopping at the Schalke station. G2 able to pick up another couple in this top lane fight, and all that came from Abadage being in the shop just a little too long.
Yeah, Schalke chasing again for the kills. They have to find something. There's 1 minute on the Dragon. You have to argue if they could get some kind of fight, they could have contested this Ocean Soul, but G2 turn it. They win the fight. The TP comes in. Reckless even has flash in case he needed to use it. Abadage is up in 5 seconds though. The waves are coming in. They have a bot wave and a mid wave. Maybe G2 want to look to end, but still, 20 seconds on Neon. That's the most crucial part of Schalke.
This game has been a reckless show. 14-2-6, 500 kills in the LEC playoffs as G2 look to go 2-0 up in this series. Schalke really can't do too much about it. Gilliard stepping forward, but he is back to the fountain. The Nexus the target in a moment because G2 can taste a little steak on the menu. Limit shockwaved. And how now, Brown Cow? He's down. Broken Blade next. Neon the last one standing. And after all the kills are secured, G2 secure the Nexus.
Oh. That game was a bloodbath compared to the first one. So many more kills, so many more chaotic fights. I feel like G2 dropped the ball a little bit towards the end, but they were able to clean it up off the back of a huge play from Caps. And it feels like that there are no weaknesses in this team. Every time you think that you found an opportunity, they instantly come right back.
Yeah, what more is there to say, honestly? Like, G2 is just... It feels like they're having fun. I think in those fights I was hearing screams as well. They were having so much fun on this top lane fight. Vin Diesel's drifting around the rift. Wunder's chilling so hard. I don't know, honestly. And I think Schalke's draft, it was good for the early game. Yes, they found engages in mid from Limit moving up, but it just wasn't enough.
I mean, what's crazy to me is when we think of G2, we never think of front-to-back teamfight comps. This style of comp is never where you associate them. But look at how well they're playing this now. Seems like Captain consistent in the bot lane. Mr. Reckless has definitely added a lot when it comes to playoffs in these teams.
Definitely had a great performance. G2 are now on match point in this series, and Treats and Crownshot will take a look at the bot lane matchup right after this.
Truck and I whip like this, and now they know I'm up cause my wrist like this. No, I can't get enough cause I'm sick like this, yeah. I've been through too much just to live like this. I've been through too much just to live like this. I fill my pockets till they stuff so they fit like this. I've been through too much just to live like this, like this.
Welcome back to the LEC studio. Our reigning champions have dominated the series so far. They are just one win away from a spot in the next round. Now, that was a very exciting game to watch. And I'm going to start by talking about the draft. We were anticipating some shenanigans. I didn't expect the insta-lock Darius. I was surprised to see the Zoe. And I think it was the Zoe that surprised me the most because it kind of worked. I felt Schalke playing around mid lane a lot. I saw some roams, some kills working out, a cheeky redemption here or there. But what did you make of the draft, Treats?
Yeah, I think in general, Schalke definitely had a more aggressive draft. That's what we wanted for them to change for game 2. I think they did get a lot of kills from mid lane, which snowballed the game in their favor. It just felt like they weren't quite there, but I think they put up a good fight around mid this time around at least.
Yeah, it definitely felt that way. Crownshot, when I turn to you, how does it feel if you're Schalke 04, you ban 5 AD carries, somehow give Reckless Ashe, and then he has that performance?
Well, obviously it feels bad, right? I mean, I think what they should do is, because they're getting early leads, right? And they're getting good fights early, but their team comps just get outscaled both games now. So maybe if they just pick a bit more scaling and still rely on their like individual outplays to get early leads, maybe they'll find an easier time. Because even though the Zoe got ahead, she really can't do too much against like a Sion who is extremely tanky, a Braum blocking all of her skill shots, and well, Reckless is just playing with ice in his veins, I guess. He's very scary. But yeah, I think they're doing some good things, but I think they might need a bit more scaling.
Crownshot, that bot lane matchup, I know you were talking a lot about it. The Kai'Sa Alistar was first rotation 1-2 on red side and then immediately coming into the Ashe Braum. We've got some clips on your screen. I mean, talk me through what you're seeing because you kind of predicted this, right, when we're looking at drafts.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like, I guess the limit flash here is a bit bizarre because they don't win. Also, they have cleanse against heal, which means you always lose extended fights, right? And also they're playing like red side, which generally you want to play safe bot lane early game, and they just well, they went for it and it didn't work because I think people forget how strong Braum Ashe is level 1. It's probably the strongest bot lane you can play 2v2 almost, and when the Alistar flashes in and then just gets slowly chased down, it's a huge problem. Then the Ashe gets early kills and, well, yeah, Reckless is...
He's a problem to deal with, isn't that right?
Yeah, he's definitely a problem to deal with on Ashe. I think, yeah, the Lavon was definitely a mishap from the side of Schalke. I think Limit had some really good roams though to get them back into the game. They didn't really lane a lot 2v2 after. It was kind of like a 1v1 of Ashe versus the Kai'Sa, but I think, like, yeah, Schalke has a lot of proactivity, right? They aren't doing too bad on that side. I think I agree with you, Crownshot, that they should add some scaling and make their comp a bit more well-rounded, and I think they can actually pick up a game against G2.
We're talking a lot about what we saw in this game because I think it was a step towards what we wanted to see from Schalke, right? Treats and Crownshot have said a number of times throughout the broadcast today, don't be passive against G2. You have to take the fight to them. You have to get in their faces. We've got another replay that I want to bring up on the screen. And Treats, have you talked me through this one? But like, I kind of like the fact that Schalke were willing to scrap. And we saw that the game was relatively close, but the composition didn't help them out as it played out.
Yeah, I think it's very similar to game 1, where Schalke is feeling forced to take fights where they know that they aren't really advantageous. I think just from the scaling perspective, they have to keep making plays and have to keep being proactive. But their comp doesn't really allow them to even outplay G2, I would say. So I think for the next game, I think they realize this as well, and I think they will have a more stable comp. Maybe add some spice still and make it a bit interesting. But I think they know what they have to do as well, and add some more playmaking on Gilius, I think would be a good starting point.
Well, Treats, we're on the cusp of a 3-0 in favor of G2. This would make you and Crownshot wrong.
Yep.
Both predicted 3-1s, just as a reminder, okay. With that in mind, and knowing Crownshot was wrong in his prediction yesterday, Schalke have picked blue side for this next game.
Nice.
What are you expecting to see? Because I think we saw a more competitive or a more action-packed game in game 2. Can they do a little bit more and force us to game 4?
Yeah, I mean, I think the blue side is a good pick for them because I think they want to take away the Hecarim. I think they want Gilius on a more playmaking champion that has more active early game and active playmaking in general. So I think that's what they will look to do. Outside of that, I think Limit's happy playing Alistar. I think he's performing well on the map, even though lane went a bit kaboom in early game this time. But yeah, I think the blue side will be a better pick for them.
Same question to Crownshot. What are you expecting from Schalke? What would you like to see them do to pick up a win?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's for sure going to be a Hecarim first pick, but they might actually do what G2 did and just pick top lane, mid lane, 2-3, and then maybe go for the more spicy bot lane picks that were promised.
You promised
think,
them. You promised the world them.
No, I said that it might be mind games. I said it might be mind games. But yeah, I think they can try to drop bot lane to 4-5 because when you play blue, right, you see what enemy picks on first two, so then you can respond to what they do. As opposed to red side, when they pick their Kai'Sa, Alistar completely blind, right? So maybe they want to put a bit more freedom into their bot lane, like see a bit more picks before they decide. Maybe that helps them.
Now, of course, for everybody that's watching, I have been like ripping on Crownshot all day. He did not promise that at all. I've straight up lied every single time, so please don't take that as truth. Crownshot, I'm going to stick with you for a moment or two because I think the 5 bans in this game, I think 4 bans in the previous game at the bot lane, definitely targeting out, obviously, Reckless, but with that Lucian as well. Is that the right way? I mean, it's in envy. It doesn't matter what you ban against G2 because ultimately every single one of their players is terrifying. But would you consider changing that strategy?
So there's one thing to say, like when you blind a bot lane 1-2, generally there's always going to be a lot of answers to it, right? Because there's so many champions in the game. So I don't think it's even worth to try to ban out players like Reckless. I remember in like 2019, Vitality also like banned like so many. 2018, I think, banned like 5 AD carries against him, and then he pulls out one he didn't play for like 2 years, and then he still does well. So I think this guy will always be relevant in the game. So I don't think you should target him in draft because he's just always going to be solid. So I think you should take maybe a bit of a different approach. Maybe Schalke might try to play something like Rel as opposed to the Alistar, which is a bit stronger early game, right? Like on early levels, she can fight a bit more. Alistar is a bit more dependent on level 3. So,
well, Crownshot and Treats, I'm going to give you one and only one chance to change your votes. Will this be a G2 3-0 or will Schalke win this game? Treats?
I'm going to stick to my prediction, actually. I think Schalke on blue side can actually swap it up. The Hecarim can do a lot for them, and I'm confident.
Crownshot?
Okay, I'm gonna move to the G2, the Church of G2, and I'm gonna say 3-0.
The Church of G2. I agree. I think it's the right call. I think it's the right call because G2 has the favored son of EU, the face of European League of Legends, the definitive bot laner. Reckless has tasted success, he's tasted failure. He's defined what the best truly looks like. Today, he's on the precipice of finding yet another win, yet another series victory. This time, it's with G2 Esports. Once an enemy, now he is their champion. Reckless sitting with 4 titles, 445 games. Kill the lights. Come on, kill the lights. It starts with success. And success is all about growing. Success is about
I've been through too much just to live like this. Double on my cup, you can't sip like this. I fill my pockets till they stuff so they fit like this. Now she know I'm up cause I drip like this. Now I won't give a let it rip like this. Hop up in my truck and I whip like this. And now they know I'm up cause my wrist like this. No, I can't get enough cause I'm sick like this, yeah. I've been through too much just to live like this. I've been through too much just to live like this. I fill my pockets till they stuff so they fit like this. I've been through too much just to live like this. Copped another rollie but it ain't a plain Jane. Call the police, but be screaming gang, gang. Boy, stop acting like you know me when you know you can't hang. That's my brother, not my homie, now that ain't the same thing. And for Busta, I'm gon' ride, cause we feel the same pain. Like no other, do or die, even when the days rain. From the gutter, that's no lie, we on the same page. From the bottom, now we ballin' like Dwayne Wade. I've been through too much just to live like this. Double on my cup, you can't sip like this. I fill my pockets till they stuff so they fit like this. Now she know I'm up cause I drip like this. I've been through too much just to live stuff, so they fit like this. I've been through too much just to live like this, like this. Phone ring, I decline it. I don't know what they whining. I ain't asked them to chime in. Real moving silence. Amiri jeans and Balenciagas. Always believed in our dreams. Now we got them dollars. If you ain't pleased, baby, please tell me what's the problem. Yeah, I'm a fiend for the cream, like a Baskin Robin. Now just don't leave me in the street, cause I'll go back to robbing. This for the team, ain't have a thing, and now we got it poppin'. I've been through too much just to live like this. Double up my cup, you can't sip like this. I fill my pockets to they stuff, so they fit like this. Now she know I'm up, cause I drip like this. Now I won't give a let it rip like this. Hop up in my truck and I whip like this. And now they know I'm up, cause my wrist like this. No, I can't get enough, cause I'm sick like this, yeah. I've been through too much just to live like this. I've been through too much just to live like this. I fill my pockets to they stuff, so they fit like this.
Like a hammer on a drum, like footprints in the sand. From the moment we are born, there's an imprint on your hand.
And welcome back to the LEC playoffs. So we see G2 returning to the stage, looking to make it a quick 3-0 here over Schalke. And although we saw some signs of life from Schalke in that early game, it was still a G2-dominated matchup.
Yeah, definitely. Schalke, I think what's working for them a lot right now is the Alistar roaming towards mid and getting these picks, getting to the skirmishes first. But Mickey was playing Brown, so it was a lot harder for him to move. I like that they've chosen blue side now. I think now they can start to look for the Hecarim first pick and start to be a little bit more flexible in the draft, because I feel like their draft last game just wasn't it.
I agree. I think that Schalke need more ways to actually start fights. It's clear that they're willing to be proactive on the map, which is good. It's a good start. But now they just need better tools to actually enable them to do that. The problem is, even if they do get first pick, what else does G2 have prepared? Because they are a team that often has quite a deep champion pool.
Well, I think the big thing that this opens up is the possible Hecarim first pick. We've seen G2 lock it in both games so far. You talked, Kadriel, about how that's what worked for Gilius. That's what worked for Schalke in the last few weeks of the season. So seeing that Hecarim early on really could change the fortunes of Schalke here.
Yeah, and they've played, last 5 games, they played Hecarim 4 times and Karthus once. And I think Hecarim is just such, it covers all your bases, right? It gives you engage, it gives you a farming jungler, it can give you early game, and you can pair it with things like Orianna, so it unlocks the mid lane as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see G2, if they've done their research, ban away the Hecarim and then try to pick something like the Alistar or the Rell away and get a bot lane strong pick. But we're going into game 3. It's a best of 5. Can Schalke take it to game 4? Woo!
Let's do it. Into the draft. As you say, it is a banger. Game 3 is always a banger, Kadriel. You get used to it a little bit more. Schalke's still going to ban out the Senna. Alongside that, they were getting rid of Lucian and Tristana in the last couple of games. G2 sticking with that Thresh ban.
Yeah, other picks that we haven't seen this series, which are really OP as well. Tristana, like you said, Twisted Fate, also really strong, so wouldn't be surprised to see those things banned away. Alistar has been really good for limit. Rell taken off the board already.
Ooh, interesting. I was about to say the first big pick that we haven't really seen at all this series is the Rell, and G2 actually choose to ban it on red side. I wonder if they'll take the Alistar off the board or if it will be the Hecarim. Typically, they have been banning away the Lilia, which I imagine they are going to leave open, but that's a Lilia, Hecarim, and Twisted Fate, all of which are currently up and available.
Exactly, that's why I really like G2's blue side, red side, sorry. They've left open so many OPs. There's Twisted Fate, there's things like the Lilia Hecarim, there's the Alistar trade-off. So no matter what happens here, let's say Broken Blade, the Schalke first pick of Twisted Fate, then they can opt into things like the Hecarim and the Alistar, and then you've already traded 2 OPs for 1, so you're actually benefiting the red side. Did they miss a ban?
We will find out if they missed a ban or not. We'll see what Schalke pick for this first selection. For now, let us assume that that ban has not been countered, as the Hecarim is locked in here. Well, it's hovered at least for Schalke.
Okay, Hecarim pick.
That's
I like
locked
that.
in.
Confirm G2 missed the ban.
G2 missed the ban. I saw them laughing on stage. I wasn't sure. I don't know if that was on purpose or an accident and they just laughed it off.
Wonder was coordinating his next raid. He's like, hey guys,
right.
8 p.m. should work for me. It's like,
yeah, but the Hecarim going through is pretty big. Schalke pick up the Hecarim, which I think is what they need in these late game fights, in the early game and in the mid game especially.
Well, they are going to answer with the Lilia, I imagine.
The Alistar for sure, right?
Because, yeah, the Alistar makes a lot of sense as a blind pick. We've already seen it come out a lot from the mid. The question is, what will Schalke now answer? Fun fact, Neon was a huge Ashe player last year. Yep. It was one of his go-to champions. I think that it would be funny if they then answer back with an Ashe Braum themselves. They do always have that option available to them. They could run back Schalke's, or G2's comp rather, if they wanted to. Leona?
I like that a lot. Are they going to pair that with something like the Kai'Sa? Take that away from G2, but Twisted Fate is open. But they've gone for the Orianna. Hecarim Orianna has been quite strong in the last couple of weeks of gameplay. Hecarim Orianna, such a strong combo in team fights, and denying the Orianna is crucial against things like the Alistar, who can also set up the combos.
I mean, sure, but you give over the Twisted Fate here now to G2, and I'm sure Caps will want that for himself. Obviously, doesn't have to pick it, but Twisted Fate is so strong in the current meta. His ability to get into side lanes, and Caps especially on that champion, has really been popping off so far this season.
A part of me thinks that G2 might be thinking of a Yone instead. Usually you want the AD plus the AP combo, and I think that if they went for Twisted Fate, yeah, it can, but it's not actually that great of a matchup into the Orianna. She gets a lot of push, she can bully you around a lot. And it's also something that Perks has actually been doing over in North America, where he likes the Yone into Orianna matchup.
There it is.
But perhaps he is just going to stick with Comfort, perhaps he's just going to go with something that he has a lot of success with anyway, and it will be the Twisted Fate.
I'm not surprised. When I was looking at stats, 96% presence on Twisted Fate in Europe, higher than any other region. So Europe really likes TF, it seems.
Yep.
Always banned away or picked, and Caps is not going to let that slip to the second phase where it can be banned away.
What is really interesting is how Schalke have just kind of emulated G2's approach to the draft by going in for the Gragas, which is, of course, a valuable flex pick, can be played in both support and top. And we know Limit does have a great Gragas as well. We saw it come out a couple times during the regular season. They have a comfort control mage for Abadage, and it comes back to those conditions that you were talking about, Kadriel, at the very beginning of the cast, which is that engage from the jungle. They have engage coming out from the support. They have a control mage mid. And then if they can just get some sort of carry for Broken Blade up towards the top side of the map, I think that Schalke's chilling.
Will be a lot harder on blue side though to find that counter pick, to find that carry top. But look how many bot lane bans there are. Every single ban is a support or an AD. Now Medic, don't tell me your role is not OP after looking at those bans. I wouldn't be surprised to see things like the Jhin
AD bans. There are 2 support bans and 5 AD bans.
Doesn't matter. Point stands. Yeah, GB taking away. If you're looking at ADs now, you're looking at Ashe. You're looking at Jhin. You're looking at, well, Zaya's out, Kai'Sa's out, Shanna, Lucian, Senna, Aphelios Thresh is out. There's so many things. Available. Sivir. That could be a very, very good pickup for Reckless. He really likes his Sivir, but into Hecarim Orianna sounds a bit dangerous.
Yeah. What other AD carries could he go? You know what, I'm not even going to speculate. He's got a bunch. We'll just enjoy the surprise when it inevitably comes out.
Gavin Yumi is always an option.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Lord. Yeah. I think it'll be something like the Jhin, last pick top, or they can pick away something like the Sion, which has been working for them, but I think Sion wouldn't work in G2's comp because they're playing Lilia TF. They need something that can get ahead, an AD split pushing champ that can start getting ahead and start pressuring the side lanes because you have that global.
Yeah, and that's exactly why Schalke banned out the Gnar, one of those AD split pushers who can have some threat in the side lane, but instead G2 will say, okay, we can lock the Sion here. We'll put all of our eggs into that Reckless basket in the bottom lane. Of course, Lilia and TF do have some damage themselves.
Looks like they're playing towards a strong side bot. I mean, I think perhaps this Sion pickup is to deny it from Schalke. Ooh. So they have less frontline, but that's a Jinx.
That's a Darius as well.
And a Darius. So they don't think that the Darius was the problem before. They just felt that the engage was the problem before.
Which it was.
It definitely was. They now have the engage in the jungle. They have a stronger control mage in the mid lane with the Orianna. Ooh. And are we going to get to see Reckless's Sivir, one of his favorite champions?
Sivir into Jinx Orianna feels like you're just not having the range to contest the fights. I really think Schalke's draft here is really strong. They got a counter pick top. They're able to deal with TF. They have really good team fight and they have really good scaling on this Jinx. They have G2 has a strong side bot with Sivir and Sion top to negate Oh man, I really feel like G2 has very little win conditions this game, but it's G2, so, well, I mean, yeah, they might pull it off anyway.
Yeah, I really like Schalke's comp. I think that it's super well-rounded, really good scaling, and it comes back to what the analysts were talking about on the desk too. Perhaps Schalke should go for something that just has a slightly better late game, and I feel like that when you have this well-rounded team fight comp with a hyper carry and Jinx, as long as you don't fall behind in the laning phase, this Jinx is only going to be harder and harder to deal with as the game progresses.
Yeah, and I feel like this Hecarim pick just slotted in so many things for Schalke. Yep. They got the Orianna with the Hecarim, they counterpicked the Alistar with the Gragas, they had an answer to everything that went through the draft. And knowing all these AD bans came out, they had the Jinx up their sleeves, knowing that Reckless might not have an answer. The only real answer he had there was Ashe, but Ashe is also terrible into things like the Hecarim Orianna. But the Sion pickup surprised me a lot from G2. I expect them to pick up an AD carry and counterpick top, especially against a player like Broken Blade, who is a carry top, counterpick top player, and you give it to him for free on blue side.
Well, it seems that they're putting their trust in Reckless, which is not necessarily a bad thing to do, especially after his Ashe performance last game. And the biggest variable for me is this Twisted Fate. 4 caps, one of his best champions. We know that he is a player that loves to roam around the map, and with this champion in his hands, we can imagine that he's going to be looking to play through bot side.
Into what could be the final game of the series. Let's get into it. Onto Summoner's Rift we go. We seem to like Schalke's draft quite a lot. Getting that Hecarim early has really helped them out.
I think it just covers all their bases, right? If you're winning the early game every now and then, and the last 2 games, it feels like Schalke is actually contesting a lot in the early game, and you've kept the things that were working for you, which is an engaged support, which is roaming, which is a scaling mid, which is working. I feel like these things, they've ticked the boxes. Split pushing top, support jungle, wave clear mid, all these things are ticking the boxes of what Schalke need. Although it might seem quite basic, standard, and to be expected, this is what Schalke need as their team and as the players on their team suited so well.
Yeah, I very much agree. The question is, can they now pull it off? They are, of course, 0-2 down. If they do lose this series, they will move into the lower bracket, and because they are the lowest seed of the 4 teams, they will end up playing against Fnatic next week. However, if they can turn this round, get a big reverse sweep, and actually move into the upper bracket, G2 will then move into the second round, because of course they are the highest seed, so we will not quite see G2 versus Fnatic. At the very least next week, but we'll have to wait and see for that. So, in any case, in this early game, it looks like G2's bot lane will give them a leash, which is already going to hurt them in the 2 versus 2. This will give some information to Schalke as to where Jankos is starting as well, whereas Gilius right now will keep his starting
his information unrevealed.
That's the word I was looking for. His information unrevealed.
Has he started top side?
He can play towards top side, which is usually what he wants to do when he does have a Darius on the team as well.
Yeah, both junglers pathing top. Schalke will know that G2 is pathing top, or G2 won't know that Schalke's pathing top. As you see Mickey and Limit trading a bit. Ignite's coming out though.
Yeah, Mickey forced back underneath his tower already. Fishbone's rocket doing quite a lot there from Neon, but Mickey will survive.
Yeah, they did have the heal and the exhaust ready in case they needed to. Mickey obviously out of range to use exhaust, but the heal could have saved them. And Jankos is doing an interesting path here. Looks like he's going towards enemy Raptors after doing 3 camps with the leash. Or no, he's looking mid. Here comes the gank. No cleanse on Abadage if they get the stun.
Abadage looking to try and get away. There's no stun available, just forced out.
And that's going to hurt Jankos. That basically means that the leash he got, the time that he gets from the leash ahead of Gilius, he just almost lost it, right? He gets to his Raptors, yes, he should start clearing it around the same speed a little bit faster, but he had a big time advantage over Gilius. He slightly lost that, showed himself, and now he knows that Schalke knows where he's pathing, which can actually change a lot as a jungler. It's all about information.
The mind games are starting to get deep. One of the big things to note as well is that there is a very small ward that was chucked onto the Krugs just up here, thanks to the priority that Broken Blade was able to get. And this also gives further information, while Broken Blade already doing very well in this 1 versus 1 matchup early on.
Yeah, Broken Blade playing the Darius into Sion again. Looks to be working for him, and Broken Blade is just known for these split pushing tops. I think that he's been a very good carry point for Schalke over the course of the season. As we can see his stats, damage percentage, 24.5% as a top laner, forward percent, he's always in your face. Broken Blade really likes to pick these carries, and that's why I was so surprised to see G2 go and let him get a free counter pick on blue side. And this top lane priority, this top lane push that Broken Blade has given to his team allows Gilius to get the top side crab, which gets him a little jungle lead.
When I think of Schalke over the last few weeks, I largely think of Broken Blade as Limit, as being the biggest playmakers. I think that they've been playing superbly over the final week of the LEC, and their impact has been huge and helped this team get to playoffs. As now it becomes a battle of the junglers and supports as the Scuttle Crab Wars begin.
Supportive. Yeah, exactly. Importantly, Neon was able to get a quick recall off, catching a wave right now down towards that bottom lane. Abadage coming across as well, but Mickey and Reckless are the first bot lane to rotate. Jankos will get the Scuttle Crab. So it's 1-for-1 in terms of Scuttles. Jankos still pushing in here, trying to get the damage down onto Limit, who can just body slam away, but Jankos still chasing him. Limit has to flash away, perhaps unsure of where Mickey was. He didn't have vision in the bush, so Mickey could have been chasing up behind Jankos.
Yeah, definitely, and Neon wanted to catch the bot wave. Neither jungler had smite to engage, both smites coming up now, but like you said, Bidis, I feel like Broken Blade has been the essential part of Schalke, especially in their game against G2, that they won. He was on the Aatrox, he was solo killing Wunder and actually pushing his advantages, 1v2ing, 1v3ing, and now in this game alone, he's got almost above a 10 CS lead, I'd say. Wunder is actually freezing the wave, I think, so Broken Blade might have to TP back. If he could save that, that would be great, but this frozen wave means that he'll have to TP back. But Wunder, half HP, only has a biscuit to work with. Once Broken Blade buys some items, it's going to be very difficult for Wunder to sustain this lane phase.
I think Broken Blade's doing
he's got the pull though. I think Wunder might have to flash.
At the moment, he's okay. You got very excited.
I expected so much more damage.
Yeah, I saw it, yeah. I expected a lot more damage as well. And once again, look, Ping's coming down. Broken Blade using his priority to get information once again, dropping the ward, and they're going to immediately see where Jankos is. This is going to allow the bot lane from Schalke to be as aggressive as they want.
Exactly. And look at the bot. They're stacking a wave. It feels like this push in top is helping Schalke out so much. Not only is it giving them information, but their bot lane, once they get that information, can play as aggressive as they want. You know, on a wave like this, you might be scared that they might be coming down with jungle. Alistar can flash in, Limit no flash. There's a play to be made. But they know Jankos topside, they know Lydia's on Krugs, so there's nothing to be scared of here. They can walk up, crash the wave, go to base, and go spend the gold that they've accrued.
So, one of the interesting things about Sivir is that often when you look at champions going for cheetah recalls, because of how quickly she can clear the wave, she can also get off pretty good recalls herself, but I've got to focus on the top.
Gilius ghosting in, Wunder knockback, does still have the flash, is going to use it early. Gilius still underneath the tower here, will be able to get the kill. And that Hecarim paying off for Schalke already. First blood to Schalke. Wunder's going to try and clear the wave, but Gilius will help Broken Blade get this minion wave underneath that tower.
Yeah, good early game again from Schalke. Gilius identifying where to be. They know they win this 2v2 no matter what. And a big thing to note, maybe you didn't see it on camera, but Caps was mid with very low mana. He just hit 6. Yes, he had the ult to go top, but he didn't actually have any mana to use it. His mana's come back to half now, so he is sitting nicely in this lane phase, and Wunder will ult back top to collect the wave to make sure he doesn't lose us too much. But Schalke, with the benefactor 2v2 in the draft, is winning out in the early game.
So, good job by Schalke, because they want to play through top. They've been able to play through top. Bot lane is actually building up advantages as well, just simply because of the 2 versus 2 matchup. And mid lane, we talked about how Orianna does pretty well into the Twisted Fate. Abadage is playing this matchup well as well. So, like, all across the board, Schalke is doing a great job. The question now becomes, what does Caps do with his first ultimate? Because that's going to be probably the biggest swing factor when it comes to the early game. You can see Neon and Limit very aggressive.
I think he messed up his combo. He's only got the headbutt left. Has already used the pulverize. Jankos on the chase. Watch out, Neon. The double knockup from Limit isn't going to be enough. Gilius coming in, has the onslaught of shadows. Here's the TF coming in with that Destiny. They're looking for Limit. Gold card hits Gilius, but Caps should be donated this kill. You can see Reckless actually... Oh. Magnus. Well, I thought he wasn't going to take it, and then it was a battle between him and Caps to see who could secure the final shot.
You're asking where Caps would ult Vedius. He ulted bot, he got an assist. That's all he gets for it, but they do turn the fight. They do get 2 kills. They might try to contest the Scuttle Crab as well. Gilius is around. Abadage has the ult. Jankos, it just hit 6.
Gilius still has the ult. There's the shockwave. Jankos flashes away from it. Losing Lullaby only onto Gilius, but Jankos doesn't really have too much mana. Gilius has to use the ult across the wall. Ignite's ticking won't be enough to take him down, and G2 is still fighting for this Scuttle Crab. Abadage trying to do what he can.
So strong.
Jankos mana, though, very low.
Yeah, he has the smite up, though. This crab will have to get a bit lower. It's on the way.
It's a bit awkward now, I will be honest. Abadage and Caps have both been hovering in this river for a while, and now Mickey has successfully found the roam. Gonna get that passive from his runes.
Looking for the Nimbus cloak as he tries to chase onto a Broken Blade. Hex Flash into Nimbus is a tried and true Alistar combination.
Yeah, Wunder didn't have the ult there to follow up, so Mickey didn't even bother with the combo. They knew they had no follow-up, but Caps is going to get the plant here. He is around the top side, does have the mana. And as we look at this replay in bot, it feels like Mickey used his headbutt to dodge the Gragas Q, and then he Qs the ground. I think maybe he tried to Q flash, or he thought his headbutt was up. I'm not sure what's going on there. But the jungle got here first, Jankos got there first, cleansed the exhaust to flash away. But the problem here is your mid laner is late to the play, even though he has to push, and even though Oriana wins in isolation, TF can just press his global, get the bot first, and Limit probably would have died anyway, but Abadage just shows up too late to the fight.
I like that Abadage tried to zone Caps away. Caps was actually forced to take the long way round behind his tower, but even then it still wasn't enough to actually deny Caps from joining the fight, and the moment that he could, Schalke immediately lost that skirmish. So ends up being 2 for 2 overall, with Schalke having a slight gold lead.
Yeah, and going back to this mid matchup, in isolation the Oriana wins. In isolation, the Oriana outscales. But the TF is a wild card factor in the fact that he can actually get to the side lanes first, well, pun not intended, and he has the global to collapse. Like, Caps' ultimate's almost up again, so he can make the same sort of play. And with the blue buff, means you have the mana to do so. Jankos going towards the bot side, and Schalke have started out the Herald, so Schalke's bot lane needs to be careful here.
Oh, engaged from Mickey, but it's knocked back by Limit. The chase is on. Reckless with the relentless pursuit, looking for Neon. Mickey's almost down. Neon gets it. Gets excited, but Reckless will take him out. Jankos goes in with a watch out Eve, but the turnaround from Limit is here. Jankos trying to get himself away with that extra movement speed. Just about able to survive.
Yeah, Limit's Ignite is about to come up. Look at it, it just came up now. If he had that, Jankos would have fallen. Cap being back mid, but crucial thing to note here, Schalke went 1 for 1 in bot. While Broken Blade is proxying top, Gilius is getting Jankos' topside camps, and they got the Herald, so the trade-off is so worth it for Schalke.
Yeah, Schalke, once again, they're doing very well in this early game, and you can see that they can definitely go toe-to-toe with G2. They've already showcased in this series that they're willing to be proactive, they're willing to scrap. It's just that their composition has let them down a few times. Now, though, it feels like that they have a strong comp. They're playing through topside. They're trying to enable Broken Blade. He's going to get a good back off, and we're going to have a quick look back at this play in the bot side.
Yeah, Schalke just don't have the vision. They're trying to crash the wave, otherwise the wave will freeze. Good cancel from Limit though, and Neon was able to trade back. You would have questioned, why doesn't Mickey run away? Well, the traps behind him mean that him running away means that Neon would be able to chase him down because of the path that he had to take. So this would end up in a 1-for-1 no matter what. If Limit had the Ignite up, he probably could have gotten the kill here, but I think the bigger thing is the other side of the map, right? They get the Herald, they get the whole top side, as there's a fight in mid.
Caps flashes away, Rampage still going to connect. There's a Shockwave, hits onto him. Caps fleeing with a red card, and Limit gets the kill. Jankos now caught in the middle of 3, but the Loathing Lullaby will just about take him out. Schalke with another kill. Abadage gets it from beyond his nap time. And Schalke now get mid-push. They have Rift Herald to use bot if they want it. Gilius chasing down here. Neon is level 7. Doesn't quite have the flash limit behind Mickey as well. And Mickey not yet level 6. Mickey has no way to get out of this one. Lands the knock-up. The Super Mega Death Rocket goes a little bit wide. Neon stunned underneath the tower will use the cleanse. Another couple of plates in the bot lane, and Schalke really blowing this game wide open. 11 minutes in, this is going to be a 2,500 gold lead.
This is massive for Schalke. They're going to herald the bot tower. Jinx gets a kill. She gets a full tower.
It's almost 4K.
Neon has a shutdown now as well, and you outscale G2. G2 are really struggling here, and I'm curious to see this replay because I feel like Abadage auto-attacked just as the sleep came in, perhaps. And the flash forward from Abadage, good decision-making, good decisiveness. Punish Caps, make sure they go for these engages, because maybe if you backed up there and just respected G2's...
That's the auto. He literally threw the auto out. Yeah, just before he went to sleep, he threw the auto attack out. And then it was really well played.
Yeah, just good identification from Schalke. We've got the mid push. Let's run bot, get the tower. So G2 with this kind of single target damage, low range composition against things like Jinx or Oriana, they're really going to struggle. So they don't actually have a Dragon Soul to work with. No one's taken the Dragon yet. It's 12 minutes in the game. So G2 need to find some way to crack the game open, but I feel like the more items Broken Blade gets on this Darius, the harder it gets for G2, because he can, at one point, he should just be able to 1v2 the Scion and Twisted Fate now that he has the Merc Treads.
Yep, I think that Schalke's off to a great start, and what's crazy is Schalke are not actually playing that much different from what they've been doing this entire series. It's just now that they have a much stronger comp that better enables it. We're still seeing all these roams coming out from Limit. He still has a level advantage over Mickey, who's yet to hit 6, who's been caught out a fair amount of times, both in the bot lane and now as he's roaming around the map. We can see that Reckless and Mickey have decided to move out of the bot lane 2 versus 2 and actually rotating into mid now. So that advantage that G2 wanted to build through the bot side, the fact that they wanted to try and use this Twisted Fate to get them early leads, so far is not paying off for G2. And they're going to have to find some clever picks and some clever fights if they want to turn this game around.
G2 currently with 4 players around the mid lane, really just looking for this plate. But I do want to mention just the fact that this is not too surprising when you look at the historical record of these two teams. Schalke actually have one of the best records head-to-head versus G2 of any team in the LEC. Of course, a losing record versus G2 is to be expected considering how much they win, but 8-11 all-time before this series starts. Of course, 8-13 right now. They went 1-1 with them in the regular season, and the last time these two teams met all the way back in 2018, it was G2 who took the win, but Schalke put on a good display.
Yeah, and although Schalke's down 2-0 in this best of 5, they're in a position in this game where they should win this game. They have a better draft, I feel like, into the scaling, and they're almost 4,000 gold up, 3,500 gold up. So they need to make sure they execute properly, calm down, make sure they don't overreach into G2, as Wunder does ult away. And yeah, not overreach into G2, don't respect them enough, give them some disrespect, get aggressive, get in their face and start snowballing this game.
They have good control over the top side right now. It looks like they're playing towards the top tier 1 tower that is moving their advantage around the map. They're keeping Broken Blade in a side lane to just free farm up, and I feel like G2 just don't have the tools. You talked about it, Kadril. Darius gets to a point where he can just like 1v2 you, and I feel like with how squishy Lilia is, even though she's great at kiting you, if he ever lands that apprehend, yeah, it's his ability to just chunk you out and get that quick kill is very, very scary.
Yeah, that's why I was questioning the Sion last pick, because the TF normally wants to play to a split pusher, play to a side lane. You've got the TF on red side, counter pick top, maybe get that split push as a win condition, but now the Sion loses, so Caps is the one who has to match Broken Blade, and if he's bot, he can't ult top, it's too far away. So Schalke playing on the opposite side of the map gives G2 very little options. The only person who can be targeted is Abadage. He has no cleanse, but he has the Mercs. Wunder.
TP coming in from Broken Blade. They're looking for Wunder underneath the tower. Explosive Cask is available here for Limit. Wunder knocked back, trying to tank up as much as he can, but there's really nowhere for him to go. Limit takes the kill. TP comes in from Abadage towards the mid lane as well. Wunder in his zombie form is killed off.
Abadage needs to be careful here. I think G2 can get a lot on the cross map if they get to the tower, but he has to be careful.
Destiny underneath the tower. Caps uses the rocket bell to get in. Mickey with the knock up, and Abadage, he trying to be careful, but there's nowhere for him to go with the flash, and now Reckless has to try and flash away from Gilius, who takes the kill himself. Luton Lullaby stopped with the onslaught of Shadows. Perfect execution there from Gilius as Limit chases Mickey down. Mickey dies. Caps now gonna get chased out. Apprehend with the flash. Broken Blade brings down the axe to the head of Caps. Meanwhile, Neon has just been split pushing top and taking towers. Schalke have a 5,000 gold lead 15 minutes in.
Schalke are here to win. Schalke are playing so fantastically. The only play G2 could have made is in the mid lane. They overreach. Schalke were there to punish it.
Like, just flawless execution coming out from Schalke right now. They have a great draft, and they recognize exactly what G2 want to do, and they're stopping them at every turn. With this kind of a gold lead, it seems impossible for G2 to be able to turn it around, but the fact that they committed 4 people top, look at this, there are 2 people sitting in the bot lane as well from G2, which means that there's no way for them to answer. The Twisted Fate is too far away. So instead, as you rightly identified, Kadril, they look to attack mid. They try to collapse onto Abadage, and while they do get this kill, look at how quickly the Hecarim is rotating down. Limit has already reset and is getting back out onto the map, and the collapse from Schalke was clean, and they convert that one play from G2 into an advantage for Schalke.
Yeah, and this is just how good teams function. This is how the communication should be. Once you're making your own play, you have to discuss what the enemy team's play is. They have no wave in bot, they died in top, they have a wave in mid, and they're pushing up, and TF's missing. He has the ultimate. So the obvious play from G2 is to ult in mid. Yes, Abadage respected it. He did die in the end because he wasn't far enough back, but Schalke knew this play was coming. They read them like a book, and they punished them.
And look at where G2 are in terms of gold. Reckless behind Neon by 1,000. Jankos is behind Limit. That's the support of the opposing team. Jankos has not got any gold at all so far this game. Mickey, 1,500 gold behind Limit. Wunder down there with the supports as well. Schalke now going to take the Rift Herald away. They've got Ocean Dragon in 30 seconds. They've got a mid tower, and Mickey really doesn't have a life left to live. Oh! Okay, that was clean.
That was clean.
A headbutt to a minion to dodge the Super Mega Death Rocket.
That was some Splinter Cell stuff right there. 007 just dodging out of it with the headbutt. You love to see it. But the second Herald's going to get picked up by Schalke as well. So I think they'll crack the mid tower open regardless, because Broken Blade can push in top. And just look at the map, Vedius. Could you just do a mini-map zoom for me? Because Caps is bot. So where can he ult? The only place he can ult is mid. And Jinx has cleanse, she has flash. It's impossible to engage on her with Gragas around. And Broken Blade just keeps pushing in top waves and moving mid.
Collapse.
And now Caps is getting collapsed on.
Limit's coming in, Jankos getting collapsed on as well. Limit has the body slam. Jankos in a 1v1 versus the enemy support is losing out, and Broken Blade finds his mark. Looking for Reckless here, gets the guillotine down. Gold card locked in by Caps, stun coming out as well, but Mickey realizes he has to run. Here's the exhaust, there's the onslaught of Shadows, and Caps, that's half his health with a single axe blow. TP coming in, Caps pops the stopwatch to survive through the hemorrhage. TP comes in from Wunder. Mickey was able to kill off Broken Blade towards the back of the fight, but he is going to sacrifice his life for that. Neon will be gifted this kill. The Oh, that was... That's cheeky.
He's going to take them on a magical journey. Mickey's not letting them kill him yet.
It's not Bard, it's Alistair. You shouldn't be able to do this. He gets out.
Is he out?
Where does Mickey go?
No way is he out. The rocket's coming up soon.
Mickey.
The rocket's coming up soon, but they don't have any vision. So I think Mickey's out.
Wow, that was genius for Mickey. Absolute genius. But still a loss for Schalke. You can see Darius's potential to 1v2. Every solo queue player has experienced it before. You think that you're outnumbering him, but no, you're the one who's trapped in there with him.
Yeah, and you have to go back to the draft in question. I think this all comes from the Sion pick. It gives him a free counter pick into the Sion with the Darius. Then you have Twisted Fate Sion Alistar into a Darius. There's no damage there to kill him. When he builds Merc Shreds and these health items, your only real damage is the Sivir because you have a EMR against the Lilia, and the Sivir needs 3 or 4 items to be online, and she's probably not going to be there half the time. In this case, he was dead before the fight even started, so Broken Blade just took him out, and you can see the 1v3 potential for this champion, and it's only going to get worse for G2.
Yep, it certainly is. Reckless tried to spell shield, but that wasn't really a good spell for him to shield.
And even Broken Blade misses both Qs here. He misses the heal on this Q, and then on the next one, you'll see him miss it again when Mickey goes in for the re-engage, and Mickey combos in. He misses the next one as well. So then Mickey gets the kill, and this escape from Mickey was miraculous.
Just playing around vision, he puts a ward in the bush. Gilius retreats away to try and gift the kill to Neon. And then...
Later.
Pretty sneaky there. Yeah. Ocean Dragon was taken, of course, by Schalke. They have an Infernal and an Ocean in their back pockets. A 5,000 gold lead. Gilius now level 11, so Jankos only level 10. When I saw Reckless build, I believe he's going towards the Essence Reaver. We have seen some Duskblade Sivir recently in solo queue, but it looks like that's not his.
Well, after the Essence
could go
Reaver
Duskblade now. Yeah, could go Duskblade now.
But I like the Schalke are now just playing towards the top side. They still have the Herald, so they can break these tier 2s, but most importantly, they can get all this deep vision around the top side jungle so they can start playing towards the Baron. You can see they have control here, they have control here, they're pushing all their waves in as well, and this means that the second that the Baron spawns, they're threatening it, forcing G2 to come and face check into them, which is the ideal conditions for Darius to play in.
Yeah, Abadag is catching the mid waves, and he has TP to join his team whenever he needs to. G2 could try to pull the trigger to bait the TP, but it looks like Mickey's getting caught.
Stepping forward, it actually might be Broken Blade who's caught, has to flash away.
Yep.
The Swirl Seed came out, Broken Blade could have been put to sleep there. Abadage looking for the Shockwave, that goes a mile wide. I'm not sure why you're shockwaving between towers like that. Schalke are trying to get as much control as they can, but maybe being a little bit over-eager. There's the double sleep, Mickey going in with the Hex Splash. The Chasers on, Relentless Pursuit coming out as well, but the engage will not go through.
Yeah, and that Broken Blade flash, he might drop a Keck W for that one, but he was going to get headbacked back into the hole of G2, and he probably would have died. Get a headbutt in, then sleep after his flash, he would get chased down, and he probably would have died. But 2 minutes, 30 seconds until the Dragon, and Darius losing flash actually hurts Schalke a lot. He's the one that wants to jump into the backline, but Limit, Gilius, and Abadaga should be able to handle the engage regardless. I think their draft is very well suited to teamfights, and they're very far ahead of G2, so G2 are actually looking for a play of themselves, though.
They're trying to get Gilius' ultimate off if they can. He's got so much tenacity, as you say, with the Merc Treads, looking for the re-engage. Jankos on that red buff, Gilius down to half HP, and Neon trying to do what he can, has the Kraken, has the Lord Dominic's complete on that Jinx, and that gold lead continues, about 5k in advantage here for Schalke.
So the thing that, like, bothers me every time I look at the scoreboard at the bottom is that I look at G2's items and I'm like, okay, where does the damage come from exactly? Like, where is it? You know, because you look at Schalke and you're like, oh, a Jinx with 2 items? Okay, well, that's already more than enough damage. Then you also have Gilius with 2 items. Then you also have Broken Blade with a completed Stride Breaker and an Orianna with Lunes. I'm like, I see the damage on Schalke. But G2, like, they went for the rapid fire second. Now we see the second item, the Kraken Slayer, rather, coming out from Reckless. But, like, this comp just doesn't have enough damage even if they want to be proactive.
Yeah, and if you're a G2 fan here, Wunder, Jankos, and Caps are going to act as utility, and Reckless is the carry. If Reckless can get to 3 or 4 items and start hitting the front line for free, there is a world where G2 can win the team fights if things fall into place for Reckless so he can free hit, but he has to make sure he dodges away from the Shockwave. Gilius' ult, Broken Blade running at him, Limits engage, and then Neon outranging him, so he has a lot of things to deal with. I wouldn't be surprised to see him pick up something like a rapid fire cannon.
Well, if you're going to put your eggs in any basket, the Reckless basket is a very good one. Got 16 kills in the last game, was topping most of the charts as an AD carry in the regular season, and we've always seen, you know, he's been so consistent across the entirety of the history of the EU LCS. As Wunder oversteps just a little bit, but has that ultimate, has the Unstoppable Onslaught just to walk his way away. It looks like G2 are just trying to get as many of these waves, as many of these minions as possible before that Dragon comes up in 44 seconds time.
Yeah, and crucially, The Dragon, like you said, Schalke already have 2. If they get that, they're on Mountain Soul point, and at that point, G2 kind of have to fight it. The Mountain Soul is not the biggest threat. I think something like the Infernal Ocean would hurt them more, so they could decide to give that one up if the game gets to that state. But G2 have to look for something. They have to look for something in this game. If they keep the game like it is, they're just going to fall further and further behind, and they get outscaled. So some kind of proactive plays on side lane with 4 or 5 members. Maybe try to trade Nash for Drake, but in this situation, you don't really have the damage for it. So G2 are really running out of options the longer the time keeps ticking.
I mean, the good news for G2 is that... Oh, hang on, Limit with the engage here.
Yeah, Wonder knocked back with the explosive cast, but can just run away. Silver ultimate is popped, and it's a pretty easy escape for Wonder.
I was going to say the good news for G2 is that the first Drake was taken quite late, which means that the Soul will still be quite later into the game, which perhaps gives them enough time to get another item. But as you rightly say, you get one more item, but so does Neon. And if Neon is sitting at 3 items, I can tell you right now, he's going to be feeling pretty comfortable with the range that he's going to get on that Jinx. So again, Schalke continuing to chill. You imagine that Baron is going to be the next big objective that they set up for. They've been able to take tier 2 in top, tier 2 in bot. If they can take tier 2 in mid, then that'd be great, but that's not going to be their priority. It's going to be top vision. It's going to be setting up for the Baron. Broken Blade's flash is going to be up soon, and basically everything that Schalke need. I guess their biggest fear is a Baron throw. So as long as they play it patiently, as long as they use Fog of War correctly, they're setting up and looking to get their first big win here against G2.
Yeah, the person who has to play the safest on Schalke is Broken Blade. And the way that G2 can get into that Baron pit is if Broken Blade is taken down before the fight starts by getting caught out on the side lane. Maybe Wunder wants the base right now and use the Scion ult bot to try and catch him out. Something like this. G2 need to crack something open. Otherwise, Schalke, the longest game goes, they're going to push in the waves like this, and you'll see them go deeper and deeper into G2 jungle. That's why Jankos and Mickey are sticking on this pink. They're trying to find a pick, trying to stop them from being able to walk into their jungle, trying to defend their topside jungle. Because if you were to give up all the vision, then Schalke could start it with full information of where you are and know the limits of by the time you get to the Baron, whether they could finish it or not.
Yeah, if we just look at where G2's vision is compared to Schalke's vision, you can see Schalke have these exploratory wards into the G2 jungle. They're getting cleared out now, but Schalke really control at least the mid portion of the map, where all G2's vision is in their own side of the map, in their own jungle, on the protective side, whereas Schalke are stepping in, trying to get these deeper wards so that they can set up for these next objectives.
And you might wonder, why isn't Schalke just going deeper? They're ahead. Why don't they just fight G2 and just force them out of their jungle? Well, fighting around those terrains is very dangerous. Where the pink wards G2 have in the bush, around the red buff, and around the top side of the Krugs, it's very difficult to fight. I think if Schalke overcommit, they can be hit from so many different angles, and it's so hard to dive their backline because of the tier 2 tower in mid. You can't overchase, and Schalke needs to play it slow, just pushing waves.
They're going in, they're looking for Wonder. Explosive cast stopped by the unstoppable onslaught.
That's ults traded there between Wonder. Oh, that's a sleep now onto Limit.
It's a very late sleep onto Limit. G2 gonna step forward just a little bit, but Jankos really can't get much more out of that. We'll note we have 2.5 items complete on Wonder now. Gargoyles, Frozen Fist, and the Bramble Vest. Broken Blade sitting on 2 items as well. Both the AD carries working on their 3rd for the moment. Both the mid laners working on their 3rd as well.
Yeah, and the more items this Jinx gets, the stronger she gets. But the Sivir will also get stronger, but the Jinx just naturally has a range advantage. So, like we've said so many times, the longer the game goes on, the carries of Schalke will only get stronger, and Schalke are playing the game slow. The game slowed down a lot. It's all about the dragons now. Schalke know if they overreach into G2, G2 could really bite their arm off if they get some kind of window to play around the map. But you can see G2 are finding it really hard to even walk into River at this point. Now that Schalke's base, maybe they can get some control back. But Schalke are just playing it slow, wait for the next dragon, let's get Mountain Soul, and then we can start forcing around the Nash. And if G2 overstep, we're going to punish them.
And I will say that I think Schalke's even being too respectful to a point. Like, when I look at these compositions, and we already talked a lot about G2's kind of lack of damage, I feel like Schalke could, if they wanted to, be a lot more aggressive, and they could look to accelerate the game, but you have to appreciate that they're down 0-2. Taking a game off of G2 is a really big deal, and you kind of want that momentum swing, so instead focus on just getting the game, getting a win, being able to turn the momentum in the series, and actually getting yourself on the board and in a position to fight back.
Especially since they're in a position where they can force G2 to have to make a play. They can force G2 on the defensive, on the back foot. They can force G2 to overstep like that. Mickey, Unbreakable Wills through the Shockwave, keeps himself alive, but you can see the damage that Neon is doing just with those zaps. Gold lead still, only 5,000 for Schalke has been the same way.
Oh, no, he got knocked out! Oh no!
Oh, you hate to see it. Mickey had flash anyway, so given the benefit of the doubt, he could have flashed away from the rocket, and Mickey would have lived regardless.
Support stick together.
But you would have got their flash. But yeah, now Schalke have control. The whole point of that shockwave was because Oriana's ultimate cooldown is so low, you can use it for poke. Mickey has the base, we can step up even further. Yes, they won't get too much, but Wunder might look for an engage here. Caps has rapid fire.
Caps goes in. Wunder, there's the double sleep. Wunder has the ultimate, but doesn't go in. He was stopped by the Flame Chompers. Mickey on his way now. Broken Blade coming in from the bottom side of the map has now hit level 16. Vedi, there is 40 seconds on this dragon.
Yes. So, observers, could you very quickly click on Reckless so we can have a look at his ult cooldown timer? So, 65 seconds. It is not going to be up in time for the Drake. That is a very big deal.
Neither is Jankos.
Exactly. Meanwhile, Schalke, they used their ultimates a little bit earlier, but look, they're all coming off cooldown. Limits is going to be up very soon. Neon's is also going to be up very soon. So, Schalke's going to be in prime condition to fight for this Drake. They have Abadage. He's not going to catch the top wave, which surprises me a little bit, but regardless, they have a wave pushing in bot. They're now grouping as 5 in mid to get mid prio, and they're looking to get themselves the soul.
Yeah, this mid wave is so important. Abadage just picked up his Seraph, so he is so strong, and they're going to look for the fight. G2 have some control, though. If Broken Blade dies really quickly and G2 can just chain CC him and take him down, they could win the fight, but Broken Blade found the engage!
He finds Caps with the upper hand. Caps flashes away, but there's no escape from the Broken Blade. He brings down the hammer, and Caps is dead. Decimating Smash going to go wide as well. The explosive cast hits onto Wunder. He pops his ult to try and get away. Mickey does have the flash, but doesn't really have anywhere to go. Schalke get 2 and will get the Mountain Soul.
The fight was over before it even started. That was such a clean fight coming out from Schalke, and the punish from Broken Blade onto Caps was just so beautifully done. They still have 5 members strong. They have themselves the soul. They can go get themselves the Baron. Schalke gonna walk away with it all.
Yeah, G2 just don't have enough tools to fight this, and like you said, Mountain Soul and Baron is what they'll pick up. This composition is so strong. Neon picking up that Infinity Edge before the fight, and then Abadage picking up the Archangel Staff. 3 items on both carries. It's so hard to deal with. Caps had the rapid fire, he had the stun, he looked for it, but Broken Blade was just there, and he found him instead.
And now Schalke with the Baron, with the Mountain Soul, will be looking to close out their first win of this series. Have another look at this as Broken Blade goes in.
Broken Blade
the
knows,
Oracles is so smart!
Yeah, Broken Blade knows Wunder's charging Q, so he kind of estimates in his head how long it'll be, and then he decides to just flip it and walk in, guessing it's down, and then Caps pays for it. He gets taken down, Mickey has to run for his life, and Wunder has to ult out as well, meaning that the carries in Jankos and Reckless can't actually step up when Wunder ults out, so they just drop Mickey, they drop the Dragon, and they drop the Baron. So now, Schalke in full control of this game.
A 7,000 gold lead, 30 minutes in. Elder Dragon up in about 5 minutes time, but Schalke will be looking to break open these inhibitor towers with this Baron if they can. On the other side of the rift, G2 lagging behind. You can see the Infinity Edge already complete for Neon. Reckless going for the Lord Dominic's Essence Reaver Kraken Slayer combination, so it doesn't have all of that extra damage from the IE. Cosmic Drive is complete now on Cap, so he does have a little bit AP and a bit of movement speed behind his gold cards, but it's so difficult, as you say, for G2 to really find any sort of fight here because the tankiness is built up on Schalke. Yep. You only really have one primary damage source, and now with Baron buff and Mountain Soul, it's even harder to chip away at these players.
This could be dangerous, though, from Schalke. Broken Blade is in mid. They're going for the 4-1. Maybe G2 just want to find an engage or try to catch up Broken Blade. They have 2 options here. They're going on to Reckless, though. Broken Blade might get caught.
Destiny coming out as well. Broken Blade going to get put to sleep, going to get stunned, and the kill goes to Reckless. Shut down for the Sivir. A sacrifice of a top lane inhibitor there by G2 to make that play.
So I'm now having flashbacks to like a final where I remember Reckless playing Sivir, and he held the base when 2 inhibitors were down just because of Sivir. Sivir's wave clear in the late game is just so ridiculous that I wonder if G2 made the call there. We'll just give it because we think the Reckless can actually just stall the game as long as he is alive. So they get themselves a pick. They actually force Schalke back. I don't think they'll be able to get much off the back of this Baron, and now we're waiting for things like the Elder or the next Baron to spawn, which could just give G2 more time to find another good fight.
Yeah, it wasn't a finals, it was Fnatic H2K 2017 third place match. But yes, it was.
I do remember.
Thanks very much to Evan, our writer there, for pinging me with those details.
Yeah, hold the door is what Reckless needs to do against these inhibitors falling down. Top inhibitors down, but Broken Blade, I feel like he overreached a bit there. Trying to dive Reckless when Capsa's ult was a bit too far, especially when you don't have flash, but Schalke still have control of the map. The next objective is in 3 minutes. That's the Elder Dragon. And Reckless just farmed up the whole map. I'm curious to see what he buys when he bases. I wonder if he has Infinity Edge. That means he's got 4 items.
Oh, is the limit going to spot him?
Could try to spot him here. Reckless has flash up though. Maybe he was trying to bait this flash, but Reckless smartly spell shields. Very common thing from Gragas is just E forwards, and then most of the time they're going to flash away, and then you just spam an emote and a little bit of a dance, and then you run away.
Because the risk of the flash E from the Gragas is always very real, right? So, but Reckless saying, you know what, I can react with my flash if I see it, and clearly trusting in his own mechanics.
Yeah, and Schalke, they're going back into their setup of 4-1. Instead, they're going towards the bot side now. The Baron's off, and Reckless is on Sivir. Like you said, so much wave clear. So Schalke looks like they want to stack a wave here.
Can we quickly look at the gold observers so we can see? I think the Reckless might even actually be a little bit... Oh no, he's still a little bit behind, but he's been able to spend his gold, whereas Neon hasn't. So right now, he actually has an item advantage, but Schalke have the map set up, so they're going to continue the siege.
Yep. Top wave coming in, it's stacking very big.
Oh, Jankos pops the stopwatch, Shockwave goes wide, Caps going in with a rapid fire cannon, stuns out Abadage, but you can see just no damage.
No damage.
From the Twisted Fate right there. Broken Blade's pushing in the mid wave, Limit stepping forward, Looting Lullaby available, there's another gold card, Caps trying to do what he can, the Looting Lullaby goes out, there's the sleep, here's the Destiny, and here go G2. Reckless, how many auto attacks are you going to get down in this fight? Broken Blade takes 2, Caps gets to the back line as Neon is forced away, Limit trying to get away as well, but Reckless is on the hunt and on the chase, and the shutdown comes out. Neon down, Jinx down, but here comes the Noxian Guillotine! Broken Blade cutting through G2 as quickly as he can as Caps. Now it's all on him to do it again. Broken Blade! Broken with the Decimate, heals himself back up. Caps with the shock. It's a pentakill! It's a Quadra! And Broken Blade bring down the axe! Looking for the pentakill, can't quite get it now. Wonder trying to get over the wall. Broken Blade pulls him right back in! A pentakill for Broken Blade!
And Schalke, they have done it. They will get themselves a huge win. They will make their way, and they will still fight in this series as they take down G2 off the back of a pentakill.
Oh man, all of G2 went onto the backline, but they forgot about Broken Blade. He picks up a pentakill, baby.
What a performance from Schalke. They waited, and at the opportune moment they struck. They get their first win in this series versus G2.
Oh man, take me to game 5, please. That was crazy.
Wow, what a crazy ending there. And I thought that that fight was actually won for G2. The fact that Caps solo killed Neon on the backline.
And Abadage was flashing away. He couldn't even get a spell. They were so split up in a grouped up composition.
And I was like, oh, Reckless is just going to run away with the fight. But then Broken Blade was like, hello, you have my axe. And then he just starts spinning, and he's able to get himself a pentakill. Great play. And this, like, it all comes back to what we were talking about when you started about the draft. Like the 3-win conditions, which was get engaged in jungle, control mage in mid, and then also a carry presence in the top lane. Schalke get it all. They set themselves up for success, and they get themselves a huge win.
They really did. After the break, though, we'll look at how Schalke managed to bounce back as they secured a dominant win. Can't believe he got a penta. Is he...
Still no friends, huh?
Why can't you do something normal?
How did you get past the loading screen? You beat her!
You haven't got what it takes.
Come on!
The systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Helm. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up!
Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
With unlimited power comes unlimited responsibility. Welcome back to the LEC Spring Playoff. Schalke 04. My pleasure. They pick up a win against G2 Esports with vengeance. We now have a series on our hands, and I have to take you to the game-defining pentakill in my mind. It was they're just such a great display on the Darius. Treats, as this fight was playing out, we started going, G2 could win this, G2 could win this, and we honestly started to feel that the 500 CS civil win condition would be activated. And then it just got shut down.
Yeah, it was really close. I mean, this fight could have gone either way, but I think Darius, especially in these like 2v2, 2v3 situations, is just super strong. He's 5-stack passive, just a bunch of AD, and he heals too much from his Q, as you can see here. Like, it's just crazy. I mean, BB played this fight really well, and he got the grab on Wunder in the end there, and the deserved pentakill.
I mean, absolutely fantastic. The second pentakill in 2 weeks. The only pentakills we've had all year are from top laners. Medic said it best on Twitter. Thank you to the LEC scriptwriters. Evan, you're doing a phenomenal job, my man. Now, how did we get there, right? This was very late in the game. By the time this pentakill had happened, honestly, we all believed Schalke were going to win, and then Schalke were going to push us to game number 4. Crownshot, I'd like to welcome you back to the analyst desk and talk to me about the team comps. You said it best. You were very, like, all caps, typing just after. I told you Hecarim was going to be important, and it came true.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as I stressed before, like, I did mention the Jinx as a possible pick before, which is more teamfight focused, and I said I think Orianna is huge factor in these games, paired with a Hecarim as well. And what I think was really important is that this time, on red side, G2 was the one that picked support first, right? Because they elected to pick Alistar 1-2, which allowed Schalke to counter with Gragas, so then they have a comfortable bot matchup that they know how, that they feel good playing. And I think this is a big factor, and I think G2 will choose blue now. So I'm actually curious if what Schalke will do. If I don't think you can give Orianna and Hecarim. I think this is too much team fighting power, and they have to either pick one away or ban one.
Well, it definitely played out that way in-game. Treats, what we were talking about backstage was a little bit about how sometimes G2 can outdraft themselves, and this idea that when you look at this team composition, very reliant, the TF, the Sivir, how do they combo? What did you make of the draft, and do you hold G2's confidence maybe a little bit at like in harm's way right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think G2 kind of outdrafted themselves in this game. I think especially the Sivir kind of didn't make any sense. Sivir against a really heavy, short-range, like damage fighting bruiser comp that Schalke had is just really hard to play. I don't know how she can survive this game, to be honest. So yeah, I think definitely the AD carry pick was not that good. And I think that the mid-jungle that Schalke had is just perfect for them. I think that's why I said before, Gilius on Engager and Abdag on the Mage, really nice draft by Schalke.
Obviously, with my phenomenal bot lane, we could talk about draft all day, but we do have a lot of action to cover. So Crownshot, can you talk me through some of the early game here in favor of Schalke and some of these plays that went in their way?
I think they just win at this point. Like at level 5, their champs are just stronger, right? Sai and Lilia don't have enough damage to burst either Hecarim or Darius, and then on bot lane it's kind of similar. Like Sivir is not very strong at 2v2 fights. She just wants to like Q the wave and farm up. So I think that's pretty much what happened. And like even though they end up getting kills here, right? The thing is, nobody on your team can actually hard carry because Sivir is not that good into Orianna. She gets outtrained by Jinx, and if she's low range in fights, she's gonna get hit by a Darius, a Hecarim. So I think they just had no real safety for their carries. Obviously, TF cannot be like sole damage dealer, and top lane they had the losing matchup too, right? Sion into Darius. So I think it was a bit of a draft blunder, but Schalke was also playing fights very well.
And I think it's very important to call out that finally Schalke made Crownshot a truthful speaking man. We got a spicy top lane pick, we got a spicy bot lane pick. He promised it hours and hours ago, and we finally got it coming true. I want to bring up another replay on your screen. This one I'm going to throw to Treats, if you can. G2 are going to make a play in the mid lane here. It actually ends up getting punished. I think they'll move that in just a moment or two.
Oh yeah, it's the play that follows this sequence, yes.
So talk me through this one, and what do you like or dislike about Schalke or G2?
Yeah, I mean, I think G2, they see that they're making a play on Wunder top, so they want to respond by making a play mid themselves, which is very smart. I think Abdag is playing pretty respectfully here. He's between his 2 towers in mid lane here, as you can see. But G2 end up just pulling the trigger anyway and blowing him up. But I think Schalke makes a really good player from jungle and top by moving instantly towards mid after they kill top and leaving Jinx alone, which just ends up in them cleaning up like all the 3 kills, right? So I think Schalke is really swift on their rotations this game, and I think they're really decisive, which is impressive.
Absolutely is. And I want to turn our attention back to Limits. Now, Treats, as we come out of this replay, at the very beginning of the day, we were discussing the impact that we'd need to see from Limit, the playmaking is. And you know, I hold you in very high esteem, especially considering your play style and his. There are some similarities, right? How would you rate his impact this series so far? And what do you want to see him do going into the next game? G2 have picked blue side, so he's back on red now.
Yeah, I think in general, support counterpick this series has been really important. I think Limit has overall played a good series. He's had impactful roams, and his lane has been sometimes not super good, but so for example, the last game was really good. So I think support counterpick, very important. And I think he just has to keep playing like he's doing. I think he's doing a great job.
And he absolutely is. If you actually take a look on the stats behind my screen, we might be able to get a wide shot in a moment. That duo proximity is the amount of time that he spends within range of his AD carries. That's 17.9%. It is the lowest for any support in Europe this year. Why is it the lowest? Because he's everywhere else on the map. In game 1, Treats was like, yeah, he bought those Moby Roots, didn't do anything. He did a lot more with them in game 2 and in game 3, right? So it's showing the impact that he's having on the rest of the map as well as with his teammates. Now, Schalke, they picked up the first win of the series. They still need to win another to force us to game 5. Crownshot, what are some of the key picks that we've seen this series and what you want to be focusing on going into game 4?
Yeah, I think as Streets mentioned before already, I think support counter pick is very important. I think Hecarim, Orianna, Lilia are just team fighting picks that give your carry space. I think Orianna is very, very important. It won both games this series, and I think it's very important. The only problem is that I think maybe Schalke don't want to pick it blind when Caps can go Syndra. I'm not 100% sure, obviously, right? So we'll have to see how that plays out, but I think they should just focus on team fights because they are doing the correct plays early game, right? They just falter in mid game where G2 played the map extremely well. But if they have the better team fighting comp, then they will still win. Because this game, even though G2 was losing, it didn't feel like they were losing that hard, right? They were always finding like counter plays and picks and all. This is what G2 is known for, right? But if you secure yourself a good team fighting comp and a good scaling comp, then you can. You can secure yourself the game pretty much.
That's the challenge. The one thing I'll point out that Hecarim has been first picked on blue side every game. It has been victorious every game it's been done. So Crownshot will not get a chance to chime in. And I just need one last little bite here from Treats because Crownshot subscribed to the Church of G2. He's officially been kicked from any and all predictions. Are you sticking with your 3-1 G2 victory?
I'm sticking with my 3-1. I mean, jungle is OP, Hecarim is OP, so...
Crownshot was wrong yesterday. He's wrong again today. Treats may be the superior analyst. We'll see if Schalke can take us to game 5 and make him a liar as well. And maybe force the Silver Scrapes as they look to live up to their statuses as Kingslayers. It's not my fault. It is not my fault. It is not my fault.
welcome back to the LEC playoffs. Schalke upsetting G2 in the last game to bring us to a 1-2 scoreline. Of course, they still need to win 2 more in a row if we are going to go all the way to a Schalke victory. Good dancing, Betty.
Thanks.
Kadril, disappointed you didn't involve yourself
come on,
in it.
Kadril,
This
come
is,
on.
this is, you know, Betty.
This is a tri-cast.
We have a bit of
Supposed to be
fun.
able to boogie.
You need to be part of this.
Boogie.
Yeah, get in the mindset. Lock yourself. Lock in.
That dancing
Get
was...
locked in.
Lock it in.
Lock in, Kadril.
That dancing was trash.
Lock in. Excuse me? So you're going to insult the model, actor, magician,
singer,
foldy man?
Foldy man who folds?
Yeah, exactly. He's foldiest. Anyway,
all right, Kadril, let's rely on what you're, I guess, sort of good at, analysis.
Who wants to be a millionaire?
Carrying you, that's what I'm good at.
Oh, yeah, is it? Okay. Okay. So, Hecarim, banned or not banned?
Yeah, ban.
50-50.
Ban.
You reckon ban?
Ban. Orianna?
Are you sure you don't want to ask a friend?
Either Hecarim ban or Orianna takeaway.
Okay.
And I think Alistar is also a very high priority. And AD as well. I don't want to see ADs go to second phase.
Okay.
I understand.
You've heard it.
You've heard it here first from Kadril. Let's get on into picks and bets. Okay.
Groovy music.
Okay, but remember, Kadril, you said that you think Hecarim's going to be banned. Okay.
Yeah.
You've got a lot riding, like your whole credibility is riding on the line right now.
Okay. I would like. There's caps.
There is caps.
Oh, there's the draft. Okay, so the thing I didn't like about G2's combo last game was pretty obvious, right? They picked TF, they picked Sion, there's no side lane, and then you have Sivir Jinx, so she gets out range. So everything was losing. So Schalke, they lost to Hecarim twice. Tristana takeaway is good. I think they can manage with the TF on red side because you have counter pick, and maybe you want to pick a pushing mid like last game, like Orianna or Lucian.
They don't even have to ban the TF. Yeah. And Schalke have not banned Rel. They always ban the Senna to take that away from Reckless.
Yeah.
So now, G2, we expect to ban the Lilia.
What?
Oh,
G2 ban away the Hecarim.
Okay. So at least you still won, you know what I mean? You got the prediction correct. We're going to be taking Hecarim off the boards.
This is surprising, though, because the first 2 games, G2 won, and they didn't ban the Hecarim. They could first pick the Hecarim if they wanted to, or force Schalke to ban it first ban.
The thing is, best of 5s are all about, like, mind games in a sense. So they might have thought that Schalke was prepping to give them Hecarim as a first pick. They throw them off guard by banning it themselves to first pick Lilia or something, or Udyr, and then Schalke have to think on the fly, right? So best of 5 is all about preparation and catching your opponents off guard. So there it is. Ban away Hecarim, first pick Lilia. Now what does Schalke do? Does Gideus want to run back to Udyr? Schalke really struggles without the engaged junglers. We've said it so many times. And they're going to run back to Udyr. So now they take the Alistar as well. The Rel's open. They take away Orianna. I like this a lot. You can 3-pick the Alistar or just get something kind of countering it.
I wonder if... I mean, I mentioned it last game. Yone, I think can be pretty good here. He doesn't have to lock it in now, obviously.
You really want the Yone?
No, but I legitimately think it's good. I think it's got, like, really strong team fighting. I think you have a huge threat on a side lane, too. And regardless of what Broken Blade picks, you will always have an answer to it. Even if he goes to something like a Darius, Yone can match the Darius in a side lane. Instead, for now, they will just stick with the Kai'Sa Rel bot lane. It was something you also mentioned you wanted to see, like, first rotating your bot side of the map. It's already a very strong duo. We saw it from Fnatic yesterday. It's a very powerful lane. Interestingly, when we spoke to Treats backstage, he was saying that in the mid to late game, it can actually be much harder to pull off, to execute. But as long as you don't fall behind during the laning phase, it's actually fine. The question is, can you get out of a laning phase unscathed?
Exactly, and I think this draft is just much better by both sides, right? You have traded off supports, traded off junglers, and you've taken away the Orianna, which Caps was having some kind of success, only was getting caught out a lot, but the champion itself provides so much in the team fights. And they picked up the Kai'Sa Rel. So G2 have a very strong bot lane. They won't struggle going into the 4-5 with something like Sivir, but I think Xayah and Jhin are the strongest champions right now for Neon. I want to see G2 ban them away and force Neon on something maybe that he hasn't played yet. Maybe force him into Kalista Alistar, a skill matchup, into something like the Kai'Sa Rel, or maybe he'll just default something safer and go for something like an Ashe. I'm not really sure what he has left to pick alongside an Alistar.
Always has the option of falling to something like a Seraphine as well. We have seen Neon bring that out once this season. Team that up with a strong top laner. You could have a Pretty good power ball composition. There's the Xayah ban. Nar taken away by Schalke. They're still looking towards that top lane final pick, we'd assume. I wonder if Wonder will be put on something other than this. Oh, yeah, this happens all the time, Kjell, get used to it. If the Sion will be taken away, but there's the Yone ban.
Vedius is looking at me with a face of, I told you so. No, it was very smart, I think. The Yone pick is something that Caps had a lot of success on, and alongside Lilia, the AP jungle, the AD mid facilitates it.
Yeah, I mean, it's mainly also because I know that, like, Perks and Cap still talk, and I know that Perks is a huge fan of Yone into the Orianna matchup, so part of me was like, maybe he'll take some inspiration from there, but in any case, it's taken off the board, so G2 have decided to remove more bot lane champions. They're going to take Neon off of his Jinx, so now what does he go forward? You did mention the Ashe, and I was thinking to myself, Vayne, but I wasn't sure if he was a Vayne player, so I wasn't going to bring it up because I thought, like, I'm actually not sure if that even makes sense, especially with the all-in power, but I guess it depends on what G2 now draft, because if they go for something like a Sion, I think that a Vayne champion can be pretty good. Perhaps they're trying to push G2 away from that Sion blind pick.
Neon has never... Oh, no, wait. He has played Vayne once. He's played Vayne twice, lost both times. Sorry, I couldn't see it. But he is a Vayne player in the fact that he knows how to lose on Vayne.
Yeah, okay. I think Vayne is a pick that needs to play into melee tanks. Sion will be great, Rel is great, but things like Azir, Kai'Sa, Lilia, it might struggle a little bit. It's not the worst, it's actually a pretty fine pick. Vayne into Kai'Sa makes sense, you can almost scale for free, and it does win against Kai'Sa level 6 in the 1v1. That's why it's such a good matchup. We'll have to see what Broken Blade wants to pick up here. I like the Vayne pick, but I feel like Broken Blade can counter Sion again. Is he gonna run back to Darius? He doesn't have too much of a hard time getting onto the back line. I feel like the Azir is long range, yes, but the Lilia has to get in range, Rel as well, Sion, and yeah, he's running back to Darius.
Yep. Okay, so I think that the biggest concern we have right now for Schalke is that the engage, once again, primarily comes from Limit. One of the biggest things, though, is that the follow-up with something like an Orianna is definitely much more effective, and the speed boost can potentially enable the Udyr to start off some fights. The problem is the disengage from G2's comp, I think, is very strong simply because of the Azir. You can play that traditional front-to-back team fight comp, and as long as Caps doesn't get put behind in the early game, you have a very strong scaling team fight comp later that has a lot of engage tools.
Yeah, and I feel like Schalke have come into this series with a good plan. They're playing triple threat compositions non-stop on top, mid, and AD. Yeah. And G2 are playing these weak side tops in a sense where Wunder is basically playing tank duty most of the time. And I think that's what Schalke need to do. I feel like if you match G2 in a double threat composition in a front-to-back team fight, which G2 has been drafting, I feel like they're going to outskill you in a way that their macro might be superior, their team fighting might be superior. They're probably better in many areas because of how strong this team is. Arguably the best team in Europe. So going for a triple threat comp, making them sweat a bit, making them have to take down more than one member, and things like Kai'Sa that dive into the backline to get rid of one of your carries when you have two more, that really facilitates the fight. But obviously you lack frontline. So when it comes to the engages, you need to make sure that they're clean, but Limit has definitely been playing very well in terms of engaging the fights this series.
Well, last time these two teams met, it was 3-1 to G2, all the way back in 2018. Schalke able to pick up a win in our last game. We'll be looking to take us all the way to Silver Scripts.
What about Gold Scripts?
And onto the Rift we go as G2 make a beeline for the bot lane.
Yeah, I think they can use the Rel to jump over the wall if they want to look for some kind of cheese, or they can go for the bot brush. Neon could get first blooded here. I think he might be if he stands in that position. He might be able to spot it now.
Oh no.
I don't think he's spotted. I think Mickey has jumped over the wall, but he doesn't. Oh no, Mickey's still there. Looks like they're not going for it.
Okay.
I think he's pinging it. You see the pings, the question mark pings? Neon's running away. He thinks that he's jumped over, so he's backing off. He question mark pinged it himself. And in the end, Schalke win out in a way. They get the ward in the bot brush, and Neon respects the play. So overall, pretty good. Unless G2 ward the buff here, then they'll get information on where Gilius starts.
Okay, so the pings are coming down, information has been shared, and now the mind games begin of pro play.
Small thing to note, Gilius and Limit use their wards level 1, they base and picked up Sweeper, so that ward will be swept away when it comes off cooldown, but they should still see where Gilius starts.
So that information will still be available for G2. Once again, though, Mickey and Reckless actually going to give a pull over to Jankos. This will hurt their early level 1, but it looks like Limit and Neon are going to do the same thing. The Sweepers about to come up, but Gilius should be spotted. You can see the pings coming down. So it looks like bot to top is the pathing for both junglers this game.
Yeah, and I think Schalke will get the information right. G2's leashing, they're not showing in lane. They'll get later lane. So both teams playing with the same round of information, but Schalke get a ward, and that's experience. And experience won't help them out too much in this bot matchup, but is an extra CS. So, Neon's up 1 CS.
Good
So,
analysis there, Kate.
Also, because Broken Blade will have the push in the top side of the map, I imagine Jankos will have to backtrack towards the bottom side. Oh, wait, hang on a second. I am incorrect. A bit of training is happening, but look at Jankos. He's just immediately going to do Raptors into red, red into Raptors, into enemy Raptors. And this has, once again, been spotted out, but Jankos is using the fact that he can now actually, quite naturally now, start pathing back towards the bot side of the map.
Yeah, and Gilius can't really do anything about that. He just has to watch his Raptors fall. Looks like he'll go to red and Krugs perhaps, and then look for something after he sweeps with his ward. Maybe he can try to contest Jankos' blue if he decides to run there now, but
Broken Blade moving as well.
Without the red buff, he won't have the information. Broken Blade has a ward though, so he can try to spot out Jankos. Jankos finishing the Wolves to get level 3. He will get level 3 now on that Wolf, I think.
Broken Blade's only level 2, he was spotted. Gilius coming from the side as well. Jankos can just walk away from this one. Wonder is clearing out that top lane.
The buff
blue buff resets. The question is, will Wonder come down to try and help his jungler here?
Of course not. He's a top laner. Why would he ever...
Yeah,
jungle diff is top diff, as we can clearly see. Of course, Broken Blade using his early prio to help rotate down.
Broken Blade got that blue.
No, wait.
I'm pretty sure Broken Blade got that blue.
Oh, I think you're right. I think he did. Yeah, because that blue...
Gilius has one, but I'm pretty sure Broken Blade has one as well.
Broken Blade got it. He does. The Hemorrhage, I think, ended up taking that. I don't know if that was intentional or not, because you don't share the experience in jungle, right, Cadril?
Nope, you don't share the experience. And Gilius, I don't know who got that. I think Gilius was the one who picked up that Gromp as well. So Jankos invading the Raptors, he actually lost out more than he gained. So he got red Raptors, enemy Raptors and moves, which is 16 CS. So Gilius must have got that Gromp, and then they've denied away 2 camps from Jankos for the invade onto Raptors. So Wonder will have a harder time against Broken Blade with blue, and Gilius will get this topside crab. But I think Jankos can trade it back. But Gilius has already taken the top crab, so now it comes down to the bot prio. Who can push in this mid wave, and who can move from bot first?
And neither of the junglers have smite. Limit's going to try and trade here onto Mickey. There's the attract repel stun, but the condemn into the wall. Mickey should just be dead here. Nowhere for him to go. Gets the shield from the knock-up, ignites onto Neon, but there's the cleanse heal coming out from Reckless. Mickey's going to try and flash it back towards this bush. Reckless now the next target is Limit. Charges up that stun and charges straight into the wall. Flash onto Reckless as well, who doesn't have a flash, doesn't have a heal, doesn't have anywhere to go apart from back to the safety of the tower. Neon tumbles in, finds the shot, and Schalke have come out swinging once again.
Neon actually misplayed this. I think he hit the creep a couple times, and I think Mickey should have died way earlier, but the play happens. Schalke get first blood and a 2v2 kill in bot side for Neon on the Vayne, who will scale much harder than the Kai'Sa, especially the later the game goes on. So that's so big for Schalke, especially when your top side's already winning. And Gilius will get the bot crab as well. So he's 2 camps up, but Mickey's around mid. Abbedagge has the phase rush.
Cap shuffles in, flash away from Abbedagge. The attract repel stun was just coming off cooldown there for Mickey. Couldn't quite land it. This early start for Schalke is looking very strong. 1,500 gold ahead already.
So the craziest thing about that whole bot lane play was Reckless and Mickey couldn't get level 3. They were actually a level down for the entire time. So look, on this minion, they're going to tick over to level 3, and then Mickey gets knocked back, then condemned into the wall. And let's watch what Neon auto-attacks
here. Now, here come the auto-attacks. After the stun, he auto-attacks the creep there, and you can see the stack. Then he auto-attacks Mickey, but Mickey actually flashes away. I think if he got the auto-attack, he would have procced his passive, but the third auto from the passive went off because he hit the minion. But in the end, Neon gets the kill. Well, Mickey actually gets killed, Limit gets killed there, but Neon actually picks up Jankos in the back half of this fight. So, just well played by the 2v2 of Schalke, engaging the second they level up, and G2 get caught off guard.
One more auto would have allowed Reckless to actually trade that back, but once again, Schalke off to a strong start. This is a position they've been in before, but with the composition that they have, let's see if they can do much off the back of it. Because again, we've seen them with this kind of lead, but then when they enter the mid game and they try to force fights, that's where they've ended up faltering. So now they need to evolve what they've learned so far in this series. How do they use this Ude to successfully enable the Vayne later on into the game and find good fights?
And because of the early game, Gilius is ahead. He got double crab, took away Jankos' Gromp, and I think if you look at the bot side, I think Neon actually has a freeze in bot, so Reckless is losing creeps. Neon's freezing bot, Gilius is ahead. This early game for Schalke is going fantastically. Broken Blade's pushed in top, Abbedagge is scaling. Yes, he has no flash, so I think G2's next window could be in mid.
Limit has a really good flank here. Has the Hex Flash. Gilius coming in with the blast cone as well. Mickey, no flash. Condemn, knock back, away from it. Mickey's able to get away.
Oh, that was sad.
Pinball with a Rel, but in the end, Rel was able to escape. Gilius starts up the dragon here as Limit can just walk his way up towards his jungler to help him out if so needed.
Oh, you hate to see it. That could have been another kill for the side of Schalke, but misplays happen, so just forget about it. They're going to get the Drake with anyway, and they hold the bot freeze.
But also, that was just poor play from Mickey, in my opinion. He did see that Neon was freezing, but he didn't have actually any other information on anyone else, and now Jankos...
I don't know, Jankos is here. Flash, stun, and Neon caught out, but he's able to get away with the flash of his own. Limit going to get the stun here onto Jankos. Jankos. Dragon goes down. Gilius now level 6, coming down to join the party. Jankos only level 4. Flash, bear, slap. Neon gets his second kill of the game, and now Reckless is the new target. Another bear, another slap. Reckless slapped into the wall as well, and Gilius will take the kill. Schalke 4-0 up to 1,000 gold ahead, but here comes Caps. Can he do something in this bottom lane? Jankos still only level 4. Will be able to kill off Limit here as Caps comes in to secure the final auto attack.
Yeah, the 3v3 from Schalke in the bot side is winning. You saw at the start of that play, Gilius was level 6, Jankos was level 4, so naturally Schalke win the fight because G2 used all their spells onto Neon and he was able to flash out in time. So that's just so impressive. Schalke 4 kills. This Vayne is 2-0-2 at 7 minutes into the game, and Reckless only has a Noon Quiver. So in the 2v2 now, Neon with the boots, with the Berserker Greaves and the pickaxe should win. Reckless has swapped top, as we just saw before the replay came in.
Limit is just playing so well. Of course, they don't know that Jankos is in the brush, but an immediate flash away from Neon into the knockup, into then knocking Mickey away, means that he then can't engage. He then overcommits, and then look at this, the flash stun in from Gilius. He's level 6 as well, to Jankos is level 4, and then when you go into the Phoenix form, they have more than enough damage to secure that kill. No summoners available on Reckless, means that he cannot get out. Just flawless execution from the Schalke duo.
This all comes down to the early game, right? Gilius was actually able to take away more camps from Jankos going for the invade on Raptor, so he gets punished for that. G2 swap away from the bot matchup because they want to be on top side to start contesting the Herald because Drake is down, and they lose 2v2, but Schalke read it like a book. They're already on this top side, and they're already here. Neon is playing absolutely out of his mind in this early game. The 2v2 going in favor of Schalke, and look at him in the game 3. He was up 800 gold at 15 minutes, ahead in CS, and he had a lot of kills on that Jinx, so it's looking very similar to last game, Medic.
Yeah, it's almost a carbon copy of last game. And you have to remember, like, this is Reckless and Mickey that they are getting these advantages against. This is not your run-of-the-mill bot lane in the LEC. They are taking down who has been the best AD carry across the course of spring, and really running through the ringer here. Neon now level 6, 2-0-2, has the Zerker Greaves, has a bounty on his head, and even though they haven't got a huge CS lead, Schalke are winning through this bottom lane.
I mean, in my opinion, this has been very much a support diff. I feel like Mickey has made a couple of mistakes that Limit has very aptly punished. Limit has been super impactful across the entire map in every single game, even in their losses, attacking mid, attacking top, specifically when he gets this Alistar, and I feel like they were confident to give over the Rel, playing the Alistar into it, and they're showcasing why in this 2 versus 2.
Yeah, Limit's Alistar has been fantastic. Schalke picked up their Herald, and they can use that top to get Neon even more gold than he has now, and I think the key thing over the last 2 games is Neon's almost counter-picking AD carry. Yes, Reckless last pick Sivir, but Jinx does well into Sivir, and Vayne does well into Kai'Sa, so having a Benefactor AD matchup means your bot lane matchup, if you get it slightly ahead, just snowballs even harder than it would if it was even, right? So Neon on this Vayne is definitely going to be the carry for Schalke the later the game goes.
And importantly for Schalke, they've been picking up neutral objectives alongside that. You've got Rift Herald still sitting on Gilius. They got the first dragon. We're set for a 23, 24 minute Dragon Soul in this game if those dragons are taken as they spawn. And now Gilius is looking for kills alongside those objectives. Caps forced away. Shockwave not used by Abadage. Didn't even put the ball across the wall there.
And important to note here, Abadage is ahead by 10 CS. He's a level up and he has the push against Caps. And he has TP coming up soon as well, so he can push in these midways first and move towards the top side. I think both top laners in bot lane are not really going to be impacting this game. It's going to be a team diff here for both top laners. So Schalke need to make sure they use their winning mid jungle into top side because Gilius is ahead and so is Abadage. But in isolation,
do you want to tell
Broken Blade
wins that he can't win out?
In isolation, Darius is definitely favored.
Wow, I'm really impressed with how Schalke is playing, and like, what's crazy in a series is momentum. We heard Broken Blade talking about it at the beginning of the day in his interview with Law, where he said, I think that this series and this best of 5 will be very momentum-based, and the moment they got their win in the last game, look at them in this game. Like, they're just smashing in the 2 versus 2. Gilius is performing well, they're using their pressure well, and it feels like G2 are once again put on the back foot. The question is, can Schalke maintain this momentum? Because how many times have we seen G2 from a deficit fight their way back in and actually take control of the game once again?
I mean, all you have to do is look down the names on the list. Wonder, 10 playoffs in a row. Jankos, 12 in a row. Caps, 9 in a row. 6 titles in a row. Reckless, 12 playoffs in a row. Mickey, 6 playoffs in a row. There's a reason these guys' names are on everyone's lips when it comes to title contenders, when it comes to the players that will challenge when it gets to finals. And Schalke here have the momentum, but they have to keep that ball rolling.
And they are keeping the ball rolling, Medic. They've swapped back bot with the tempo they had. They're popping the Herald. Drake's up in 10 seconds. We could see a fight soon. They're going to crash the wave, probably push out the next wave as well, and then try to start this this Dragon. And like you said, the Dragon Soul will come out so early, around 21, 22 minutes if they can get this one on time. And then Schalke, with a Dragon Soul in their pockets, are just going to be even stronger in the late game. And guaranteeing that it's going to be an Infernal or an Ocean, now that you've got a Cloud and it's a Mountain second, Schalke, this Dragon control in this early game is going so well for them.
Schalke looking good right now. They have the bot advantage, they have a mid advantage, they have a top advantage, they have a jungle advantage. Right now there is a big team diff all across the board. Can we have a quick look at the gold and see where some of these big differences are coming from? So 900 in the jungle. Top is relatively even still in the gold. 700 in bot lane, 100 in mid, and 600 in gold. So the biggest difference really is in that jungle matchup. And to be fair, we've been critical of Gilius when he's not on the Hecarim, but definitely this is a big turnaround game for him.
Yeah, 100% doing really well in this audio in the early game, and Broken Blade in isolation is winning this top matchup. So like you said, 3 winning lanes and a winning jungle matchup for Schalke. We'll have to see how they snowball it. They've got the second dragon now, and just looking at Abadage, CS, 140 CS at 12 minutes, and he's about to get a blue buff as well. That's a Monka S if I've ever seen it.
Is this Abadage or is this Chovy Dage? I don't know. This guy is farming like a madman right now.
WTF, Abadage hacks 400 CS in 12 minutes.
Broken Blade though.
Unstoppable Onslaught used there by Wonder, looking for the decimating flash with the Apprehend from Broken Blade. This Darius working well into the Scion in the top lane. I do just want to come back to something you guys were saying, because Schalke have this advantage. We are building up towards this Ocean Soul, but what we saw them do in the last game was hold that advantage at about 5k gold for a very long time. If they do that in this game, are they going to be set up for success as they were in game 3?
Yeah, definitely. Hang on though, Gilius is face checking the bot lane of G2, has to flash away. Loses that flash, but going back to your question, they should be absolutely fine, Medic. They're going to have perhaps a Dragon Soul if they can keep G2 underneath their towers, and the Vayne obviously outscales the majority of AD carries in the game, especially given this game state. TP's coming in though, Schalke can match.
This is Caps, Mickey going in with a knock-up, the Magna Storm brings them back, Wonder and Caps going in, they're looking for Neon, they're looking for the Vayne, Vectless dives in with a Killer Instinct, and Neon really has nowhere to go, tries to tumble out, but can't do it, the Shockwave in, Shutdown goes over to Reckless as they look for a couple more kills. G2 coming in, 5 alive still, and Schalke running for the wins, running for the hills. Gilius put to sleep, Limit chased off towards the bottom side of this fight. Gilius just about able to get away until Cap swoops in and takes his name, puts him in his death note. Jankos will kill off Limit in the end, and G2 so quickly turn the game on its head.
What a great use of teleport from G2 to flip the game around. They see that Schalke is setting up to secure the bot tier 1. They want to break open the map, get that more gold into Neon, and then really start snowballing the game. In that small window, G2's like, hey, we have our teleports up. Let's just go for a fight. And Caps plays this flawlessly. He's a player that you can often rely on in these clutch situations, and look at how he comes in to join the fray.
I feel like Schalke's response was just really late though. The TP comes in, it's a double TP. They've already started. Schalke haven't even started matching the TPs yet, so they're arriving as Schalke start channeling. So it's almost like a 4v2. Half the fight, Gilius is already low because he got caught out earlier on and had to flash away. And because they focused down Neon, and because the shuffle into the towers, Schalke are just too scattered and they're too low to actually match the fight. And not only that, but they were too late.
Yep, I completely agree with you, Kadril. And like, props to Limit. He played that as well as he could, landing the stun onto Caps so that he couldn't follow up onto Neon as well. Meant that he had a little bit more time, but unfortunately it was not enough. And G2 end up running them down. So now they actually lead the kill score 5-4. And they've been able to equalize the gold.
Exactly, the gold has been equalized, but important to note, Dragon in 1 minute 48 seconds, that'll be Dragon Soul points for Schalke, and nobody has flash in the entire game apart from Jankos. As Limit's looking for Jankos, he might have to use it now though.
But pulverized Gilius coming in with the stun as well. Jankos flashes away, but has he been able to get far enough? With the blooming burst, is able to escape. Neon popped the final hour as well. Here's the Rift Herald in that top lane, was just secured by Schalke. It's going to take down this first tower of the game for the Royal Blues.
Yeah, G2 get the bot lane tower, Schalke get the top lane tower. They probably want to push this in and base. Dragon's up in 1 minute, but for this Dragon, like I was saying, nobody's going to have flash, so they're not scared of anyone flashing in, not scared of any Alistar flash combos or Lilia flashing in for the sleep. Broken Blade needs to make sure here he doesn't get caught. They need to make sure they get the setup for this Dragon, and Schalke, they have no vision towards the bot side.
Schalke currently still playing off towards the top side of the map. You can see Jankos working his way down towards that Dragon, and Schalke need to reset soon. You've got 50 seconds before the Ocean Dragon spawns. You need to be getting in here. You need to be clearing out this vision. Otherwise, G2 will have the perfect option. You know, you've got so many disengage options for G2 if they get into a good position for this river fight.
Can we just quickly have a look at the gold observers and see what they're sitting on right now? So 1,000 gold sitting on Neon. He's going to spend that very quickly, and it looks like, yeah, we still have 1,000 gold on Jankos, which I don't think he's going to have an opportunity to spend before the Drake comes up, which is not great. Whereas Schalke across the board, they've all spent their money, and Caps in a similar position where he's not going to get to spend it either. So let's go back to the items and have a look at some of the differences. So a lot of core items completed, 80 carries fairly similar. Jungle, no core item finished yet for Jankos, and this could be the item difference.
There could be a fight here, though. He's going to hex flash in, limit. Oh, that was coming in as well, though. Mickey going in, the sign. Here comes Wonder! The Magna Storm draws in 3. The Lilting Lullaby available for Abadage. Lands the Shockwave, has already killed off Mickey. Caps trying to do what he can with the extra soldiers joining in the fight, but now Neon going in with the final hour. Just gets another auto attack onto Wonder. G2 still have control of the river, but Schalke have that man advantage.
Yeah, they have the man advantage, but they have no ultimates available. Caps is doing so much damage from range, meaning Neon can't step up too far. Even though Schalke get a kill, they're going to have to drop this dragon.
They're looking for Gilius.
Gilius has the flash coming up soon, though.
Killer Instinct is available here for Reckless. There is the shuffle. Caps brings Gilius into Reckless's waiting arms. And that's the 6th kill of the game for G2.
Well, the Wombo combo looked quite promising for G2 initially, but it doesn't end the way that they want it to. Notice here that the Hex Flash comes over from Limit, doesn't commit. Mickey sees his opportunity, knowing that the Scion is coming in as well. And look at how big that Magnet Storm and Stun is, but then Limit body blocks Wonder to stop him from getting that huge knockup, which could have been disastrous for Schalke.
Yeah, but look at Caps. He did so much damage from the backline. So much range means that they have to respect it. Schalke, they're so short range that it's hard for them to walk up after the Shockwave's been used, and they end up having to give up the dragon. But the gold is slightly even still, and they slow down the Ocean Soul point, but this game is almost on a knife's edge, I'd say. Abadaga's ahead in CS, Neon's not too far behind. The game is so even.
But the thing is, who else are you going to look to when a game is even than a player like Caps? Like, he's 3-0-2, he has a Nash's, he has a Ludens, he has won the last 6 LEC titles in a row. This guy is the back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back LEC champion. And apart from Perks, in the last 4 years, no one else has been able to claim a title here in the LEC.
I think he's the only European player to also make back-to-back World
Finals
as well. Like, the guy is nothing but accomplished. And he's definitely someone that you can rely on when it comes to these clutch moments. He is extremely fed on the Azir, has the 2 items completed, and it looks like that G2 is looking to play around him. He's got the wave pushed in, the team moves into the bot river, and now they're starting to make their way into the jungle of Schalke.
And this is the danger of the G2 lineup. Yes, Caps is fed in this game, but so is Reckless. And if you take down Caps, then you're facing Reckless. World finalist is in your eyes, and you have to take him out as well. But Schalke have enough tools, I think, to manage with it, but G2 have control of the game, so Schalke need to make sure that they respect it, and they look to make on G2's mistakes. I was thinking there's a dive coming in, though.
Magnet Storm going in, Neon able to survive. Watch Neon in the back of the fight. Mickey just rained through. The Silver Bolt's doing a lot of work. Caps trying to step in, but here goes Neon once again. Jankos, half HP with a single auto. The heal used. Wonder now the next target. Lilting Lullaby available. Neon puts a Broken Blade going in. Can't quite get the damage. Manages to survive the Acathian rain that came back from Reckless.
What a very aggressive dive from G2 that they did not need to make. Caps now could still be in some danger, but he's going to disengage from that. But the reality is G2 tried to dive when Broken Blade had his TP up. Rel was in the back line in between 2 towers, and the rest of G2 just couldn't follow up off the back of that. That meant they put themselves in an awkward situation. Schalke was able to punish, and now they get the mid-tier 1 in return.
Yeah, I was trying to finish my sentence, but G2 went for the dive. Schalke need to capitalize on G2's mistakes. Yes, they're the most accomplished team in Europe, but everyone is prone to making mistakes. Nobody's perfect. G2 overcommit for a dive here. I wonder if they didn't think about Broken Blade's TP, or they thought that they'd be able to take down Gilius before the play and just trade 1 for 1 and get the tower, but in the end, they lose the fight. Neon could have got a lot more here, but Jankos has to flash away, Wonder has to flash away. Now for when it comes to the next fight, those flashes being down could make it so Neon gets even more room in the fights, and when Vayne gets room and when Vayne gets items, that is deadly.
Completely agree.
Importantly, Neon does not have flash. That will not be up for the next dragon fight. If there is a Baron fight or another fight around one of these towers, it is not available for him. So if Caps gets onto that backline, if Mickey gets onto that backline, Neon is a very vulnerable target.
Neither does Broken Blade. The fact that he flashed at the very end there, I think, was a little too greedy from him, because when you look at so many flashless targets on the side of G2, him having that flash could have been huge to be able to start getting his passive rolling and then do what he did last game with that penta kill. So we'll see if that hurts him coming up to the next Drake fight.
Yeah, and Neon just picked up 2 items. Abadage, 250 CS at 21 minutes, level 14. He's basically as strong as Caps in these fights. 1 minute on the Drake. Both teams want to get control, but G2 have to push in mid and bot right now, but they're looking to catch out Gilius, who has to flash over the wall.
This game is just so close between these two teams. Remember, there is a precedent. In the last year, G2 have not gone through the upper bracket when it comes to our playoffs. They lost to Mad Lions, they lost to Fnatic. There is a precedent for G2 having to go through the lower bracket and then still make finals. Schalke here need this win. They're going to force us to a game 5, and you see how much it means to them.
Here's the
X-Flash. Limit goes in, Reckless immediately flashes away. The Shortgate doesn't quite connect, and here comes the Magnet Storm onto the backline. Neon stunned up, but with the cleanses able to keep himself alive. Mickey gets the kill. And now we're going to look to keep on pushing forward. There's Caps. Jankos down to half HP, but Abadage was... oh, sorry. It was Gilius who was locked up there at the end. G2 come out with a man advantage in that fight.
Yeah, important to note, Limit tried to get the combo on both carries, but Caps dashes away, Reckless flashes, the Shockwave whiffs, and then from there, G2 win the fight. The re-engage from Mickey was crucial. They won't be able to get the Baron for this, but I think they'll have the setup for the Dragon. Neon farming up the Krugs will show on this top wave eventually, so G2 should know that they have a Dragon here.
I feel kind of bad for Mickey because his laning phase wasn't the strongest, but in these fights, his purpose is to just go into the back line and die. And he's just trying to buy time for his team. This is a battle of front lines right now, and as you rightly said, the Shockwave doesn't connect. Really good flash from Reckless to avoid the limit engage, but then the 2 supports die. It is this Drowsy that then comes through from Jankos, which sets up for the knockup from Wonder, which allows them to get the kill and secure themselves the second Ocean Drake.
Yeah, these fights are games of inches. You know, you don't have flash, you can't escape a knockup, then you're almost instantly dead, and then from there, either of the carries take over the fight, whether it's the Kai'Sa Azir or the Orianna Vayne. So the game slightly in G2's favor. They have 2 dragons, and it feels like they have map control. It feels like Wunder is pushing out these side lanes and grouping before Broken Blade can, which means G2 can keep mid lane pushed, which is allowing them to control the whole river.
So while the game is close, the thing that ultimately concerns me is the range difference. When I look at Schalke's comp, I think, how does Neon and Broken Blade ever get on to Caps with the composition that they have? If Limit has flash and is able to make a play, then sure, I could see it. But I think that as long as Caps lives, Schalke's game is difficult to play. These type of plays I love, but G2 reads it, they predict it, they answer it, and here's the engage from Mickey.
Mickey goes on to Neon, they know he's got no stuns! And goodbye, Vayne! Wonder charges in for the kill. G2 are just picking Schalke apart right now.
Yeah, Neon didn't have the flash to stop that engage. Very clean from G2. They're starting up this Baron though. Gilius does not have the flash. The Blast Cone is up though, so he could Blast Cone over. He has the Smite. Jankos has Smite too. Abadage still has the Shockwave and Limit has flash. There could be a big wombo here.
Gilius needs to get to that Blast Cone. 3000 HP on the Baron. Limit trying to step forward. Gilius standing there waiting. The channel coming out. They're looking for the knocker, but there's only 1000 HP on the Baron. Gilius could steal it. The Shockwave comes out. It's 100.
Oh, they got it!
Abadage! But Schalke secures the Baron and perhaps has held on to a string of hope for Schalke Nullfear.
Gilius used Smite, but Jankos didn't. Where did his Smite go? The Baron was at 100 HP for so long. Abadage is the one to pick it up. And now Schalke have all of a sudden just gotten Baron off of a losing play initially with Neon getting caught out.
What happened there? Like, did he not have Smite? Did I like...
Jankos had Smite, 100%.
He must have had Smite, because I was looking at that 100, and it wasn't... That was 150 HP for like a while.
Yeah, that was
you know
what
I mean?
It felt like an eternity.
All of us were looking at that, and we were like, okay, literally anyone can take this Baron right now, and no one did, and it ended up being Abadage. So let's have a look back at this. So right now, he definitely has Smite, okay? So Schalke gets spotted out. Neon is slightly split from his team. Mickey goes to the play, and he gets the engage. The rest of G2 find the collapse. So let's speed up. Let's go straight through this and have a look at this. So his Smite is definitely up right now. It gets chunked out. G2 is aware that this could potentially happen, yet they go for the 50-50 anyway.
Can we slow it down here before the Baron gets smited away? So Jankos has Smite, Gilius has Smite. Let's see where the Smites actually go. So Gilius smites Wunder, so he has no Smite for this Baron. Jankos is hovering around with the Smite up. The Shockwave comes in, he gets interrupted, but he can still Smite, and then Jankos doesn't actually use Smite for the whole entirety of this. So Gilius actually smited Wunder when the Baron was 2000, so they had no Smite to steal it. But Jankos...
Jankos just messed up. He just messed up.
Yep.
Like, you can definitely still smite while airborne, right?
Only suppress stops the smite.
Yep. I don't know. I don't know. That would be a big question mark for Wonder, because now that keeps the game going for Schalke. If G2 had been able to get that, that would have been game, set, and match, I feel. But right now, Schalke still have hope. Abadage coming up clutch.
Let's have a look at where we are in terms of items, though, because Reckless now at 3 items on this Kai'Sa is actually ahead of Neon, who had that early lead. Jankos ahead of Gilius. Gilius has the Force of Nature and the Turbo Chem Tank, Liandry's, Zhonya's, and a Kindle Gem for Jankos. The Nash's Tooth, Lightning Jewel now on Caps. He's building up towards that Void Staff you'd expect.
Yeah, 1 minute, 20 seconds on the Dragon. If G2 get this, it's Ocean Soul point for them. If Schalke get it, it's also Ocean Soul point. So Caps going to push out this top wave. 1 minute till Dragon.
Caps has TP.
Yeah, he has TP, exactly. So what he wants to do is push out the waves and make Schalke lose gold no matter what. So when this wave goes towards that tier 2, Schalke are going to bleed gold, but they're going to take the fight anyway. Looks like no one's going to respond to that top wave. So importancy now is mid push and bot push. G2 will get the bot push, but Schalke will get the mid push. So they have control of this Baron. Maybe they want to collapse on Wunder to force out his ult, but that would drop a lot of vision around the Dragon that they have.
Comes the Hex Flash from Limit. They're definitely looking at the collapse.
Turbo Chem Tank used as well. Knock up onto Wunder. Gilius trying to stand in the way of the unstoppable onslaught, but Wunder's like, hey mate, I'm a tank. I'm good, thanks.
Now the problem is they've dropped mid wave. Now G2 can start pushing up mid and start contesting vision. Looks like they're walking up. Abadaga's on the way, Limit's on the way. Smart from Wunder, right? Not to use his ultimate.
Yeah, and
a lot of top laners could have panicked there.
I do also like the Broken Blade is using the Baron buff to try and maintain some mid pressure, but it's not going to be enough against the 4-man unit of G2. They're going to drop the turret as well to maintain that prio, and now the sweepers come through. Limit is doing what he can, and while they do have the push in bot, G2 have control over the river.
Yeah. So many Hex Flash positions here for Limit, though. That ward will spot him out. Mickey's going to step forward here, looking for a ward across the wall. Caps puts the soldiers down in that choke point and makes it so difficult. Limit going in, gets the knock up, but it's Wunder. He's a tank.
Ooh, apprehend.
He's knocked against the wall there with the apprehend. Wunder able to flash away. Dragon down to about 6,000. Here comes Limit. They're looking for Wunder, but there's the Gargoyles, and look at just how tanky that Scion is. Knocks in Guillotine isn't going to be enough. The Dragon secured there by G2, third Ocean Dragon of the game. Hemorrhage stacks ticking on Wunder. He's able to survive for a long time. Broken Blade pops his stopwatch, but the Attract Repel available for G2. Ooh. Broken Blade flashes away, is able to escape. Killer Instinct from Reckless could go in, decides against it. The Dragon is enough there for G2.
Caps was the one who carried that fight. He zoned away all of Schalke, even though Wunder got chunked out. The problem was Schalke tried to make a pick bot on Wunder to get his ultimate, but they lost mid priority, which in turn means when they want to contest the Dragon, they're in a really small corridor and they're all clumped up, whereas G2 have the whole river to work with. So when we see the replay, I'd love to see Caps' positioning. I think he was zoning away Abadaga, Gilius, and Neon from actually being able to join the fight.
All I could think of was how the hell does Neon get anywhere near this fight? And I think this was a big misplay from Wunder. I thought he was just going over to prop the Blast Clone, but he actually starts channeling his Q. This then gives the opportunity for Schalke to get this huge chunk of damage, but as you already said, look at Caps. His soldiers are just making a wall in that choke point. Gilius cannot do anything. He's losing all of his HP, so while Wunder does lose most of his life, Caps is single-handedly keeping Schalke away from the Drake. And this is exactly what we were talking about. The range difference. There is no hard engage outside of Limit with his flash up that can stop Caps from doing this. So every single choke point, any situation like this, Caps is like, you shall not pass. This land belongs to me.
Yeah, and
he is the Emperor after all.
He is the Emperor.
He is the Emperor, and G2 are on Ocean Soul point now. So you can see when Schalke drop mid-prio and they have to go through these chokes, Caps has way too much range. They need to make sure they adapt in this game, make sure they realize, okay, going for these side lane plays, is it worth it? Is it worth forcing out ultimates when we have worse positions?
Wunder has no flash.
Looks like they're going for it again. There's no objective on the map yet. Baron's in 40 seconds. Wunder.
Flash in from Gilius to try and get the slow, but Wunder still very speedy as he walks away. There's the stun. Neon's looking for the flank.
Yes.
Gilius taking more damage than Wunder is during this entire...
And this is the problem when you commit so many people to side lane. I'm surprised they make this mistake again. Reckless is going to start hitting the mid tower. Caps is going to start hitting the bot tower. Schalke need to base, but I think Jankos can start playing with them here. Start fishing for these balls to try and cancel their recalls. There's one of them. Looks like it didn't hit onto anyone. And Schalke are going to base, but they're going to lose two towers for Wunder's ultimate. I feel like going on these side lanes and collapsing onto Wunder is it's the wrong decision.
Yep. I think Schalke's logic there is with Baron spawning so soon, they think that if they can get a pick onto Wunder, maybe they can force both Caps and Reckless to collapse, and then maybe they can get a play around Baron, but it's just not panning out in their favor. Wunder is just too tanky, and Schalke are slowly starting to lose more and more control over the game. The gold deficit is only 2k, but it feels like Schalke is a lot weaker than what the gold suggests.
We do see Neon with his third item, Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, and Kraken Slayer complete. He's got a stopwatch. If he's caught out, he's got both his summoners. So the question is, can Neon survive long enough to get through these fights? Or are G2 just going to hold them at arm's length? Because that's what Caps did so well in that Ocean Dragon fight.
And if they do this, Schalke need to break through it. Limit needs to flash onto Caps, get a knock-up, skill check him, see if he flashes away. And if he does, then maybe Neon can start flashing forwards as well. Schalke, they have a lot of firepower, right? You have a 3-item Vayne, you have a 3.5-item Orianna. You need to start walking forwards. If they can deal damage, there is still a chance they can win fights.
out. He's got the ball on top of him. Abadage and Limit are looking for the wombo combo. Maybe they can one-shot Caps if they're able to find something. They're just waiting for him to overstep, but they're not going to commit.
But Caps' only defensive tool is his flash. So if they do manage to catch him in a knock-up, there is a chance that he gets popped. Broken Blade catching the top wave, has the teleport. It all comes down to the mid waves. Why are these teams just standing around mid? Why aren't they pushing out sides? Well, the thing is, whoever has mid control can control the river. And if you can control the river, you can start Baron at a click of a finger if someone goes to a side lane like Broken Blade. But luckily, he has a TP, Abadage has as well. So it looks like they'll go to sides, drop the vision around Baron, and just make sure they keep collecting gold as later this game goes on.
That's a great point, Kadro, because when you look at both teams, their Baron taking power is insanely fast, right? Vayne, Orianna, very quick. Kai'Sa, Azir, probably even faster because of how quickly and how much DPS the Azir does have, especially at level 17. So this Baron is always something that both teams have to keep in the back of their mind.
Yeah, and if you, that's the whole point, right? If you drop a mid wave and you go catch a side wave, in about 5 to 10 seconds, either of these teams could one-shot a Baron. And even if you TP in, you're probably going to be too late, so you're losing a Baron no matter what. So that's why these teams are contesting mid wave so much.
The thing is, Schalke have about 40 seconds before they need to pick something. They have to
go
in. The combo
both carries.
Flashes away, puts up the divide and manages to get the shield. Magnet Storm coming in from Mickey. He will sacrifice himself. Caps survives. Reckless survives, but the Baron is up and Schalke are making a beeline towards it.
Limit, you absolute monster! That was the play that you had to make to keep your team in this game, and you pull it off. Abadage with the clutch shockwave. While it does not result in the kill of the carries, it should result in the Baron.
They need to watch out though. There's a dragon spawning in 15 seconds. That could be the Ocean Soul. Look at Caps and Reckless. They're sprinting to this dragon. I think Schalke needs to run there quickly. Abadage needs to TP in now after basing. Broken Blade as well. If G2 get this dragon, that could be so difficult the later this game goes on. TP coming in from Abadage. Looks like they call Jankos.
Caps is starting it right now. Jankos might be caught, but he still has the lilting lullaby. Caps has started up the dragon across the wall. There's the unstoppable onslaught.
He doesn't have smite.
Step in. He doesn't have smite, and that's the dragon you have to feel. Caps is going to be able to secure it. He pulls it away! He didn't have smite! How on earth did he do that? They kill off Wonder as well, and somehow Schalke have held on to this game.
Schalke are holding on so well. They get the big disengage from Limit. Was the best Alistar Orianna engage I've ever seen on both carries.
Limit is just so good. He's having an insane series from game 1 to game 4. This was the play that we were talking about, and how difficult it is to find that as well, but he finds it anyway, and the follow-up from Abadage was clutch.
Yeah.
They get the Baron as well, and like, we gotta see how this does Jankos have smite then becomes the next question, because I think that he was within range of the pit. You can see that thanks to his passive, he's able to and the phase rush, of course. Or you can see his smite is also on cooldown, so neither jungler has smite. It's literally just all down to who comes and gets the last hit.
Phoenix stance
and it's
auto
the
attack.
Phoenix stance auto.
Something is looking down upon Schalke in this game, in this series. They're staying on with all these clutch factors, with the Baron takeaway. Jankos not smiting that, getting this Ocean Soul away from G2, and Schalke are now in the driver's seat. Look at Neon's items. He's got the GA. G2 have no flashes on their carries, and both of Schalke's carries have flash up. Level 18 Orianna almost has a Rabadon's as well. Schalke, whoa, they're in a prime position to take away this game and make us go to a game 5.
And here we are, Schalke pushing in, looking to take G2 to game 5, looking to do what Mad Lions did in spring 2020, looking to do what Fnatic did in summer 2020 and force G2 down to the lower bracket. Broken Blade said it in an interview in Ready Check.
Limit, look at Limit, look at Limit!
It's everything. Here goes Limit in with a Hex Flash. Mickey trying to jump up. The Magnet Storm lands onto 2. Caps can open up. Look at the damage from the soldiers, but it's just not enough. Mickey is already dead, and now Schalke, 5 players strong on the front foot, force G2 back. G2 have to turtle within their base as Schalke with the cannon wave pushing in now, looking for this inhibitor tower.
Wow, look at this, Schalke. They're continuing the siege, but again, the range from Caps is holding the line. It is very difficult for that Vayne to be able to get near the tower, so they're just going to take the tier 2 for now. They're going to go back to base. Broken Blade still has TP, so he can rejoin the fray.
Yeah.
And both teams now as well, remember, both at Ocean Soul point as well. So G2 still have a win condition. They still have a way to get back into this game. And Schalke, like, their issues haven't suddenly disappeared. Yes, they have the Baron. Yes, they're in a good position right now, but they're still at a range disadvantage. They still need to find good engages onto the crucial carries, and while they're in a great spot, they need to do it one more time if they really want a solid chance of ending this game.
Yeah, and one more time is what both these teams need. I think the next fight might decide the game with the Ocean Soul coming up in 2 minutes. Look at both mid laners. Look at their items. Both of them almost have a Rabadon's. If they can get to that first, perhaps, and start a fight, that could be really effective. I think both these mid laners are pushing out sides. I wouldn't be surprised to see Caps base and pick that up now as well.
after Abadage pushed out bot. He'll probably base and pick that up as well. And then we're looking at a 5-6 item late game with Orianna, Azir, Kai'Sa, Vayne. It comes down to the game of inches with these kind of champions because of how much damage they output. If you make one misstep, the Azir, the Orianna, anything will just one-shot you.
I think what was really amazing is that when Schalke qualified for playoffs, remember how close the end of our regular season was, and they managed to get through to 4th because of tiebreaker rules. And there were so many comments being like, they're just going to get washed, right? They're just going to get wiped out, like they don't deserve to be in the top 4. But then in their final week, they only proved themselves. Now, with 2 weeks of preparation, they're showcasing again that they can go toe-to-toe with the best. And you can say what you want about G2's level of performance, but the reality is, Limit is playing so goddamn good, and the rest of his team is following up off the back of it. So, like, Schalke, they are putting up a strong fight. They can take us to Game 5, but it all comes down to this last fight.
Yeah, Limit has been playing out of his mind, but all of Schalke have been stepping up. Gilius this game especially has been playing much better than Jankos in the early game. Neon and Abadage have been stepping up against arguably the 2 best carries Europe has to offer. And Broken Blade, the team of Schalke, has been doing so much prep against G2, it feels like, with this Darius pick, which is being very successful in this series. 50 seconds on the Dragon. Schalke have full control of the river. G2's carries flashes are coming up. Caps' flash just came up. Reckless's as well. But so did Limit's.
What are we? I'm looking at the blue trinket cooldowns right now. Looks like that it's going to come up for Reckless in just a couple seconds. They can use that so they don't have to face check. Of course, with the Dragons still spawning in 30 seconds, G2 aren't sweating just yet, but they're starting to make their way deeper into their own half of the jungle.
And like we said earlier, these neutral objectives will die in 5 seconds maximum with these carries, but Jankos might find the sleep.
Looking for the double sleep. Will the rest of Schalke follow up on this? Limit pops the Unbreakable Will. That's his ultimate down. Huge team fight impact now. The question is, how do G2 reposition? It's an Ocean Soul on the cards. Gilius on the front foot. G2 stepping forward once again. Remember, no Lilia ultimate for them, but every flash, every other ultimate available in the game. Broken Blade takes a little bit of a chunk. Mickey able to sneak in to the side. Has a flank position here. Has the flash. Has the Magnet Storm. Caps puts up a line of soldiers. The Emperor reigns over his kingdom right now as Mickey. Broken Blade flashes in. Limit goes onto the back line as well with the Magnet Storm on the back. It's going to do a lot of work to shut down. Broken Blade opens up with the Noxie Guillotine. One to the next target. Ooh. It's all on Caps. It's all on Reckless. Neon still alive. Still has that GA. The Gargoyle's Stoneplate will keep Wonder alive. 2 for 1 in favor of Schalke. Null fear so far.
Broken Blade has TP though. He can TP back. He's basing right now. Although Caps is zoning them away. Where is he TPing? He's TPing next to the entrance of the red buff. This Dragon's going down quickly, but there's no smite for G2. Gilius can secure this.
TP coming in from Wonder as well.
He gets it.
Taken by Abadage. Caps puts the wall in the wrong direction. You have to feel, and Schalke able to walk away. There's a Baron on the cards for them right now. Ocean Soul, 2,000 gold lead. Schalke are looking to even up this series.
I thought Caps had thrown it right there. I thought that was it. He used his ultimate the wrong way round. But that was crazy. They weren't even able to capitalize off the back of it. And Schalke, it was a front-to-back team fight that Schalke just melted through that front line. That was so well played from Broken Blade, flashing in, one-shotting Jankos, and then the rest of the team just immediately follow up. Schalke have been getting the better of G2 when it comes to these skill checks. They have been coming out on top. They have the Soul. They have the Baron. Schalke have everything they need to bring us to Game 5.
Yeah, and it's Broken Blade who the engage was flawless. Like you said, skill check. He knows Jankos has flash, but he knows that G2 might not expect this kind of engage. Darius flashing in with Stridebreaker and hooking you. Jankos just didn't expect it, and he gets absolutely one-shot. It doesn't have time to stop the stopwatch, doesn't have time to flash away. And I thought G2 were going to win this fight. They had so much range. The soldiers were set up. Mickey was on a flank. Wunder could have ulted in at the snap of a finger, but Schalke were the ones who pulled the trigger first with a Darius of all things to engage it because Limit didn't have the ult. And in the end, the TP back just secured the Drake. G2 not having smite and Gilius having it meant that they lost this Dragon and they've lost Baron too.
And Reckless didn't even use his ultimate in that fight. He didn't actually
smite, by the way.
Yeah, I mean,
smite?
there are no smites in this game.
What's going on with smites
There are no smites in this game, okay? But what was crazy to me is Reckless did not actually ult in. He didn't actually follow up on the rail engage. And, like, I can't really blame him. When you look at Neon's positioning, he wasn't actually CC'd at all.
Yep.
So if Reckless had dived in, he may very well have killed himself. So he didn't even actually get an opportunity to use any of his damage, which meant that Schalke was kind of off to a great start right from the initial engage.
Yeah, and going back to the current situation, not only do they have Ocean Soul now, but look at Neon's items. That is the scariest thing I think I've ever seen in a competitive game. A 6-item Vayne with GA and both summoners up. So this Vayne is going to kill anyone in 1 or 2 auto attacks. It's going to do so much damage, and G2 have to respect it. Caps no flash. It's so hard for him to walk up.
Schalke will take Another tier 2. Neon trying to open up here onto Wonder. Schalke, deep breath as the Hex Flash from Limit goes backwards. You can see they're just trying to push in. No wave in mid, no wave in top. It's on its way. There's the sleep. Lands on 2, but there's no follow-up. Hex Flash from Mickey will not go in. You can see G2 a little apprehensive. Only 4 items on caps. He can't really get as much damage down as he'd like. The GA still available for Neon. The cleanse, the flash still available for that Vayne, even if you can get through Abadage, who's been a frontline. And Orianna landing shockwave after shockwave. Mickey and Reckless might look for Gilius here. They might say, okay, screw bot lane, we'll go towards mid, but that wave is going to get cleared out. Where's the next wave in the bot lane? It's still a while away here for Schalke. They need to go catch it, bring those minions in as quickly as they can, because they haven't synced these 2 waves, and it gives
look at Limit,
just to clear out. Limit
he found Caps!
He gets pushed back, the shockwave, but still connects, and Caps is gone. Magnus Storm coming out, Limit's underneath the tower, he's still able to survive. Reckless has to flash away, Neon going forward, tumbling in, looking for the kills here on to G2, and Schalke have done it. They found 2 kills, and they have found the silver scrapes. But for them, it is a golden moment as they shut down G2. The sleep coming out, Broken Blade going back in, but Schalke, all they have to do is take down these 2 Nexus towers, and then the Nexus. Wonder, Reckless, and Jankos. Can you do anything? Because there's a minion and a cannon here, and Reckless is down. Schalke somehow have managed to defeat G2, and they will take us all the way to Game 5.
The reverse sweep is on the table for Schalke, and what a way to do it. That game felt like it was locked in for G2, but the way in which Schalke fought their way back. Oh, Limit! You're so good, man! Like, what a great engage multiple times. The Broken Blade engages in the final Drake fight. Schalke just showcasing that they can go toe-to-toe with the best that Europe has to offer.
Limit is playing like the MVP of the whole split. My lord, these engages are crazy, but everyone from Schalke stepping up, right? Abadage is not getting caught out. Neon's playing the fights well. Broken Blade's clutching the engages, and Gilius is winning the early games for them.
Well, let's have another look at that final fight, because there were so many standout performers here from Schalke.
Yeah. Like, look at this from Limit. The Hex Flash over the wall, he finds it, and then the Shockwave comes through, and it was that combo once again. Caps was trying to just answer the wave, but that was the window that Schalke found to punish.
These angles that Limits are finding engages, the distance that he has, he dies to the tower in the end, but the problem is, when Caps dies, Neon can step forwards. There's no more range gap. Neon has just as much range as the Kai'Sa, so when he steps forwards with a 6-item Vayne, no one can contest him. Even the Wunder can't walk up because he's a tank, and Vayne shreds them. Reckless dies. Schalke taking us to silver scrapes.
Holy moly, I didn't expect this today. I'm gonna be honest, like, everyone coming into this weekend, everyone I talked to is like 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. We are 2-2 in G2 versus Schalke, and Schalke have turned the series on its head. Everything comes down to Game 5. We'll be back for a preview in a few minutes.
Lovely.
Give me some silver scrapes!
But you know FC Barcelona players eat veggies.
No, they don't.
Hey, guys.
That's a sponsor, Dad.
I think it will be a tough one, but we are ready.
What? Come on.
Do you still have those carrots?
Of course I do. Getting them to eat healthy takes a long time. Beko Harvest Fresh preserves vitamins for longer by simulating the natural 24-hour sun cycle. Beko, eat like a pro.
Welcome back to the LEC studio where we are witnessing a thriller in the spring playoffs. Kranshot and Treats are joining me once again as Schalke and Nullfear are pulling off the comeback again. The Kingslayers have clawed their way back into the series and are one win away from taking down the reigning champions. This could be one of the biggest upsets in LEC history. And a reminder that it was G2 Esports that picked Schalke. And as a reminder, it was Jankos that said they are the weakest of the top four. Now let's talk about how we got to this point. I don't want to spend all of our time on Game 4, but it is important to look at how Schalke picked up their second win. And let's talk about some adjustments in the draft. I'm going to come to you, Treats. What did we see different here from Schalke and how it played out in game?
I mean, I think Schalke still focused a lot about the counter picks on bot. Like you could see the Vayne, for example. I think this is really a good way to beat G2. And I think, honestly, I'm not sure why G2 would pick Sion when they know that Broken Blade has an insane Darius, and they also saw the Vayne. So I think, honestly, G2 just outdrafted themselves again, and Schalke capitalized.
We saw the Hecarim banned away. This was something that the casters were talking about. Kranshot, give me some comments on the draft before we move into some replays.
I mean, Treats is for sure correct here. I think bot lane counter pick matters a lot, and also, as I stressed before, I think Orianna is just huge in these games when it goes to 40-minute team fights. If you have like outscaling ADC, which Vayne is, right, and you have counter pick top, if you have a reliable champion like Orianna, I think it just does so much for a team comp, and I think G2 have to change the way they draft because they're blinding bot lane fully and they're blinding top. And they're just getting, they're allowing Schalke a lot of freedom in draft.
Now, Kranshot, talk to me about how they're playing in game. So obviously draft has been a huge discussion for the three of us. Yeah. Well, for the two of you all day. I've just been listening and absorbing. But I also feel like G2 are maybe not necessarily playing this one right. We've got a replay here focusing on the bot lane plays, also taking a look at Neon's Vayne. Kranshot, maybe start me off. What do you make of this?
Okay, so here it's a big mistake by G2 to contest the wave here because it's slow pushing into them, right? And that's why Schalke is level 3. So G2 doesn't need to contest here. Like, they don't need to be this far up. The wave is coming into them. They're not in danger, right, of a freeze. So then Vayne gets a kill here, I believe. And then they take another fight because they have no sums and the wave is in a bad spot, and then they give Vayne even more kills, and they actually managed to come back after that, which is like the most impressive thing about G2, right? They're never actually out of the game until you kill their Nexus, but they're making a lot of early game errors, I think every game so far.
Yeah, I think in general they're making too many early game errors, and they're also playing into the win condition of Schalke a lot. Like this game, if the Vayne gets ahead, then it's a really hard game for G2, and I think Schalke has shown that they actually play better to the win conditions early game than G2. And then you have these crazy plays by Limit in mid game that makes the team fights really spicy.
I'm so glad you actually mentioned Limit because we wanted to see stuff from Limit in Ready Check. That's what we talked about. Game 1 and 2, like, not the biggest impact, but game 3 and 4,
for sure, he's popping off,
has just been dominating. And I think the casters are talking as well about some of the errors on G2's side that's being punished. We've only got a few minutes left. I want to quickly talk about Broken Blade's Darius. 2 games in a row, 2 games are very successful.
Yeah.
Like, is this something that, does this get banned? Like, how did G2 answer this?
I mean, I think it's a pretty easy solution. Just don't blind pick Sion. I think if you ban Darius 4-5, then you can always set up for the Sion, right? But I mean, they're opting into the matchup, so that probably means that Wunder wants to play this matchup, right? It doesn't make sense from a perspective of an analyst here, but they feel fine with it. But I think it will change for Game 5.
Well, we'll have to find out as we come out of this replay now. I want to look ahead, right? We've understood how G2 won the first 2 games. We've broken down how Schalke have changed their strategy to win the next 2. Broken Blade getting that pentakill in Game 3 was huge. And I'm going to start by, I think it was Treats I asked you to give me win conditions for G2, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
They have picked blue side for game number 5. And give me your 2 biggest win conditions for how G2 can win this 5th and final game.
I mean, I think in general, counter pick spot, just super important. I'm not sure why they haven't prioritized it more in the series, but I don't think Mickey on the Rel had like a happy performance. It's hard for him to do anything, and I think in general, like they should look for the support counter pick or the AD counter pick and then play from there. And second point would probably just play for more team fights in general. Don't give them the Darius. Play a more like 5v5 scrappy comp and like more back and forth, and I think they will take it.
Yeah, one of the ways we summarized that was saying stable lanes, right?
Yeah.
Don't lose early game. Don't
exactly,
give up these advantages early so that G2's experience, the amount of games they've played, the ability in pressure will show up.
Yep.
Now, they did pick blue side, and because Crownshot has just had awful predictions all weekend long, I gave him the task of giving me the win conditions for Schalke. But now Schalke on a hot streak. They won 2 in a row. So Crownshot, as I'm having an echo, how does Schalke win?
I think the same thing Trit said. Try to give bot lane counter pick, give them a good matchup. And, yeah, I mean, I think Orianna is the key. You have to do something with Orianna. Both teams should be very high prio on this champ, and and play around bot lane early. If G2 wants to fight you when they have Lilia into Udyr and your Udyr and you win 3-3s, then you should take the fights, and that's what they've been doing. Yeah.
I love this. If both of you are saying a counter pick bot, and bot is hugely important, I think especially when we look at Limit and the impact that he's had.
Yeah.
I think we are just about ready. So I'm going to give you guys one last chance. Who wins game 5? I'm not going to meme. I'm not going to make any more jokes. We've seen a lot. Treats, who wins game 5?
I mean, I still give the edge to G2, honestly. I think they're really good in this situation. I think they will make the proper draft adjustments, and I think they will take it.
Crownshot?
Yeah, G2.
Well, there we go. You've stuck with it all day long. The last time Reckless was reverse swept was against top esports at Worlds. To my knowledge, G2 has never been reverse swept. Will it happen for the first time today at the hands of the Kingslayers Schalke? Find out after the break.
Welcome back to the LEC playoffs. What a series we've had. Seriously, I was expecting to be back home eating pizza by now.
Yeah, after the second game, I thought it was over.
Yep.
But the reverse sweep is alive. The magic of Schalke from the miracle run last year started to bless them again with the smites and with these 2 last games.
Turns out whoever does a monologue can actually just curse European teams.
Did anyone monologue you?
It starts with Vedius.
Okay. Okay.
And Vedius is all about losing.
All right, well, unlike me, Schalke may be on the brink of winning a series as they are very close. Like, they seem to have momentum in their favor. The question is, how does the draft shift? In my opinion, Alistair, permaban. That chap has got to go because the thing is, if Mickey picks it, then Limit's going to answer with the Gragas, which he's clearly very confident on. And then if you leave it open, he's clearly going to lock it in. Like, it seems to me that this Alistair pick has just been so big for Schalke, and it gives them way too many playmaking tools.
Yeah, I feel like whoever blind picks the support first loses, right?
Yes.
That's just natural. And I feel like with the trifecta up of Alistair, Gragas, Rel, no matter what you blind pick, you're going to lose out, right? You blind pick the Alistair, they can pick the Gragas. If they blind pick the Rel, they can pick the Alistair. So whoever blind picks supported first loses, but if you take something out of that trifecta, like the Gragas, then all of a sudden Alistair is the strongest. So first picking Alistair could work. It can get countered in lane if they ban away Gragas and first pick Alistair. But I still think Hecarim is one of the strongest.
The Braum was also an effective answer coming out from the side of G2, so maybe they pivot back to something like that. The Orianna is the other really big pick that we've been seeing rising in popularity in this patch as well. So we're going to be jumping into draft. It is game 5. Let's get hype!
Okay, before we go into the complexities of pick and ban, I do want to remind people this is an upper bracket match. The loser of this will go into the lower bracket. They have another shot at making it into the LEC finals. G2 banning out the Thresh and the Orianna. Abbedagge getting some respect on the name as Senna and Tristana once again removed by Schalke.
Oh man, this is a catch-up, isn't it?
Well, it is a catch-up.
Looking at the bans, Alistar banned away, so now Rel first pick could be an option. Hecarim still open. You're looking at things like Lilia. Twisted Fate is
Lucian.
still up. Lucian is still up. So if Schalke ban away Hecarim here, they could look to first pick Lilia and then go Lucian on 2. Or they can first pick the Rel. Or they can take away the Kai'Sa. So G2 have options. Looks like they go for Lucian. Lilia on 2 or 3. Does Schalke want to deny the Lilia and then force Jankos on something like Nidalee, which is not bad. I think Jankos is one of the best Nidalees we've got. But Schalke are going to get Rel for sure. Are they going to take away the Lilia?
Instead, they will go for the Udyr for Gilius. They played that 3 times this series, only won on it in the last game, in game 4 of this best of 5. Now G2 can look towards that Lilia once again if they want, because it is still available. Can also get themselves a good support, you know. Alistair and Thresh removed, but you could always go for a Gragas into the Rel if you so desired.
Yeah, could also go for Nidalee as well if you want.
Zyra Khan is also available.
We'll have to see. They could also just go for full bot lane and then...
Volibear. Okay, so at the very beginning of this series, we were talking about how last year, this was back when you were playing in Pro Kadro, it was very much about jungle ganking meta, right? The set was super prevalent in just like looking for early ganks. We saw it from Selfmade yesterday. Volibear was one of those champions that could just like perma-gank a lane, and I feel like that this is already giving you a very powerful mid-jungle duo for G2.
You also have lots of flex potential in this, right? Gragas Volibear has so many flex options. This is probably going jungle Volibear and support Gragas, most likely. I doubt there'll be too much flexing, but Volibear's champ obviously farms slower than the Udyr, but level 3 Volibear with the flash, with the red buff, does so much damage. And it acts as a very good front line with the chem tank. It got buffs on 11.6, I believe it was, on his W to heal more in the jungle. And the smite buffs, the Gromp buffs is helping out a lot. Looks like Abbedagge is going to go into the Azir Lucian matchup. So both teams have picked up what we think is mid-support jungle. So we're looking at ADs again. Last time we saw this ADs were like Jinx, Sivir, lots of champions going into the 4-5s. And with Thresh being down, Aphelios is out. Senna's down, Senna comes out, Tristana's gone. We're looking at Kai'Sa, we're looking at Xayah, we're looking at Jhin, Sivir, and Jinx. The 5 AD carries which have been prevalent in this series. And Vayne. Yep. Good correction there. Vayne.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Okay, well, there it goes. So that means I think Schalke want Kai'Sa. Vayne Banaway suggests to me they want to pick Kai'Sa, so I'm expecting G2 to perhaps take that away. And then Xayah is the next strongest, so Schalke could take away something like the Jhin, and then go for the Xayah themselves. Jhin Gragas doesn't sound super strong to me. Maybe Kalista is something that Schalke could opt into as well if they want to try and counter.
Is there a world where they put the Lucian bot? Is there a world they do Lucian Gragas bot?
No, there's no world.
You think there's no world?
I think there's no world.
Okay, I mean, like, it's not unreasonable, but there's always that possibility of a flex. I don't think that it is the strongest, especially with how low range he is, but I could see a Gragas Lucian lane just being very strong in the straight up 2 versus 2.
Yep.
But regardless, we will go with the assumption that the Lucian is in the mid lane for now. Jhin now being taken off the board, and the Darius ban. This does suggest that G2 is looking at a blind pick Sion, but nah, is still up and available, and it was something that they went for in game 1.
G2 has a small problem here. If they blind pick Sion, they have a big front line, but they only have AD carry damage on their carries. So if Schalke pick up the Xayah here, I'm not really sure what Reckless has left. Maybe he goes for the Sivir, and then you're running back the Sivir Lucian Sion comp again, which didn't really succeed for you too much. I think this double AD camp carry composition doesn't work so well against things like Udyr, but that's a Jinx. So that means Xayah's up, you could opt into it, but Neon wants to run it back. I really like Schalke's comp just because of the amount of scaling it has. Because these games in the series have been going late, so the adaptation is good, but G2 have a lot of frontline to deny it, but that's a Seraphine.
Okay.
It's a Seraphine bot. That does seem to be where it's going. Yeah, that's where it's
Seraphine,
going.
Gragas, Sion top, and then...
This damage feels so low from G2.
It is low, but I like the pivot. If they went double AD carry, like Xayah Lucian with a full frontline comp, the enemy team could just go a little bit tanky. Lots of valuation in the armor items. The Seraphine is a really good pickup with the Lucian, but it's all on Caps now. Caps is the main damage source for his team.
And look at this, Schalke now have options in the top lane. They can go Aatrox if they want to put Broken Blade on a Comfort. They can also go for the Gnar if they want a little bit more engage, and they're going to stick with Comfort. Remember that during the regular season, when Broken Blade got his hands on this champion, he demolished G2 Esports with it, and they're sticking to their style. They have engaged support, they have really long-range carries in Jinx and Azir. They also have a carry in the top side of the map. I love Schalke's comp. I think that it fits the style that they found a lot of success with. I think it has really good scaling, and I think G2, it's all or nothing on Caps. If they don't get Caps ahead, I think G2 are going to really struggle to win out this game.
Alternatively, I kind of like G2's comp just because, yes, you've got a lot of pressure on the Lucian, but the Seraphine's going to keep your team alive for such a long time. But like you said, it's all kind of on Caps, essentially. Seraphine, if she does build towards the Moonstone, then she is a supportive champion, and it's all on Caps. And I think that against the range that Schalke has, when you're playing Lucian into Azir, Jinx, if you are falling behind or you're at least even at 30 minutes, it's so hard to team fight.
The one thing I will say is I always forget how insane Seraphine's engage is, just because of her ultimate. And then a Volibear, Gragas, Sion. Like, Schalke had issues getting on top of the Azir last game. G2 will not this game.
Schalke's carries are mobile, right? You only have an Azir dash and you're relying on flashes a lot. So if Sion can land the knock-up and then Volibear can land the stun, there's a lot of chain CC, the Seraphine follow-up, the Sion Q, the Gragas flash body
There's
snap.
a lot of CC.
So there's a lot of CC on G2's comp, a lot of healing, a lot of shielding, and Caps on Lucian. So that's what you're looking at if you're looking at G2. Alternatively, Schalke, you're looking at the range, you're looking at the scaling, and you're looking at the Aatrox.
It's gonna be a banger!
It is. I can't believe we got all the way to Game 5. G2 going 2-0 up. Let's see if the reverse sweep is real.
Hi guys, before we jump onto the Rift, I just want to follow up with Dylan Falco here. You brought G2 to Game 5. They finally banned the Darius. You have good scaling options here, but tell me about the game plan for Schalke not to fall too far behind and take it in Game 5.
I think this game, G2's mid-jungle especially are very, very strong. I think Volibear can force a lot of stuff level 3, level 4, and Lucian is probably going to be winning the lane. So I think it's really important that we just survive this mid-jungle early, and then I think we'll probably win later in the game.
All right, mid-jungle focus. Back to you guys for Game 5.
Yeah, it's definitely a mid-jungle focus. I have to agree with Dylan there. And not only is it mid-jungle focus, but look at Jankos' masteries. He's gone for the Predator. So no, he doesn't have the PTA. He isn't going to win out on the 1v1s, but the Predator suggests to me that he's looking for early ganks, and he's going to start on the top side of the map, path towards the bot side, whereas Udyr is pathing top. So
that's a Cadral playstyle right there. Just permagank, run Predator, just get
it.
boots. Yeah, flip it. That's the way. Can we kill him mid? Oh, we'll give it a go anyway. Yep. Definitely going to be keeping an eye on Jankos. If you die,
it's just supportive.
And again, for Schalke, and then for Schalke, I feel that it's going to be slow. We've talked about it. When we look at how Schalke have played all split long, it has been about like weathering the storm in the early game, trying to stay even, not being too over-aggressive, and then going for these fights later on. A lot of the aggression comes from Limit, roaming around the map in the early game, and I'm not sure if he will be roaming as much when playing with Neon on this Jinx, but we'll have to keep an eye on because we know that he loves to get involved and loves to try and make plays in the early game.
Yeah, and we talked about what Schalke's win conditions are, what they need to draft in order to win these games or stand a chance against the likes of G2. We talked about a winning side lane for Broken Blade so he can collapse first in mid, a scaling mage mid for Abbedagge, some engage on support and lots of scaling for the AD carry of Neon. And I think they've checked the majority of those boxes. Gilius' Udyr last game was pretty good. He did win the early jungle matchup, and in this game he will win the jungle matchup if he can keep farming. And Jankos doesn't get any plays off, but it looks like Abbedagge is trading really hard into mid. Caps and Abbedagge trading aggressively. Both have TP, and they both have the Corrupting Potion.
Yeah, that Corrupting Potion just stacking up there for Caps. We're getting back to about half HP. Still has one stack remaining. Jankos working his way down towards the bottom lane. There is a ward here that's been pinged out by G2. Jankos doesn't have a sweeper.
He's spotted.
Neon and Limit stepping back, and it should be an easy enough escape. Limit just remounts and walks himself away.
And this is the thing with ganking junglers. Jankos shows on a ward. Look at Gilius. He's cleared his whole jungle. He's going to go towards the top crab. He can start impacting top as Broken Blade gets aggressive onto Wunder.
Yeah,
feels like Schalke's winning all their lanes. And now going back to my point, Jankos has all his bot camps up, whereas Gilius has finished his full clear. So you can see the difference in the junglers. Full clear jungler versus a ganking jungler. If the ganks don't work out, you exponentially fall behind, because by the time Gilius bases, he'll clear his bot camps, and Jankos wouldn't have even based by that time. So you just keep falling further and further behind. And Schalke, the last time they had this kind of topside control, they went for a dive.
And look at the mid lane as well. You can see 4 minions to 3. This wave is slow pushing towards Abbedagge, which means that Caps is forced to TP. That means the potential counter TP up towards the top side, as Gilius is now threatening the dive that you were just talking about. Jungler on the bot side of the map. There's little that Wunder can do. It's a 1v2 in this situation.
Abbedagge could TP in. Caps doesn't have the TP to match it, but this is a bit of a risky dive in the early game. You could die to the Scion passive, but there could be a dive in mid. Abbedagge stayed way too long. He's losing out so much on the lane phase from getting his base cancelled. He's going to get it cancelled again.
Yeah, you just bring the Sky Splitter down there. It stops his recall, and now Abbedagge has to back away. He loses 6 minions underneath that tower. Limit trading with Reckless here in the bottom side of the map. First time we've seen Reckless play the Seraphine, by the way. Of course, he isn't averse to playing some of these more utility champs in the bottom
lane. I remember his Janna bot lane too.
The Jannas, the Garen Yumis.
Of course, he did play Syndra at bot lane, I believe.
Jankos spotted again.
Oh, they engage, double flash, double knock up. The stun lands and first blood to Reckless, but here comes the TP. Broken Blade going to join the fray. Infernal Chain splashed away there by Reckless. Does have the stage presence, looking for that W. Doesn't quite have the heal in time for Jankos. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, there's another trade as Caps tries to fight off Abbedagge. Neon flashes away down towards the bottom side. Caps in a really good position here. Abbedagge is going to have to go a long way round. Limit is on his way as well, though. So if Caps oversteps, Limit will be there in time.
Can we look top lane though? I think Broken Blade's losing so much for this. Although it's a 1-for-1, he loses around 2 to 3 waves. Looks like Wunder won't go for the plate. He's just going to get some vision with the ward he has. I think he has 2 wards. He can start putting some deep vision, and Wunder's going to keep proxying these waves. So although it's a 1-for-1 and Schalke managed to match the play on the engage from G2, I think they just lose on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and I think that this is a big deal for Wunder as well. The earlier he can get that armor, the easier this matchup is going to become. The question is, will it be more beneficial in the long term for Schalke? Because they did get the kill onto Neon, and while Reckless getting a kill is great, I'm a lot more scared of a Jinx getting early kills than I am of the Seraphine, because you're setting up for that hyper carry potential later on into the game. Now, both supports roaming to mid, but it looks like not a huge amount is going to come off the back of it.
Yeah. Neon picked up the Berserker Greaves.
It is the Moonsummon newer Seraphine as well, we'll just point that out. So we see the Abandoned Glass Mirror already picked up, so much more utility.
It really is
damage.
All the damage coming out from Caps.
Here comes Jankos, looking for the chase here onto Gilius. Sky Splitter coming down as well, and Gilius will flash away from the Thundering Roar.
Yeah, good flash from Gilius. If he gets stunned up there, I think he might fall with the chain CC coming out from Mickey as well, and a burst from Caps on this early game Lucian. So, Broken Blade back in the top side. should win out on this matchup. Aatrox does counter Sion just because of the pure point that Sion can't actually out-damage Aatrox's healing the later the game goes. Yes, he can sort of do some trades in the early game, but the later the game goes, the more healing the Aatrox will get from his ultimate especially, and then the Sion just doesn't have enough to deal with it. He has the Bramble Vest early to deny the healing, but Abadage is really struggling in this mid lane.
Cullen coming out, just dodged away by Abadage there. He is 15 CS behind on this Azir already. Caps farming at about 9 a minute or so. Mickey forced down towards the bottom side of this. Jankos coming in, Thundering Smash available. They know Gilius has no flash. Limit going to jump in here, but Caps is there in time. Jankos gets the smite down, and that's the Scuttlecraft for him. Caps trading here as Abadage tries to join the fight, but he's got no mana. He's got no way of getting into this fight, really, as Limit has to flash the wall, and G2 gain control of the bottom side river.
That fight was pretty interesting because it was divided, as we see more trading up towards the top side, but Reckless and Mickey actually decided to focus on Gilius and Neon, while Caps and Jankos focused on Limit. And because the focus was divided, G2 didn't actually have enough damage anywhere to secure themselves a kill, which means that Schalke, the worst that they had to spend was the flash from Limit, but ultimately they did not get the Scuttle Crab, and because they did not get that, because Abadage was chunked out low, they're also going to lose the first Drake of the game.
Yeah, you have to question the decision making in a sense where Abadage was under his tower, no mana, no health, and Caps had the mid push, so as long as the fight that goes on, Caps always collapse first, and I think that Abadage has been struggling this game. Ever since he got his back cancelled by Caps the first time when he TP'd back, and then Jankos came and cancelled it the second time, he lost around a wave and a half, 2 waves to that, and it's just been exponentially growing to the point where Caps is winning out in this mid matchup. Abadage did just hit 6 now, he will only be around 10 CS down, but getting that Lucian ahead of your counterpart early game is crucial in this team composition.
And we are seeing that comparison still between the farming jungler and the ganking jungler. Jankos getting himself an objective is only level 5. Gilius walked into his blue side jungle, took away the blue, took away the Gromp, has a level advantage, but the question is, how does he then utilize that level lead, that XP lead, that gold lead to actually influence the map for Schalke?
So I just want to quickly illustrate, because Kedros talks so much about ganking junglers and farming junglers. So all of this top side was just cleared, and now look, all of his camps in top and bot are alive, to the point at which his bot lane can even take the Gromp. Gilius has so much to clear because of how fast he goes through that jungle, and while G2 is off to an early game gold lead, the jungle gap is going to continue to grow. This is why we saw the meta shift last year. This is why the LCK found so much success with champions like Nidalee, and Europe was actually quite slow to adapt, and we struggled at Worlds because of it. So now pivoting back to this style, Jankos has to find more successful ganks. He has to keep building these leads for his team, otherwise Gilius can run away with the game.
And that's the key thing, right? He needs to find ganks. And if it's not a gank, try and find a neutral objective. Bring your team to the play while the farming jungler is kind of clearing his camps. Maybe you can force someone out, force a flash, and then bring your teammate on that lane to the objective. You can see Jankos hovering around the top side right now. He has the ultimate. He might want to start up the Herald because Mickey's around, but forcing something is what he needs to do. And he's going to start up the Herald. Gilius is on the bot side of the map, and Mickey's hovering around. So I think G2 will get this for free. Can Schalke cross-map anything? Because this Herald going mid, I think it will go there to give Caps the most amount of gold possible and to chunk out the mid tower for later on, because clearing out the mid tier 1 is the most important tower in the game in the early stages.
For the moment, Jankos just doing both the Scuttle and her mother as he takes the Rift Herald. Has already got that Ocean Dragon earlier on. And the thing about Rift Herald is it is funneling gold into your lanes as well, right? We talk about ganking as one of those key ways to get your lanes ahead. Well, Rift Herald gets them plates, which gets them gold, and 2 plates is about 360 gold, so that's about a kill's worth of capital in the pocket of Illusion.
But it also denies it from Schalke, right? Which is one of the other big things, because Schalke would love to funnel all that money into Broken Blade or into Neon and Limit, and if they had it, they could have set up that 3-man wave onto bot. What's Seraphine going to do to stop that huge wave coming? She could definitely get dived, so by denying that from Schalke, it also slows down the ability for them to get to their late game even quicker.
Yeah, exactly. When it comes to Herald plays, you can calculate the amount of like present gold and experience that people lose in general, but taking it away from the enemy team and getting it to yourselves, either it's denying them getting the mid tower or snowballing the game if they're ahead. If you're ahead as a team and you want to get Herald, the enemy team takes it, it slows down your snowball potential. Despite losing amount of gold in the actual present state of the game, you will slowly regain it and slow down their siege. But G2 actually didn't lose anything for this Herald. They didn't actually have to move their bot lane top side, so it's just a net gain for them, right? When they use this Herald mid or bot, they'll get a lot of gold onto one of their carries, but I expect this to go mid and bring G2's bot lane from bot lane to mid so they can start doing it as a 4-man and actually get more plates in just a couple.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they just want to try and funnel more gold into Caps. I mean, by taking down that mid tower, already sieging against an Azir is very difficult, but when you then funnel even more, when you funnel more money into Caps on the Lucian, then you only better set him up for success. So that's what I expect to happen for G2 right now. Things are rather neutral. Caps just getting a little bit of vision. We can see that Jankos now resetting back onto the map. Same for Gilius as he clears his bot side and Jankos clears his top.
But top lane tower has 3 plates, so Instead of using it mid, Jankos could use it top to crack out a whole tower instead of just getting a couple of plates for his carry. And you have to weigh up the differences in the gold. Do you want the gold to go to your frontliner and get a full tower so you get net more gold in the early stages of the game? Or do you just go for the mid tower just to give the gold to Caps? So we'll have to see how Jankos approaches this. But Gilius, on the bot side of the map, is a level up on Jankos, has full bot side control, and Schalke need to cross map something. If Jankos runs top and pops Herald, or he runs mid and pops Herald, what can Schalke do? Can they dive bot? Can they start TPing in 5-man bot? Something like this.
Well, Gilius is waiting to see perhaps if Reckless and Mickey move their way up towards this mid lane. Jankos is on the top side of this wave as well. You can see Reckless coming up. Jankos gonna step forward now. As the Stormbringer can look to dive underneath this tower. Thundering Smash gets the stun. There's a Sky Splitter Stormbringer combo. He's knocked back, but Abadage is done. The Culling finds its mark, and now Caps is the target. Broken Blade going in with the World Ender, and Caps really has nowhere to go. Infernal Chains, he dashes away from it, but is that gonna be enough? Still has the blast going. Meanwhile, in your picture-in-picture, you can see the supports in a battle to the death as we see Caps fall off towards the top side. And Limit will get away from Mickey on the bottom.
Herald used though. Looks like they're going to put it mid-tower. Caps won't get the gold for it, but chunking out the mid-tower is much better than chunking out the top tower. So G2, although they traded 1-for-1, Abadage loses more gold, right? He loses the wave. Yep. Gilius is the one who picks it up, and you want the gold to go to your carry. So although G2 went 1-for-1 in this play, I would still favor them in this play because Caps was the one who got the kill.
So the other big thing about this play was that Caps did get a kill, and he's now got the Sheen. And as the Drake is now up and alive, you can see that the bot lane of G2 has control over the river. Notice that Jankos is already moving in. Caps not choosing to use his teleport, which means that they will lose mid-prio. But for now, G2 have control over the river. The problem is Wonder's going back to top. Yep. Broken Blade is making his way down towards bot.
Jankos no flash, Caps no flash, Jankos no ult, Caps no ult. It looks like G2 might have to give this one up, but remember the power of the Encore. Reckless in position behind Jankos. Looking to line it up, the Encore. Just short of Limit as he flashes away. Caps is off towards the top side of the fight, and it's a 5v4.
Here comes Wonder.
Of Schalke right now. Wonder going in, Jankos there as well. You can see Wonder coming in with the Unstoppable Onslaught, and that's already one kill. Limit's down, and now the numbers switch in favor of G2. Mickey with a great flank position as they look for more damage here. Mickey healed up with the Moonstone. Able to be kept alive. The Sidberg and Death Rocket goes wide, but Abadage will get the kill in the end. Wonder looking for Gilius underneath the tower, can't quite get him. In the end, a 2-for-1 trade in favor of G2.
Yeah, but G2 end up walking away with the Drake, and they should be able to get the mid turret off the back of it as well. So there were question marks around would they be able to get these early game leads. They're constantly going for skirmishes. Jankos is willing to dive towers, and they're taking these fights, and Mickey is definitely stepping up in this game. The ultimate does not quite connect onto Limit, but they do get his flasher, and then just keep your eyes on Mickey and follow him in this engage. Flash over onto the Azir, and then his ultimate actually separates Limit from his team, and that was the goal there, to be able to get that initial pick so that the rest of the fight can follow through.
Yeah, it was a number advantage because Broken Blade was there first, but Wunder identified that Broken Blade was in the fight, ran down the river, ulted down, joined the fight around the same time, but Mickey was definitely the one to clutch that fight. Cheeky little sidestep there to dodge the Jinx rocket, does end up dying in the end, but Schalke, they lose the fight, they lose a couple members, and they lose almost all of their flashes, so it's going to be really difficult for them to contest the next dragon coming up soon. They lost their mid tower, so G2 have full control of the game. I really like what G2 have done here, put their bot lane mid so they can push out the waves against Abadage, and Caps can start getting on these side lanes.
But again, Schalke wants to just scale. They're at a 2k gold deficit right now, but that's not that bad. Yep. You know, as long if for the next 10 minutes they can maintain this deficit, then they're going to be looking pretty good. The question is, can they maintain the position that they're in? Because you can see that G2 clearly setting up for a top side play. They're now moving Caps into a side lane. He has a level advantage over Abadage. The Essence Reaver is already done with a pickaxe on top of it. So as much as I would love to say that it's easy to, in the classic solo queue fashion, stall, we win late, G2 may very well not give them the opportunity to stall out.
Schalke, we're looking for a play here though, but the problem is I think they're going to lose their top tier 1 as well. Yes, they are scaling, but Wunder's proxying waves, taking towers. This Sion is going to be really beefy the later the game goes. And Schalke looks like they're just playing to catch waves right now. They were looking for a pick. It looks like they're on the defensive.
And as much as we talk about Caps as the carry for this team, as the key damage source, you have to remember, like, Reckless does have damage. He's got Staff of Flowing Water on its way. He's already completed the Moonstone. A Staff combination with a Volibear. Volibear scales very well with AP as we look to him trading here with Abadage and Gilius, but Staff of Flowing Water Moonstone with a Volibear is only going to buff up his damage. We've seen how much a Volibear can do in some of these late game fights. Just look back to Fnatic versus G2, where Bwipo snapped Reckless's neck in one of the late game team fights.
Yeah, the crucial thing here though is the Volibear's full tank without a damaging Runestone, right? He doesn't have the PTA, it's just a Predator full tank Volibear, so he will be running out you. So far.
I don't think you can change his Runestone at this point of the game.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is we did see Selfmade build Zhonya's second item, remember? So
and Divine Sunder. sure. But yeah, he's
oh,
already
true.
bought his
That was
mythic.
true. Yeah.
He already bought his mythic, so I think Jankos will go full tank here, and Caps is the damage dealer. So Caps on a side lane. The whole point of this stage of the game here is who controls bot lane, right? If G2 can push in mid and move down towards bot, that means Caps can push and start hitting this tier 1. But Schalke put their bot lane into Caps so they can push the wave in first to negate the play. So the game's in a bit of a stalemate right now. Yes, G2 are ahead, but you can see what the objective on the map is. It's this bot lane tier 1, but you could also just base and go towards the Herald. We'll see how G2 approaches the game stage.
Also a Cloud Drake in only a minute and a half. We are on towards that Cloud Soul. It would be about 23 minutes or so for G2 if they're able to collect the next couple of dragons. So very quickly on the horizon here. Caps going to get the push once again. Can we just have a look at where we are in terms of gold observers? I expect Caps to be in a pretty strong position. 6,200. Actually only the second highest in the game. Oh, in fact, the third highest. Wonder has more, and Reckless has more gold than Caps right now.
Well, a part of that is because Wonder was able to get pretty much a full tower in top lane.
Yeah.
And Reckless is also sitting at 1 kill and 1 assist, and I actually think that that is the difference in the gold between them, with that slight CS advantage that he does have as well. So yeah, right now, even though Caps doesn't have the highest amount of gold on his team, he is very strong. Wow, actually, the full build already come out from Reckless.
Yeah.
I'm only 17 minutes into the game.
Not full build, he needs a Chemtech.
No, he's full build. He's full build.
I would love a Putrefy. I was even actually going to say here, maybe skip Staff and go straight towards Chemtech's Putrefy, because who else's AP are you buffing up in these fights?
But, I mean, I agree.
But I think the key thing is when you're looking at items, you're looking at timings as well. So item spikes, the Lucian on 2 items, the Seraphim with these 2 items, the Scion's already beefy. So this is the point in the game where G2 are their strongest.
Yes.
Especially when Caps finishes those components into the second item, which I presume is probably a Kraken Slayer or the Gale Force. When you have these items, this is when G2's online. This is when Schalke really need to respect it and play defensive and wait for the 3 or 4 item mark. That's when their carries will start to take over.
The Emperor's treasure trove is empty right now. He does not even have a fully completed item yet. And as Kadril says, Schalke just want to avoid fighting. And to be fair, so far in this series, they've done a good job of it. They found great fights. I think that they've showcased that they understand their win conditions. It's just about not falling prey to the aggression of G2, finding those good late game fights. Oh! And making plays like that. Clutch steal comes out from Neon.
I hate to see it. Did Neon even have vision when he did that?
Well, they had a ward.
I don't think they did. I don't think they did.
Oh my, that's going to slow down the Cloud Soul for G2 until at least around 30 minutes in the game, which is pretty big when you're considering things like the Lucian and the Volibear jumping in. The Cloud Soul and the base movement speed will help them out a lot. They did not have vision, I think. They did. The Scry's Bloom, and then he fires a rocket. Boom. Steals away the dragon. Jankos' smites.
Yeah.
A bit questionable.
Yeah.
But well, the Super Mega Death Rocket does a ton of damage to objectives as Limit is caught out, uses the knockup to try and get away. Sky Splitter goes wild, but there is the explosive cast. Next on the menu is Gilead, should be able to walk his way away. The Encore just a little bit wide as G2 are perhaps playing off the wrong hymn sheet right there, but with the Rift Herald charge again, G2 are looking to up the tempo of this matchup.
But this was the bot lane tower that you talked about earlier, Kadril. They're looking for another pick.
Beat drop,
dead, I think.
Stage presence, ignite. Ilias is
the shield,
but the turtle stance saves him. However, Abadage is next on the menu. It's puts down the Emperor's Divide to keep himself alive.
Yeah, flash from Mickey doesn't land the body slam. Abadage does save the flash in the end, and Gilius gets out alive. So Schalke end up losing 2 towers on the bot side, and they end up losing Limit. So what do they get on the other side of the map for it? Broken Blade's pushing in waves. Yes, he's going to deny some creeps from Wunder, but Wunder doesn't really care. All those creeps are going to do is give him more Ruby Crystals, and I think he's got more than enough right now against the items that Schalke have. Wunder fighting against Limit here. Limit no flash.
Limit's going to jump away, but the unstoppable onslaught. Where's Neon? He has no flash, he has no cleanse, he has no way of getting away. Wunder gets the kill. Neon slain in the mid lane, and now G2 just making this game tick a little bit quicker, seem to be catching Schalke out.
Yeah, they started off by using the Herald in the bot lane. There was nothing for them to cross-map on the top side, and they couldn't really threaten mids because Wonder had actually rotated from top into mid lane to catch the wave. So Schalke were just sort of left to awkwardly stand around and watch as their bot tower fell. They then got into a fight. They then find themselves in another fight in mid, and this is exactly what we said they needed to avoid. Just accept that you're going to have to lose some of these objectives because right now G2's at their strongest, but it seems that they're getting caught up in some of these engagements.
But that's the key thing, right? That's why G2 is the best team in Europe right now. They force you into losing plays, and no matter what you decide, whether it's take the fight, defend, or even try to cross-map, you're always losing out. So really good decision-making from G2 with the Herald, using their tempo advantage in bot side, start pushing this lead forwards. They're around 3,500 gold up right now, and with this composition, when Caps finishes that second item, that's when they're really online at 20 minutes into the game, and I think there's going to be a lot of Baron contesting here around the Vision, but the Dragon's in 2 minutes, but I'm expecting teams to play towards the top side for now.
What I think is really fascinating is when you look at at these drafts, you know, I said it myself, I was more of a fan of Schalke's comp because it seemed more straightforward. It was easier to play. There was significantly less risk associated. But G2's comp, because of how much early potential playmaking it has, its ability to snowball, it can be strong, but the level of execution is what's so important. And if you mess up, you're in danger, which is why often teams avoid it. But G2 is not that type of team, and you can see when you play at that level, when you're able to execute well, how quickly you can get these leads and how effectively you can snowball off of them.
Yeah, we'll see how G2 want to continue snowballing this game. Looks like they're contesting this brush here, which is a very good line of defense. The ultimate comes out, doesn't do too much, but Neon has no flash, so it's so hard for him to even be on the same screen as anyone of G2. Caps takes him out, but look at Jankos on the side. He can disable the tower.
Encore straight in as well, but there's the TP immediately from Broken Blade. Limit going in with a Magnet Storm, and they're looking for the damage. You can see everyone with 10. Here comes Aatrox. G2, you've been in this spot before, and the Aatrox lands, and the Emperor finds his victims. A double for Neon, a double for Broken Blade, and Wonder is thunder. It's Schalke with the ace.
At the flick of a switch, Limit pulls the trigger, gets the engaged TP from Broken Blade, gets the reset. Is it Broken Blade or is it the Shy? Faker Dagger gets the knockback, Neon gets a triple kill, and that's going to be Baron for Schalke.
Excellently played from Schalke. That was the fights that they were looking for, and that was the smallest window that they did need. Just as I was talking about how this composition from G2 requires good execution. The moment you make that mistake, it is Schalke that capitalizes. Here we can see G2 sieging onto the tower. They get the TP out. At this point they want to disengage, but Limit does not let them. Lands the ultimate onto 4, grouping them all up. Even though the ultimate does come through from Reckless, it's not enough. Neon is safely positioned.
Abadage,
and then Abadage.
3 members.
This is why he's named after Faker, or is Faker perhaps named after him after performances like this?
But after that, I think Faker's named after him. Such a clutch play from so many players. Limit with the engage, Broken Blade hitting all these members, Jinx Rocket hits everyone, and then Faker Dagger at the end seals the deal. Nail in the coffin for G2, you would say, because now Schalke with this late game team comp is even against G2. They have the Baron, and there's so much gold for them to collect on the map. There's still a mid-tier one, there's still a bot-tier one, but we're going to keep our eyes on what they do now, because the Dragon's up, and Schalke want to contest it. Broken Blade's popped the ult, he's going in, he has the flash.
This could have been the sole possibility for G2, but of course, we saw the Super Mega Death Rocket snipe away the last Dragon, and now you got to keep your eyes on Caps. You got to keep your eyes on the Lucian. He's stepping forward. Broken Blade with a 2-level advantage. Caps only level 13. Dragon down to 3,000. Scuttlecrab now secured for Schalke. Gilius on that front line. Wonder with no ultimate. Broken Blade going in with the further chase. There's Mickey. There's the culling. There's the encore. They catch Gilius. Limit dives onto the backline, and Caps is immediately exhausted. Limit just about
Neon's
down.
getting resets.
Come the rest of Schalke. Neon getting excited, as I'm sure all the Royal Blue fans out there are as well. Schalke pick up 2 kills. They turn their eyes back towards the Cloud Dragon. They have the Baron. The question is, will G2 fight for this? You can see Broken Blade backing away. It looks like G2 have given that up. They're not going to go for the Drake Steel.
It feels like there's just such a huge damage difference between the two teams. Schalke's composition is so straightforward. You play front to back, you keep the long-range carries in the back line, and you keep your tanks in the front line. And even though a really good engage comes out from Mickey, look at the follow-up that comes through from G2. These traps alone are stopping Caps from really getting involved in the fight, and the engage looks good. But then the ultimate goes wide, Caps throws out a culling, and while they do get onto Limits, who just, like, it's like a 2 versus 4 in the back line, while Neon and Abadage can just clean up.
Yeah, Neon gets the resets. He starts running forwards. Abadage can join the fight. And the crucial thing is, Broken Blade even used his ultimate before the fight started, and he was able to live through the damage that G2 put on him. So when he has the ultimate, now he has 2 items completed. He has to play Steel Caps. When he gets in the back line, the G2 have enough to deal with. The front line that Schalke have, even though it's not too much front line, they have so much damage as well. So G2 always have to peel back. One member will go in, and if Mickey goes in and Neon gets a reset, then he's running forwards with the 3 items, with the Hurricane. He's going to shred all of G2. G2 are almost like backs against the wall here. If you're a Schalke fan, you should definitely be getting excited here, because the longer this game goes on, the more chances Schalke have. They're already ahead. The gold difference, you can see the skyrocketing gold difference from the Baron. Jankos steals away the red buff from Neon.
Look at the difference in levels. 14 to 15 top, 12 to 13 jungle, 13 to 14 mid. There are level advantages everywhere across the board for Schalke, and it's only going to get stronger as the game continues and Schalke continue to find these leads.
Yeah, Neon on this Jinx, 6-1-3, 9 out of 10 kill participation, and he has 3 items on the Jinx. Yes, G2 have a lot of frontline, but do they have the damage to take him down? He has to flash up. We'll have to see how they approach it, but the key thing is Mickey doesn't have flash, and Limit does, and we've seen what Limit can do with his flash.
Spring 2020. In the first round, G2 are knocked out by Mad Lions. G2 fight through the losers bracket and a win. Summer 2020, G2 are knocked out. They'll fight through the losers bracket and win. The question is this another one of those? Will they have to fight through the losers bracket and win once again? Because right now, Schalke are on the precipice of a glorious victory.
Reverse sweep, even.
Yeah.
G2 was 2-0 up in the series. They were having fun in the second game. They were drifting around. They thought the series was over. Schalke have stepped up so much and adapted so well in this series.
They certainly have. And remember that if G2 lose, they will not go against Fnatic. They are the highest seed, which means that the loser of tomorrow's match will go against Fnatic as the engage comes from G2.
Neon flashes away. Here comes Limit with the Magnet Storm. Stormbringer used by Jankos to try and get away. The encore lands onto Neon as well, but the rest of G2 cannot follow up. Caps isn't even here yet. Broken Blade stepping in. Jankos pulled back. Mickey goes in with the body slam, but can't quite land it. And Schalke are able to reset the fight. G2 are the ones who engage. Schalke able just to stop them in their tracks.
Yeah, I think the whole idea from G2 there was to blow Neon Summoners. Now they've got them. Now when the next engage happens, Wunder has flash, Jankos has flash, Mickey has flash, Drake's in 2 minutes. They're all going to be flashing on Neon. The whole idea behind that play was to get Neon's summoner spells.
Oh my word. Neon is just going to be like, guys, so they have Volibear, they have Gragas, they have Sion, and they all want to kill me.
Seraphine ult, Lucian culling as well. There's so much to dodge around.
So can you guys just, stop them from killing me? And if we do, then we win the game. So that's going to be the biggest determining factor. 3 items now finished for Neon. The DPS is real on this carry. And all he has to do is dish out the damage.
Yeah, Mickey just got his flash up. Jankos doesn't have the ult yet. Wunder will have it up soon. So Neon can't even be on the same screen as the enemy team's frontline. He needs to respect it and stay really, really far back. He needs to trust in Abadage, who has the Zhonya's, he has the flash. He should be able to deal with a lot of the brunt of the engage and dish out damage while Neon's trying to kite around and find an angle to get the damage out. But if these Schalke carries can get any DPS up, any uptime, I feel like G2, if one member falls and the reset comes out, they're running for the hills.
There's the issue with if you target Neon, Abadage is still alive. We've already seen him shuffle in and totally destroy a G2 team fight. If you kill Abadage, well, Neon's still alive. You have Limit there with the Magnet Storm as the front line. You've got Broken Blade, who continues to rain hell upon G2.
Yeah, and we talked about it, right? This triple threat composition from Schalke. We talked about it before the game started. They need a split pushing top. They need a hyper scaling mid to clear waves. They need engage support, and Neon being this AD carry that's actually scaling so well. How they've adapted in the series is draft Jinx, draft scaling AD carries, draft Vayne, and then in the later the game goes on, if G2 makes mistakes and we can make the game even, we're already at a natural advantage with the champions we've drafted.
Schalke have everything they need to close out this series. They have the gold lead, they have the champions, they have the compositions. Everything is in their position and power. The Drake is spawning soon, the Baron is about to be up. There's a top wave that they need to answer as the TP comes in.
TP coming in here from Schalke. We'll see if they go for the immediate engage. Caps is on their front line. Jankos looking for a flank position. Sundisk used as well. Schalke just holding the line, getting the mid-wave priority as much as they can. Gilius running forward. Wunder there as well. There's the root. Wunder pulled back with the Infernal Chains. Gilius still stepping in. Schalke going to push up towards the Baron. You can see Reckless trying to speed up. Caps going to start up the Cloud Drake himself. The rest of Schalke going up towards this Baron. As the battle lines are drawn. As you say it, Kadril, this is a risk. This is a flip. This is a 50-50 play. And with how Smite fights have gone so far this series, I'm not sure who's going to win. Caps, TPs into the fight. Only a short range. That Baron down to 6,000. You can see the encore available Baron resets, and as we have a second here, I want to ask you guys, actually wait, Wunder, what's Wunder doing here? Looking for the Decimating Smash, just trying to slow Schalke in their tracks. As we have a second, I want to ask you all, who will win? Will G2 take it? Will Schalke take it? Who is going in to that upper bracket final? Answer in chat right now, G2 or S04. We'll bring that up in a second, because right now, this game is on just a knife's edge.
Yeah, I like the decision from Schalke. Don't face check the Dragon Pit. It's only the third Dragon. Neon doesn't have flash. Let's wait. Let's be patient. They've been patient the whole series long. There's no real reason to rush this fight. So they dropped the Dragon. They tried to get a Baron for it. They forced Caps' TP. That's about it. Let's get out. Broken Blade was chunked out. We don't want to risk it. We don't want to lose the game on just one bad call. So look at Neon just picked up the BF sword, building towards that Infinity Edge. The longer the game goes on, we've said it so many times, Neon will just get stronger and stronger and stronger, and so will Abadage. Caps 3 items, Neon almost 4, and his flash is coming back up soon. So can Neon dodge away from this triple engage, quadruple engage with the Seraphine ult from G2, duck and dive around, get a reset, and then win the game for his team alongside Abadage?
Well, we'll see, Kadril. We'll see Whoa, that's a lot closer than I thought it would be. G2, 4-time back-to-back champions with only 52% of your faith. Only 51% of you believe in your reigning champion. Schalke performed the miracle run last summer. Now looking for a miracle on a Saturday as G2 are 2-2, about to be reverse swept, perhaps.
Yeah, and a small thing to tie in here, like we talk about Vedius at the start of the game, the farming jungler versus the ganking jungler. Now the exponential growth is paid off. Gilius is 2 levels up on Jankos. Yes, it's not a big deal because they're frontliners, but that's the concept, right? This is why the farming junglers are stronger, because naturally when you're higher level, you're stronger as a champion. So that's why the farming junglers are favored. Yes, Jankos got some plays off, and you have to argue that the throw did come in on that mid-tier 2, but this is the stability of having a farming jungler. He's always going to be up in levels or at least even.
What's crazy is...
here we go. Thundering Smash. Abadage is going to jump across the wall, so's Limit. Good little escape there, and it's a problem without, you know, instantaneous CC. Abadage and Limit can just jump away.
I wonder if Schalke's waiting for the 4th item on Neon. The Infinity Edge would be a massive spike.
Yeah, I mean, why not? You know? Like, is G2 really going to try and force something right now? They have Soul Point for the Cloud. A valuable one, I do believe, when you consider how important the ultimates are for G2's composition. And the bonus movement speed that they would get, it just makes diving onto that backline that much easier. But... oh man, what's crazy is all the eggs fall on the Cap's basket. He's level 16. He does have his 3rd item completed. He's likely working towards the 4th one next. I'm curious as to what he's actually going to go for next. I imagine Infinity Edge may very well be in his item list as well. But we've said it, this game is only going to get harder. Schalke, they just need one really good fight, and they can just use that to end the game and move on to the upper bracket final.
Who would have thought coming into today that Schalke would be ahead in Game 5 against G2? Ahead in levels, a better draft in the late game, and G2 are the ones who have to find their way to get back into this game, because Schalke have had control since that one dive in mid that G2 went for, and Schalke are poised in this Game 5. They're in a good position. They need to execute the fights well, but G2 are G2, right? Yep. You can never give them an inch. You can never give them a window of opportunity, because when they take that opportunity, you fall down.
But history suggests that in the upper bracket, they tend to lose in these situations. They lost to Mad Lions, they've lost to Fnatic, and they've always had to make their way into the final via the losers bracket. If anything, that is their comfort zone. And here in Game 5, perhaps they can buck the trend and get a win here against Schalke.
I will also say, when you hear G2 is G2, you think Reckless can carry, Jankos can carry, Wonder can carry, Caps can carry, Mickey can carry, and then I look at this draft and I say, well, Caps can carry. No one else on this draft really has that individual carry ability. It's a neutered G2, so it's all on Caps. And yes, the rest of the team can facilitate him. And yes, perhaps we'll see a pop-off play from someone that really sets up a team fight, but it's all on Caps. Keep your eyes on that Lucian as the Dragon comes up in about 30 seconds time. Currently, he's in top lane, he's resetting. Red buff going to be given over here to G2. Jankos clearing out vision around the Baron pit. And we'll try and get that Scuttle Crab for himself as well. Caps TP's into the play. Midway priority for Schalke. They put up the Sun Disc, the Dragon up in 20 seconds time. No soul for them as of yet. It will be their 3rd Dragon if they take it. If G2 somehow manage to secure it, they will get the soul. Mickey looking for a flank position, but he is standing on a wall. The Sun Disc is about to fall. And now Schalke just back away with that mid lane prio, can continue to clear out this river. 4 seconds on the Dragon.
Yeah, it's all about the mid lane prio. If you can get the push, you can get into the river first. G2 want to contest it. They have a lot of shields from the Sion, from the Seraphine. Schalke have given up the wave, but they're starting up the Drake. Neon's going to get it, I think.
Yeah, Neon can just solo this out. 3 Dragons apiece. Jankos going in with a Thundering Smash. Gilius looking for the engage option. It's Mickey.
Gilius
flashes in. The zap connects as well. Mickey has to flash away. Decimating Smash not going to do too much, but there's the culling. Knocks Neon. Gilius knocked away with the explosive cast as well. And you can see the dive in, but the encore lands onto Limit, and he's already dead. Decimating Smash flashed away by Broken Blade. Now G2 reset alive for a second. Neon doing as much work as he can. Abadage still alive on towards the bottom side. Neon down to about 3rd HP. Jankos trying to dive in. Mickey not quite able to connect on Abadage, and Neon is still alive. So is Broken Blade, so is Gilius, and so are the hopes perhaps for Schalke to win this game. Abadage getting chased off towards the bottom side. Neon really can't join the fight. Mickey down. Now goes Caps in. Broken Blade down as well. G2 pushing 3 members strong in the mid lane. Caps trying to get chased onto Abadage here, but he can't get the damage down. Abadage's trying to turn it around, but meanwhile, the mid lane inhibitor tower is falling. G2 will take the turret. They'll back away immediately. Now Abadage has to run for the hills by himself. Are there any TPs available for G2? Wonder has one. Abadage is going to back. Wonder does not TP to the fight. Caps going to dash over the wall. He spots him. Abadage now in the wrong position at the wrong time. The rest of G2 on the chase.
I think he's out.
And he's going to TP out because Wonder was TPing to the bottom lane. Abadage TP is out.
But that does cost the TP from Wonder, and look, the Baron is up and available. Broken Blade doesn't have TP though, but what I'm curious is can we find out how much healing Reckless did in that fight? Because that's all I could think of. It's the one thing we have not really talked about in this game. Seraphine's utility and support in these fights is crucial. When you have so many tanks and you have so much damage that she's just kind of dishing out, she's going to consistently heal a lot. Maybe we can keep an eye on it in this fight.
Yeah, as we watch this fight again, Gilius was the one to pull the trigger, and I think the engage was good because forcing Mickey to flash out gives Neon more room to breathe, but he gets knocked away. And from there, the damage is coming out. Limit gets a decent engage, you would say, but the health bars don't fall. The Seraphine is keeping everyone alive. It was a redemption, and the healing coming through from the Moonstone as well kept all of G2 alive, and they were able to chase forwards. Schalke didn't have the damage. And Neon was forced to use both summoners. Abadarga had to flash away as well, so everyone was blowing every summoner in this fight. Baron is still up though, crucially. G2, yes, they won the fight, but all they got was a mid-tier 3. So the game is still as even as it was before the fight.
The thing that I think fell apart for Schalke is that Limit went in, and then there was no way for them to really follow up. Broken Blade did try to, but he wasn't really in a great position, and the amount of utility that came out from G2 made it so difficult. You chuck all the shielding and the healing on top of that, and you can see how difficult it can be. Schalke's late game comp does have obviously a lot of strength and a lot of damage, but it seems like that it's not as clear-cut as perhaps we initially thought it was.
Reckless has done 6,500 healing with the Moonstone Moonstone so far this game, and that is a low number for a Seraphine, I'm going to be honest. Usually you're getting up towards that 10, 11,000 mark. He now has 3 stacks on a Medjai Soul Stealer that he's built. He is full items, and if these fights go long, if these fights continue on after that initial burst, after that initial DPS, G2 can win out because of the healing. The redemption there was as well for Reckless. Gilly is going to clear out the pit as once again the battle lines are drawn here between G2 and Schalke. Gold basically even. Dragons 3 apiece. Kills doesn't matter. 6 towers to 3.
It's such a good game 5, man.
Oh my God.
And you're completely right. You're completely right, mate. The longer the fight goes on, the more favored G2 is because of the Seraphine. But one single kill and Neon gets a reset. And Schalke can start running forwards. I think G2, it's lights out. But if they stay together, they can win the fights. Wonder's going to get a knock up here. They're grouped up as 5. Caps is ready to fight.
Calling on to Gilius. Wonder able to chase Gilius out. He's down to 1,000 HP, and there's no healing for Gilius. This is the thing. You haven't got a Seraphine. You haven't got all of that extra healing for your jungler. Wonder again, the front line. Limit doesn't have flash either. Goes in with a Magnet Storm. They look for Wonder. Explosive Cast going to knock 2 of them back, and look at Wonder. He's just healed up once again, and Limit's already dead. Reckless takes the kill. The Encore has already been used. G2 might turn back towards the Baron. Abadarga putting some damage down onto Mickey.
Broken Blade
dashes across the wall.
The healing.
Infernal Chains dodged away from Mickey. Thundering Smash available for Jankos. Doesn't have the flash though, so can't go any further. Schalke able to hold onto the line for the moment. 5 members strong. G2.
The healing.
900 healing on Wonder right there. And Abadarga, you just can't get through it. You just can't chip it away quickly enough because Reckless continuously bolsters his team, heals them up, and now G2 full HP will turn back towards the Baron.
The redemption is starting to come off cooldown as well, and that's all G2 really need is they get that initial pick, they use numbers advantage, and then they sustain back up, and what can Schalke do? They cannot get their straightforward front-to-back composition.
Jinx Rocket Steal.
Stolen it before.
Wonder's trying to stand in the way. Wonder blocks it. That would have been close if it had been able to get in there. Now Wonder can turn and burn if he wants, has the unstoppable onslaught.
10 seconds on Dragon.
As you say, K-Draw, 10 seconds on the Cloud Soul, and imagine another Encore, imagine another Stormbringer. G2 looking for those ultimates if they can get them. Abadarga has respawned, has the TP, and you have to feel that Schalke wants to take this fight. Feels that we are on a precipice. It feels like, well, Schalke decide they don't want it. Cloud Soul secured now for G2.
I feel like perhaps I was wrong even. G2's late game is so strong when they're grouped up as 5. I think maybe I was wrong here. Schalke have such long range and so much damage, but they can't actually deal damage because of the amount of healing coming out of G2. I'm confident if Neon gets a reset, they can start to win the fight, but G2 are grouping up and they're keeping each member alive. They're staying as a unit.
Where's the healing reduction though? Where's the Oblivion Orb? Where's the Executioner's calling?
I mean, yeah.
Like, you have 1 Thornmail and Executioner's on Broken Blade, and Limit's got a Bramble Vest, but
you need more.
Give me an Oblivion Orb on Abadarga, and that healing is cut by 60%.
So, the one thing I will say is that, like, the last 2 fights have just not been well executed by Schalke.
Yeah.
Like, the very first fight was Limit getting separated from the rest of his team. The second fight was actually just Gilius losing all of his HP before the fight even started.
True.
And so a part of me sits there and goes, on the one hand, I'm starting to be convinced that yes, G2 do actually have a very strong scaling comp, but on the other hand, I don't think we've actually seen a very strong engage from Schalke.
Yep.
But maybe that's just the limit of their composition against this. How do you engage onto 3 tanks?
To red again in the same emote. Yankos. No, but you're completely right. But Neon is sitting on 6 items on this Jinx. The GA is going to help him against this sort of dive comp from G2, but I feel like they're not really diving anymore. They're just staying as a group, and they're using their chain CC, and Caps is dashing around. It's pretty much impossible to get to Caps at this point. Reckless is keeping him alive, and all the frontliners are ahead of him. Reckless even has the heal, the ult, all this peel, and Reckless, Caps can dash out. He has a stopwatch flash, everything. So G2 sieging onto this top tower. 40 minutes into the game, they have Baron, they have Cloud Soul. Schalke need to mount a defense.
Limit has to perfect engage something. Like, you can see all of the flank wards are positioned for G2, and Caps can just stand at the back of it. He joins the fight. Double cannon minions pushing in here. They're looking for this inhibitor tower. G2 have held on to the 41-minute mark. Schalke put up a fight, but right now, G2 are the ones knocking on the series win, looking to get into that upper bracket and fight either Rogue or Mad Lions, depending on tomorrow's results. Schalke really can't step forward. That inhibitor tower already down to Culling.
Oh my lord.
Ripping through Broken Blade, and now Wonder on the front. The encore goes a little bit wide, but the inhibitor tower's fallen. Schalke reset. You've got one last fight. You've got one last moment, one opportunity to find your shot, to find your mark, because right now G2 are just walking through your base, and G2 want to do this one by the numbers. They're going pushing mid, maybe can even grab the bot wave and push that in as well.
Wow. Okay, well, G2 are just executing this beautifully, and like, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, how does Schalke engage? Like, all they've got is the Rel. Like, maybe they can have a Broken Blade flank, but the reality is that it's up to G2 to decide when the fight starts.
Exactly.
And even if you try to engage onto them, the amount of disengage they actually have with things like the Gragas ultimate, the Seraphine ultimate, is just ridiculous. So, like, yeah, Kadra, I think we were wrong in our interpretation of the comps, and I think that G2's at a point, I thought they were going to struggle the longer this game went on, but it turns out they were the team that was scaling up. They were the team that was getting this Seraphine to a point where they now have an unkillable comp. It's like 4 bodyguards and protect the president, and like Caps just can't be killed.
And look at Juggermore.
Look at Caps' items as well. He's 6 items on this Lucian. He can dash and dive around, and Schalke don't have that much frontline. Late game Lucian is strong, but other AD carries are naturally stronger, but against no frontline, with this much support around you, you can do whatever you want in these fights. The Oblivion Orb was picked up by Abadaga Medic. I think he heard you there. Decided to pick it up, got the Oblivion Orb.
I hope not, the pink noise not doing its job, but one last inhibitor tower, one last inhibitor here for Schalke, one last sally into the breach as Neon gets culled to half his HP. Wonder tanks the tower for a year, the charm comes out and is all on limit. He's already dead before he can even join the fray. No flash burn, no Magna Storm, shut down. I'm sorry, but did you have some DPS, Schalke? Because it looks like you're the ones getting DPS down. G2, you took your darn time about it, but in the end, Caps will pick up the triple. Caps will pick up the quadra, and they will take the final inhibitor. It was back and forth for a few moments. Schalke held a reverse sweep in their hands, but G2 shut the damn door in their face. G2 will go through to the upper bracket.
What a series, huh?
What a series.
Schalke taking G2 to the wire, but wow, that late game comp was unstoppable.
Yep. Turns out if you just put Seraphine in a comp, suddenly you have a really strong late game.
With lots of frontline and one mid lane AD carry.
Oh, wow.
Flawless execution from G2.
Of course, Wonder just left.
He's gonna rage.
Look, Wonder, bow for the Poros, okay? They came all this way. One of them's from New Zealand. I talked to him earlier. Great guy.
Oh, wow. What a great series. Schalke showcasing that they have so much in the tank.
Yep.
They are going to be a threat in this playoffs because they are the lowest seed. They will be playing Fnatic next week. And the loser of that will be knocked out.
Yeah, but this was a great showing from
That
Schalke,
was so good. Yeah, I mean, Fnatic, like, it's going to be a tough series.
Yeah. What I love about this series from Schalke as well was it wasn't like a bunch of cheese picks, right? They picked the Darius, that was like the most inventive pick, but it was not like, oh, if you just ban this champion against them, then they can't win games. The G2 banned consistently, switched up their bans, and Schalke just outplayed them at times.
Yeah, and the adaptation from Schalke was flawless. Things like the Jinx, the Vayne was really, really helping them win these games, and I think the G2's response in the Seraphine was pretty much the best answer we could do. Let's give Caps all the baskets, let's put all the eggs in the Caps basket, let's pick the Seraphine, full front line, and we should do well in the late game, and they bloody well did.
Yeah, it was a really fun series to watch. Huge props to Schalke. Like, Limit, had a phenomenal series.
Yeah.
He was so good, and as you rightly said, last game, K-Drill, everyone did step up, but for me, he was that standout. He was making so many clutch plays, and I think that taking the Alistar away from him is something that all teams are going to have to do, because in his hands, he is just a monster on that champion.
What a series. I'll be honest, didn't expect this in any way, shape or form. Did not expect this in any way, shape or form. What an incredible Saturday of League of Legends. Of course, we have more tomorrow as Rogue take on Mad Lions. Your clear player of the series, vote at LEC on Twitter. Wonder, Caps, and Reckless. One of them.
Wonder was on tank duty today.
Yeah, Wonder, like, you played 5 Scion games, or 4 Scion games and something else?
And a Gnar.
And a Gnar, yeah. Don't give it to Wonder, guys. We don't want to support that sort of mentality. Give it to whoever you want. Anyway, we'll soon hear from Reckless before Jankos and Grabs join us in the post-game lobby. Don't go anywhere, guys.
We're going to take a break.
Yeah, we will.
Woo! Oh, my.
They are out there, waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back to the LEC after this crazy day of playoffs. Reckless, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on winning today. Let's talk about this series because they made you sweat hard. What made it difficult against Schalke? And what can you tell me about the way they performed today?
I think our difficulties today lied with just how we play together as a team. I think we did well for the most part in the early game, and we had, I guess in general, just decent early games, laning and everything. But when it came to like how we played for Drakes later and Baron and stuff, I feel like they just actually kind of did better than us. So I guess that's where they, to me at least, had like an edge, basically.
They came up with new picks. I also want to mention the Darius because I'm wondering, did you expect them to play this champion? And why did it take so long for you guys to ban it out?
So going into the series, we knew they weren't really a team to play tank tops like most other teams. But obviously the Darius was kind of new. I guess we saw Adam play it in the French league. Was that yesterday or the day before yesterday?
2 days ago.
Yeah. 2 days ago, yeah. But other than that, we haven't seen it. So it was kind of new. And I think we maybe just didn't realize how strong it was until later on in the series. Just how like easy it is for him to get stacks on the tanks and then snowball it on our carries. So took us too long, probably.
Yeah, it's never a nice thing when you have a Darius dunking on you, especially as an ADC. But okay, talking about the last draft, you banned out the Darius finally. You guys picked Seraphine, leaving the 80 mid for caps. You had 32,000 healing that game. Tell me about this comp and also playing Seraphine, because I remember you didn't like AP carries so much back then.
I guess I still don't really like AP carries, but I feel like when we play an AD carry in mid already, it's nice to not have another one bot. I feel like I just have to take the role as the mid laner in that game, and to me, playing a more supportive champion rather than like another carry champion is better for the team. And then obviously Seraphine is also like really strong. It's a better Soraka or whatever I was trying to pull off last year. So later on in the game, we could just play around my W, I guess my redemption, so to speak. So I think it just brings like sort of help to Lucian so that he can carry, because I feel like if I played another AD carry, he wouldn't be able to do so, or if I played another AP carry, he wouldn't be able to do so either.
I mean, and you had to adapt, and you did it really well. But did you expect that Schalke would ban so many AD carries throughout the whole series? I mean, you even had to play Sivir, which is not ideal, I guess.
So for the Sivir, I already apologized to my team, but I think I should probably not do that again. I really like the champ, so I want to play it, but it's not strong enough, sadly. I don't think, even with so many bans, I had to go to the Sivir. As you can see in game 2, there's still the likes of Ashe and Jhin that I could play easily, so the Sivir for sure was a mistake, but I guess I didn't really expect them to ban so many AD carries after like Senna and Tristana. I think for us, Senna is like a really specifically strong pick, which other teams don't really play. And Tristana is just generally good right now in the meta as a flex pick as well. So those two, to me, were to be expected, but them like banning 2 AD carries almost every 4-5 was a bit weird. I guess that's also coming into play then with the Darius, because normally teams then would ban like Sion, for example, for top, but they kind of wanted us to play Sion, I think, for the Darius. So maybe that's why they could put so many AD bans. But in all honesty, I shouldn't have a problem with it. I just wanted to play Sivir.
You wanted to play Sivir. You got your Sivir game. It is out now. A quick question about this, because you insisted on playing the champion. How often do you maybe change the draft plan just because you feel like you want to play something? How free are you?
I think it happens mostly in 4-5 rather than first 3. I feel like usually first 3 we have kind of everything planned out, but when it comes to 4-5, you try to pick more for maybe what your comp wants to do or what enemy comp is bad against. Normally, Sivir could be a good pick, but in this case, when I pick Jinx, I can't really lane, so I should go for a longer range AD carry. But mostly in the 4-5 is when I think you can spice it up more, sort of how we could spice it up with like the Ashe Braum in game 2, for example. It's something you could never pick 2-3, or would probably never plan to pick 2-3. But in the 4-5, that makes a lot of sense because it can counter like their entire comp, which I think Braum does in that scenario, for example.
Right. That makes sense. Now, I'm sorry about the viewers. I know that I'm going to ask this a lot this weekend, but we have you guys back on stage in the studio. I know you're a stage player. How did it feel to play with the guys on stage for the first time?
Honestly, I've missed this feeling a lot. It's just been amazing to be back here today, having such a fun series to play. Even if we would have lost, of course, it would have felt terrible in the moment, but just the atmosphere here is completely different. It makes it really feel like what you do is something great. It makes it feel like being a pro player is super great. So I'm yeah, I'm just happy that I can be a part of something like this.
We could hear Jankos from backstage. I don't know if you know that. That was really funny. It's really good to have you guys back and you back also. Rick, last question before I send it to PGL. You will face off against whoever wins tomorrow, either Mad Lions or Rogue. Who do you think is going to win and why?
So we've been scrimming mostly both of them up until today. And I guess scrims are still scrims, so you can't say for sure. But before these 2 weeks of practice, I would have said Rogue every case. But I actually think Mad were quite impressive in scrims these last 2 weeks, and they seem to have come together over the whole spring split. Like in the beginning, they were a bit shaky, but even towards the end, they still finished third, I think, and they actually had a lot of good games. So I don't think it's as clear-cut as it would have been a couple of weeks ago, maybe. And for us, I guess, regardless of who we're playing, it's still going to be a tough game, as you could see today, even with Schalke. So it shouldn't matter. We just have to focus on ourselves, make sure we're in good shape and ready for the bangers, like 5 games, have the mental there and everything. So yeah, just exciting to get to play more games on stage, I guess.
Give us the bangers. That's all we want as viewers. But Reckless, thank you so much for joining me today. Congrats on getting to stage 2 of playoffs.
Thank you.
We'll see you next week. And we're going to take one last break and we'll be back in a few minutes for PGL with Grabs and Jankos. Stay tuned, guys.
I've been through too much just to live like this. Double on my cup, you can't sip like this. I fill my pockets till they stuff so they fit like this. Now she know I'm up cause I drip like this. Now I won't give a let it rip like this. Hop up in my truck and I whip like this. And now they know I'm up cause my wrist like this. No, I can't get enough cause I'm sick like this, yeah. I've been through too much just to live like this. I've been through too much just to live like this. I fill my pockets till they stuff so they fit like this. Copped another rollie, but it ain't a plain Jane. Call the police, but be screaming gang, gang. Boy, stop acting like you know me when you know you can't hang. That's my brother, not my homie, now that ain't the same thing. And for Busta, I'm gon' ride, cause we feel the same pain. Like no other, do or die, even when the days rain. From the gutter, that's no lie, we on the same page. From the bottom, now we ballin' like the Wayne Wade. I've been through too much just to live like this. Double on my cup, you can't sip like this. I fill my pockets till they stuff so they fit like this. Now she know I'm up cause I drip like this. I've been through too much just to live like this. I've been through too much just to live like this. I fill my pockets till they stuff so they fit like this. I've been through too much just to live like this. Like this. Phone ring, I decline it. I don't know what they whining. I ain't asked them to chime in. Real moving silence. Amiri jeans and Balenciagas. Always believed in our dreams, now we got them dollars. If you ain't pleased, baby, please tell me what's the problem. Yeah, I'm a fiend for the cream, like a Baskin Robin. Now just don't leave me in the street, cause I go back to robbing. This for the team, ain't have a thing, and now we got it poppin'. I've been through too much just to live like this. Double on my cup, you can't sip like this. I fill my pockets till they stuff so they fit like this. Now she know I'm up cause I drip like this. Now I won't give a let it rip like this. Hop up in my truck and I whip like this. And now they know I'm up cause my wrist like this. No, I can't get enough cause I'm sick like this, yeah. I've been through too much just to live like this. I've been through too much just to live like this. I fill my pockets till they stuff so they fit like this.
Welcome to the LEC post-game lobby. I am Quickshot, joined by a very tired and very relieved Jankos and Grabs after an incredibly exciting 5-game series. For the astute viewers, you may see Crowny over there, but he's in fact not there, and he is finished for the day. Thank you so much to Crownshot and Treats, who did join us on the analyst desk all day long. I'm going to turn to Jankos. I'm going to talk a little bit about Game 5. It was close. It was tense. 3 dragons apiece. It felt like the game could have gone either way. To me, did it feel that way to you?
Well, I think that there shouldn't be a Game 5. So since there was a Game 5, that was like a little bit of a banger. I think we had like a decent early game compared to maybe Game 3 or 4. And at some point we just got aced under mid tower. And after that, you know, they got Nash Drake. And at that point we started doubting ourselves if we will win this game or not. Of course, you don't really think about it in the game though. I mean, at that point I was also thinking we should just FF and just go like loser bracket. We don't deserve to win. Like we are losing to Schalke. It's so disgusting. But at the same time, I mean, I think they're like not a bad team. Yeah,
was this the ace? Yeah. Is this the PTSD?
This is the ace. I mean, it wasn't even like that bad, right? I mean, it was terrible.
We are trying to die for power.
Yeah,
this
I mean, okay, so
bad.
I think that like we misplayed this, but we also like overcommitted, and we got fanged on by Azirult, and like we just kind of stacked up for Rel, and we just all died. I believe this fight we win because Seraphine is balanced, and I'm really happy Riot didn't realize it yet, and I hope they nerf it because
32,000 healing is what Reckless did throughout.
I mean, I think that like if we probably don't have Seraphine, we probably lose this game. But then again, like we kind of the game would look different with a different champion.
Also, to be fair, Jankos, there was very little healing reduction on the side of Schalke. We were debating on broadcast and backstage what impact it would have had. The fight wasn't that bad, according to Jankos. Grabs, how do you read that mid-lane ace?
I mean, he was the one trying to dive, right? Even though we say 5 times in the game, we should just make him come to us. And he's like, I can dive here. And he's also the kind of guy who gets angry at the team for engaging. And then in this game, he gets the idea, right? And afterwards, say, oh, my bad, it was a bad call. So I'm not surprised that he thinks this is fine. But yeah, it's just Groundhog Day. Like we said the same thing, like front to back G2 is just not possible, I think.
I saw your tweet immediately after the series, Grabs. Maybe expand on a little. I think you said something along the lines that it hasn't been the greatest week of practice. Front to back team comp's not something that you guys are looking particularly good in. But over the course of the series, pretty strong victories in game 1 and 2. Then it kind of just went to hell, game 3 and 4, but still very competitive, very close. How do you read this, and what are you telling the boys when they go back on stage?
Yeah, I mean, game 3 definitely is my fault for like letting it be so loose, but we felt pretty good about the 2 wins, and then especially in draft practice was like, I want to have a Sivir game, and we're like, okay, sure, how do we have Sivir? Go a 5 pick, and like the misband didn't really matter. Like I think we wouldn't have banned anything they picked, but ultimately. I think just our 4-5 were bad. We have Sion with a TF and Lilia, where like we said beforehand, fault off is fine.
You don't need it.
Yeah. Where like probably for the kind of pick top there, it's fine. We just pick AD on 4 and the draft is good. But instead we wanted to play around and got punished for it. Game 4 actually, I don't quite remember a lot anymore because of game 5 was so long.
It was the Vayne game. Sion into it, Darius top.
Oh yeah, I mean they got 4 kills at minute 5 already. Yep. So pretty rough game.
Yeah, it was. I mean, look, okay, so you mentioned Reckless for a brief moment. I want to announce key player of the series was Reckless. He picked up 58% of the vote. And it's interesting to me because we've spoken a lot over the years. And G2 and especially you two are a little bit more lighthearted, a little bit more fun and jovial. But there's a very serious and somber tone after today's series. Jankos, just a moment ago, you were quite introspective, shocked. 5 games against Schalke. Maybe we just forfeit. Maybe we go losers bracket. I know it's an emotional response, right? But you know, how does this victory actually feel? Because it doesn't feel great from where I'm sitting.
I mean, I personally think it's not like that emotional. It's just that if we lose, maybe we'll get that shit together, and maybe we can. You know, perform better like we used to maybe last year when we were in 2020 G2.
Yeah.
We also lost to Mad Lions, I think the first or second round, and then same happened to Fnatic, and we actually like started playing better and better. And I feel like our scrims have been absolute. I mean, they were like 50-50. Some of them were decent, some of them were garbage. So I'm not like that unhappy with them, but I just feel like we don't find ourselves in the meta very well, and some of our drafts are absolutely disgusting still. Of course, this is his fault. But yeah, I mean, we made it. There's nothing to be happy about, though. There's nothing to be proud about. We wanted to show a dominant G2 and not this thing that was on stage in game 3, 4, 5. But at the same time, I mean, hopefully we can pick up the slack for next week. We are going to face either Mad or Rogue, which I think they are both very, very good teams that probably even are better at the meta than we are. So yeah, I mean, it's gonna be interesting.
He's so good at PR. Like everything he says backstage is very different what he's saying now. I'm just impressed by you, actually. But yeah, I agree that I mean, practice has been rough. I wouldn't say it's 50-50. I think we had really bad games. Not only like from the typical G2 inting fashion, but actually like just understanding the meta and being worse at the meta than meta Rogue. So I think having this extra week will help us. But I think we're still like slightly disadvantaged if you want to play this style. And I think like we made the decision consciously because we can't always force a 1-3-1 style or something like very chaotic style.
Yeah.
So if this stays the way this in Term SI and we go there with not having practiced it, I think we're going to get smashed really hard. So we do it consciously and we sift through these bad weeks we had, hopefully to improve at some point. But we've seen today that there's still a lot to improve on, just how disciplined we are on the engages and getting one pick and backing off. But my players are just like to fight, right? So it's hard, but I hope we get there.
I only have admiration and respect. It's a hard-fought victory. As a viewer, as a commentator, this is what I want every time, right? And I completely appreciate on your side of the table that is not the case. But the standard that you hold yourselves to individually, as a team and as an organization, is arguably why G2 is the back-to-back champion, the most successful organization in Europe, right? Like, I can only commend it. And it is an interesting position to be in where I'm interviewing the winners of a series, yet it is still so critical.
Right? I'm so tilted, actually, it's crazy.
Yeah, because I might make this better or worse. I'm not sure if you've heard about the monologue curse that Shoutcasters can do. And if you haven't, that's fine. But basically, whenever a team goes 2-0 up, many members of the LEC On Air Talent team have, from time to time, done a dramatic monologue. Reckless has been the focus of several very high-profile monologues recently. And after the 2-0, I started doing a monologue. I started talking about Reckless, started talking about G2, looking for another title, being in a position to win. And then all of a sudden, Game 3 happens, you miss a ban, you int the draft, Game 3 and 4. I want you to know, it's actually not Grabs' fault. I actually may have cursed you. But my power is not as bad as strong as Shox's, so it didn't cost you the series. So does that make you feel better that there's supernatural forces here holding you back?
I mean, I think if you did it for like the viewers and they hopefully appreciate that I went to 5 games and it was fun to watch, because it was not that fun to play. Yeah, sure, I mean, getting 5 practice games on stage is great. It's just maybe not the kind of way we were losing these games. But of course, I'm still glad we won, and I'm still kind of relieved. And I think these are the great games to watch, because hopefully we can like pick up the slack after.
If I could ask you both to turn back, I literally turned off all of the lights in the studio. I hijacked production. And for those fans at home, it starts with success. And success is about growth. So Grabs, like I cursed you. Like I literally did it right there.
I mean, I usually interrupt anyways, but at Game 3 I blacked out, I guess. I missed the ban. So you made it worse than usual. I think I could still have managed on my own to run it down, but yeah, please next time don't do it. Just don't.
I won't be, Shox will be hosting next week, Dracos will be hosting tomorrow, so I'm done, no more cursing. That does mean that G2 moves on to the next round. They'll face either Mad Lions or Rogue. Schalke will move down to the lower bracket, and because they're the 4th seed in the upper bracket, it means they're guaranteed to face Fnatic. So let's talk about the 2 matches. First and foremost, Rogue Mad tomorrow, and what your expectations would be, and just get some quick hits, Grabs, and Jankos first.
I think both teams are closer than we would expect, probably. Still think the Rogue is favored, and I think the fundamentals are better, so I would assume like a 3-1. But I think no game will be a blowout, and I think Rogue has to show a lot as well in the drafts just to make this happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think Rogue will win as well. I think that they are... Maybe they found their style, so to speak. I think they're really good in this meta, and I think that this is something they play out throughout the split as well. And they are good at it, right? They are good at front to back, and they are good at, I guess, making their bot side ahead, sacking top lane, and making sure Odwamne is good on weak side, but at the same time they get advantages bot lane. Meanwhile, mid lane is just farming with his Azir or Orianna. Yeah. So I do think that Rogue is definitely looking strong, and I think they will beat Mad Lions.
One of the things I was doing, because I'll be casting the game tomorrow and prepping, I was looking at, I think where Rogue's strengths are also Mad Lion strengths, but I just think Rogue are stronger. That's how it feels to me. And I want to see who's going to show up. I mean, a lot of talk. Obviously, Humanoid and Larson, 2 of the mid laners that'll be popping off. Can I get you guys to predict a scoreline on who will win?
I mean, honestly, I think it's like maybe a bit too cocky, because we didn't have a 3-0 this week yet. We had a 3-1, I guess, and 3-2, so I would just go with 3-0 Rogue.
I think 3-1
1 Rogue as well? All right, so Rogue favored. I mean, that's what we're thinking. It was supposed to be 3 3-0s, but somebody let us down. All right, let's take a quick look. Oh, I want to get one more thing. Fnatic versus Schalke. Something we were briefly talking about while we were getting ready for this. Seeing how Fnatic looked against SK yesterday and seeing how Schalke played against you guys today, my instinct is that Schalke might even be a little bit more favored now than had you asked me before seeing those games. Grabs, what's your take on how that elimination match is going to go next weekend?
I think the difference will be that Fnatic, unlike us, will actually choose red side and gonna pick top, which makes Schalke way worse. But for us, it was a good also moment to like practice the style. Like they're picking style in 4 games, I think. It's not something he's fun with, but I think it's important to get the games in. Whereas Fnatic likes to pick red side, people can pick his crazy picks, and I think then Ori Schalke will have a way worse time. And also the same way we say we played bad against Schalke, Fnatic can say the same against SK. So I think they still have something to give, and I think Fnatic is not going to be heavy favorite, but I think I would still bet on them if I had to.
Got it. Jankos.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Fnatic actually looked particularly good yesterday, but I don't think Schalke looked good today. I just think we played very bad, and I think that Fnatic was pretty decisive yesterday. I mean, they were inting so hard, but they were also decisive in like their victories. So I feel like Schalke likes to int it too, and I feel like they will probably, like Fnatic is better than Tifa, I think they have better players. And I think that the drafts they showed yesterday would be strong against Schalke in particular. And like Grabs mentioned, I think if they go red side and they make sure top lane doesn't int, which is, people like Broken Blade matchup, if that matchup doesn't int, I feel like Upset and Hylissang are actually really, really good dual lane. And they will most likely get advantage against Neon and Limit, exactly.
He just played.
So I think that, yeah, I mean, I would probably give it to Fnatic, but I also respect them more. And I also think that they're like I mean, it's just Fnatic. It's not like, I mean, after today, Schalke is like, yeah, whatever. But basically, I think Fnatic is a playoff team that you would expect to be at least top 3. And this is why I'm kind of biased towards them. And I also feel like the players in theory should perform better on stage. But after today, I'm in no position to say anything because we are so boosted.
Get what you mean. If I had time, I'd ask fans at home whether or not Jankos actually knows the names of his opponents or not. We don't. Guys, congratulations on the win. Thank you so much again for a fantastic, candid interview. Best of luck getting them back on track for next week. That does it from us here in Berlin, but across the Atlantic, today's LCS matchup between Evil Geniuses and TSM is already underway. I believe TSM might be winning, so be sure to tune in right now. Before we go, I want to give one more huge thank you to Treats and to Crownshot, who joined us for this incredible series on the Analyst Desk. We'll be back tomorrow at 4:30 for Ready Check. Between Rogue and Mad Lion, I'm tired. Bye. No more monologues. I'm done. It's not my fault. It's not real.
You said it is. You said it is.
Oh. Welcome back to Berlin, Germany, stage for the LEC Spring Playoffs as the Kingslayer Schalke look to shock the reigning champions once again.
But here comes Wonder and here comes Mickey. G2 not satisfied with 2. They're looking for every kill they can get. Another one goes into the back pocket. G2 have won this game at the 27-minute mark. To try and get away. Limit now stunned up with the concussive blows. There's no heal for him. And Limit is just dead in the bottom lanes. By Abadage gets healed. Now has the flash back up and Caps is going to pull flashes away. Abadage. The Nexus, the target in a moment because G2 can taste a little steak on the menu. Limit shockwaved. I didn't mean it. The shutdown comes out. Neon down, Jinx down, but here comes the Noxian Guillotine! Broken Blade! Now it's all on him to do with the Caps. It's a triple! Broken with the Decimate, heals himself back up! Caps with the shot and stuff back again! It's a Quadra! And Broken Blade! Broken Blade! Pulls him right back in! A pentakill! About 40 seconds before they need to pick something. They have to go in. The combo carries! We are 2-2 in G2 versus Schalke. Schalke have turned the series on its head. Neon gets culled to half his HP. Wonder takes the tower for a year. The charm comes out and is all on Limit. He's already dead before he can even join the fray. No flash burn, no Magnet Storm, shut down. Schalke held a reverse sweep in their hands, but G2 shut the damn door in their face.
I've been through too much just to live like this. Double on my cup, you can't sip like this. I fill my pockets till they stuff so they fit like this. Now she know I'm up cause I drip like this. Now I won't give a let it rip like this. Hop up in my truck and I whip like this. And now they know I'm up cause my wrist like this. No, I can't get enough cause I'm sick like this, yeah. I've been through too much just to live like this. I've been through too much just to live like this. I fill my pockets till they stuff so they fit like this. I've been through too much just to live like this. Copped another rollie but it ain't a plain Jane. Call the police, but be screaming gang, gang. Boy, stop acting like you know me when you know you can't hang. That's my brother, not my homie, now that ain't the same thing. And for Busta, I'm gon' ride, cause we feel the same pain. Like no other, do or die, even when the days rain. From the gutter, that's no lie, we on the same page. From the bottom, now we ballin' like Dwayne Wade. I've been through too much just to live like this. Double on my cup, you can't sip like this. I fill my pockets till they stuff so they fit like this. Now she know I'm up cause I drip like this. I've been through too much just to live like this. I've been through too much just to live like this. I fill my pockets till they stuff so they fit like this. I've been through too much just to live like this. Like this. Phone ring, I decline it. I don't know what they whining. I ain't asked them to chime in. Real moving silence. Amiri jeans and Balenciagas. Always believed in our dreams. Now we got them dollars. If you ain't pleased, baby, please tell me what's the problem. Yeah, I'm a fiend for the cream like a Baskin Robin. Now just don't leave me in the street cause I go back to robbing. This for the team, ain't have a thing and now we got it poppin'. I've been through too much just to live like this. Double on my cup, you can't sip like this. I fill my pockets till they stuff so they fit like this. Now she know I'm up cause I drip like this. Now I won't give a let it rip like this. Hop up in my truck and I whip like this. And now they know I'm up cause my wrist like this. No, I can't get enough cause I'm sick like this, yeah.